$1.50 the bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday morning to all of you. Nice to be with you.
Just shut up your stupid mouth.
Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until 10 a.m.
We're going to be with you right up through overtime, and then we're going to disappear.
Dude, okay. This was supposed to be, man, as we were planning out yesterday, kind of planning out, okay, this is going to be a great day in Houston sports. Like, this is opening day of baseball, man. And I know the Astros aren't what they used to be, but they're still a respectable ball club, and it's still opening day. It's opening day of baseball. It's
because the marketing bastards want you to believe that there wasn't a baseball game played last night. But yes, it's opening day.
It's opening day for baseball. The golf tournament starts this morning.
Yes.
The Coogs play tonight. Like, this
Yes.
is, and it's all laid out in such a way, Seth, that you can go do all of these things if you got tickets for it. And not only can you go do all of these things, you can partake in all the lanyap around it as well. The golf tournament there's people probably driving to the golf course right now. It starts at like 7:20 in the morning. So you can go catch a few of your favorites teeing off there for a few hours. Eat a little Beck's Prime out there at Memorial. They got they're serving Beck's Prime out at the golf tournament. Yes, I learned yesterday. Eat a little lunch, and then you can go partake in the Street Fest over by Dyke and Park, and then ease into the stadium. And watch Hunter Brown go deal for a couple hours. And then you got time to go eat dinner before the Coogs don't even tip off until like 9 o'clock. So if you're not inclined to go watch Nebraska and Iowa, or you can show up late for it, just watch the second half, and then get all amped up for the Coogs game, you can go from 7:20 in the morning through midnight, staying busy, but you're not rushed the whole day, the whole thing. And then the Rockets last night. The Rockets had a chance to be the appetizer in all this. They gave themselves a chance to be the appetizer in all this. And they blew it again. They blew it again. If you didn't stay up for this last night, God bless you. I stayed up for the whole thing and the post game and everything else. And the Rockets, if you missed it, give them credit. They came back from down 11 with about 3 minutes to go in regulation. So they fought back. And then they destroyed the Timberwolves for the first 2 minutes of overtime. They scored the first 13 points. So it looked like they were going to waltz out of that building with a victory. And then they gave up the last 15 points of the game. Just slowly handed the lead and handed the ball back to them and let them back in.
To be clear, everybody.
And turned the ball over a jillion times.
To be clear, everybody who didn't watch this atrocity, it was a 15-0 run. They allowed 15 straight. What happened, Sean?
I'm pissed at the Rockets.
Oh, God, I thought you were mad at me.
No.
You were over in the corner. I looked down, and I looked up, and you were
I'm
sitting in the
so mad
corner.
at this. I am so mad. They have, and here's the thing. They've been doing this now for 2 months. God, I think I broke my hand. They've been doing this now for 2 months. And it's not that they lose. It's that they lose in the most soul-crushing fashions possible. And damn it, sorry, kids, it's that these games start at 8:30, and I stay up for the whole damn thing until the end. And I can't sleep afterwards because I'm so mad at this team. I'm so pissed off at this team. And I tweeted last night after the game, here's where I'm at with the Rockets, Seth. Here's where I'm at. I don't care what you do. All the talk is, do you trade for Giannis in the offseason? Do you run it back? Ooh, can they do it with Fred VanVleet? What if they get Steven Adams back? This team is maybe the dumbest team I've ever rooted for. They're not dumb people, but they play dumb. They play stupid. They play stupid, careless basketball. They play sloppy basketball. And you know what? Do whatever you want. Trade for Giannis. I don't care. Run it back. I don't care. Until you stop playing like you did in the last 3 minutes of that overtime last night, I don't care about you anymore. I don't care. You're going to be in the postseason. Big deal.
Oh, this is the least This is the least enthusiastic I can remember ever being about a team going into the postseason.
Sorry about that, Seth. I didn't mean to make you think that I was mad at you. I'm just so mad at this
well,
team.
It comes from a long history of me doing, things to justifiably make you angry. So you had the same look on your face that when I make you angry. This is the thing. Okay, you get to overtime, and Brado on X had these stats, and this is not going to be a shock to anybody. It matches the eyeball test. But in the last 2 games, this is what the Rockets bench has done. Tari Eason, leader in the clubhouse, with 7 points.
What did he
He's
shoot?
2 for 12 in the last 2 games. Holiday, 6 points. Tate, 5 points. Capella, 2 points. Okogie, 0 points. Dorian Finney-Smith, remember him?
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
Thank God they protected him.
Yeah.
0 points. He's 0 for 1.
Yeah.
They've combined 20 points in the last 2 games. So you try to, you're going to win a game in overtime with your bench giving you this. And you're right. You're exactly right about they're not stupid individuals.
No.
But they play like a stupid basketball team.
Yes.
Which I go back to my what I always stand by in football, which is when smart people are doing stupid things, you have to turn your eyes towards the bench and ask the coach what the hell's going on here.
Yes.
Why are smart people doing stupid things over and over and over again?
Right.
It's impossible not to question what's going on on the coaching side of things.
You know what his press conferences sound like right now, Seth? And this is going to be the ultimate. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. The ultimate indictment is his Ime Udoka's press conferences right now, where he sits down there at the podium. And then he just talks about how this is the most disgusting loss of the year. He's done that like 4 times in the last 6 weeks.
Yeah.
The one on Monday against the Bulls, we disrespected the game. Last night he sits down. He's all pissed off at his team. He sounds like Steven Silas did at the end when it looked like the team wasn't listening to him. Remember Steven Silas had that press conference where he's like, and I just can't get them to do this.
Yeah.
That's Ime Udoka right now on a team that has several players that are viewed as rising stars in the league, on a team that has one of the all-time great players in Kevin Durant on it. I mean, Steven Silas was at least saying it about a bunch of 19-year-olds that were probably just not listening to him as a head coach because, A, he wasn't a good head coach, B, it was a bad team, and C, they were young and immature. Yeah. This is supposed to be a mature team that's building on. I gotta hate that we're doing this on this day. This was supposed to be a great day. And the Rockets spoiled it last night. And it's not an isolated incident. That's why I'm so angry about this. They're like 13-13 or something like that in their last 26 games. They are a 500 basketball team. They are as middling as you get. They play competitively with crappy teams. They lose to good teams, and they lose in the most cataclysmic way possible. So it's been this way for a while. This isn't me just coming in and railing because they gave up 15 points at the end of overtime. This is, I think, the two of us being very angry about this because it is a pattern with this team. It is a losing, stupid pattern with this team. And on a day where we're supposed to be celebrating the golf tournament and opening day and the Sweet 16 tonight, I'm just coming in today so angry at this basketball team right now.
Are you at this point, too, where even like Şengün was a monster defensively.
Yeah.
He had 4 blocks. He had that one block on Randall where he comes up and his lip is all bloody.
That was at the end of the game. He saved the game. That was the last play of regulation.
But I can't even enjoy that because now in my mind I'm like, well, where was this before?
Well,
what the hell? Okay, thanks for showing up. Thanks for showing us this version of Şengün now.
Yep, blocked the shot early in overtime as well. But then Şengün does what he does when it's panic time, and he gets the ball at the top of the key. They need a basket. Timberwolves are closing in overtime. And he does that thing where he's dribbling like Stanley from The Office, where the ball looks like he could lose the ball at any minute off his foot. And he's backing the guy down. And then he's shooting it because there's only 2 seconds left on the shot clock. So there's no nuance to it. There's no ball faking the guy. He's got to go up with it, and he gets his shot sent back at him like this. And Kevin Durant, and look, Kevin Durant's been their best player all year. And he hits big baskets for them. There's no question about that. He hit some big baskets last night to help. He was the guy spearheading the comeback from down 11 offensively. These turnovers are to call them JV turnovers is an insult to all the junior varsity basketball teams in the greater Houston area. These are weak turnovers. These are turnovers that look like come from somebody who's got a body like Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant physically looks like the guy who gets sand kicked in his face at the beach. He's not that, obviously. He's the easy money sniper and everything, except when he's handling the basketball. And he just gives it away. Guys just strip him. He just throws lazy passes. The turnover, he turned the ball over at the end there that allowed them to tie the game up in overtime. And he missed a free throw. He had a chance to tie the game with 3 seconds to go. He got fouled, 3.3 seconds to go, and he misses the first. So then he's got to intentionally miss the second just to give them a chance. God, I just don't like this team right now, man.
It's rough. It's rough, and you're right. And it's extra. This was supposed to be the greatest. One of the greatest days in Houston sports history.
It's
at least in terms of anticipating all the fun things to do. Real quick.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was your rage that fueled this or not, but the way you said it earlier, did you not know that Bex has a location at Memorial Hermann?
Of course I know. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
The way you said it, I thought maybe that you thought it was something unique that they were serving up there, because that's one of the best places, like one of the most unique and cool places to eat in Houston.
Oh yeah. It's right
For
there.
any of you that don't know,
you go on a little walk through Memorial Park.
Okay. I assumed you did, but you were so angry. I didn't want to ask in the moment.
No, it's okay.
I didn't want to interrupt your flow.
It's okay. No, they were really pushing it out on social yesterday that they're there for the people attending the golf tournament.
Yeah. I would have been surprised if you didn't know that, because you're a Bex connoisseur. But I thought maybe that had somehow slipped through your.
No, I appreciate you having my back on that, man.
That was one of the first. That was one. I can't remember when I went there for the first time, but it was just like I stumbled into a gold mine.
An oasis.
Yeah. I'm like, wait a second. I'm like in this peaceful setting, but I've got a delicious burger, and this is just about heaven.
It's not at the end of a strip mall or anything. It's just sitting right there.
It's a strange. You get that burger wafting into your nostrils. It's cool.
They'll do big business. Yeah.
So in terms of the actual good stuff going on in Houston today.
Yep.
The Rockets aren't losing. They're not planning on losing a game at any time between now and when the Astros start playing.
They're so bad right now. They might schedule
baseball.
They're so bad right now. They might go schedule a pickup game with somebody and lose it just to keep dropping turds into our toilet here. I
don't want to see Jabari Smith Jr. out there getting a burger at the golf tournament, because he'll drop it. He'll try to throw it to his buddy, and it's going to land on an old lady's hair or something.
Dude, yes. All right. Okay, so let's do. You're right, Seth. We should shift gears. We've been angry 12 minutes and 40 seconds now. No IL for Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena, no IL. That 400-foot bomb or whatever it was that he hit in that exhibition game against the Space Cowboys was enough to...
They did an MRI on that home run. They're like, all right, it's 78% healed. We're good to go.
Yep. The opening day roster is out. It was out yesterday for the Astros. They made their final decisions. And I guess the biggest surprise would be that Zach Cole is going back to Sugar Land, and Bryce Matthews, who we talked about on the show yesterday. And you could tell Dana Brown in talking about Bryce Matthews. Now, in retrospect, you go back and listen to what Dana Brown had to say to him on the broadcast on Tuesday and be like, oh, yeah, he's making the team. Because he really talked about his versatility. He was drafted as an infielder, but he's been playing a lot of outfield in spring training. And Bryce Matthews, at least temporarily, seems to have carved out a spot for himself as kind of at least on paper, kind of that Dubon role where he can, oh, my God, we've got an emergency at second base, third base, shortstop, one of the outfield spots.
Yeah.
We got Bryce. That went out the door with Mauricio Dubon. Now we'll see. Bryce Matthews has to prove he's a big league hitter. That was probably the biggest surprise for me, because Zach Cole was penciled in as the starting left fielder by a lot of the people forecasting this season for the Astros, which I thought was a little presumptive, given that he's got 48 plate appearances in his career.
Yeah.
It always felt weird to me.
I guess at the beginning of spring training, it just seemed like the most likely candidate to win that battle if it were to happen, but there's still there are going to be questions at the corner infields regardless.
Yep.
And remember too, I mean, it wasn't a foregone conclusion that Cam Smith was even going to make the roster at the beginning of spring training.
Right.
And he's done well in spring training, was good at the plate. We know he's fine defensively. So that was, I don't want to say it was a technicality. I mean, it was a very real chance that he wouldn't have made the squad if he had underperformed in spring training.
Yeah.
So that's where we are with that.
Yep. So opening day, Omar Lopez is going to throw out the first pitch, celebrating and commemorate to Javier Bracamonte, who they were both part. Omar Lopez is the manager of the Venezuelan team that won the WBC a week or two ago. Bracamonte was on his staff, so the Astros are going to celebrate that. Ryan Presley, if you're going out to the game, is going to be screaming out "play ball." He gets the play ball first call. He's part of the Space City home network. There's two things I'm looking forward to seeing, Seth. Ryan Presley on Space City to see how he is as a broadcaster. Aside from just baseball, I'm looking forward to. I am looking forward to our first regular season venture with the new automated balls and strikes to see how it gets handled in real games by the Astros.
I guess last night the first automated strike call in in Major League Baseball history was during an interview.
Really?
Yeah, they couldn't. I didn't go back and watch it, but I just saw people tweeting about it, that it was kind of awkward. That it was one of those classic moments that happens in baseball when something really important or interesting is happening on the field, but they're doing an in-game interview and they couldn't necessarily do it justice.
So they were talking to one of the managers of the Giants.
I don't know. I'm guessing because it was Netflix that it was one of. I'm guessing they had a ball boy mic'd up or something.
Right.
And just Burt Kreischer was playing left field. Yeah. I don't know. It was whatever gimmicky thing they could be doing to actually interrupt the baseball game. I'm guessing that's what Netflix was doing.
Did you happen to catch any of the Jameis Winston?
We've got a couple of clips.
Yep.
Yeah, at some point. You kind of forget that Jameis Winston was a college baseball player.
Pretty good one, too.
Yeah, I mean, that used to be a big story back in the day.
Yeah.
And so I enjoyed the clips I saw of him. I think it's they always do these things that are. I feel like the producers think, oh, well, this will be easy because he doesn't have to talk hardcore baseball or anything. But it's actually him doing kind of interviews on the fly, which is one of the hardest things to do in sports media.
Yep.
With just walking around and talking to people and everything. And I thought he did well.
He's pretty good.
If that was his first time in that environment, I thought he did really, really well.
I think I actually really did hurt my hand, Seth. Just
you were. Honestly, you were sitting in the corner looking exactly like you did after I hit you in the eye with a Tide Pod at Radio Row.
That's what the Rockets have done. They've thrown a metaphorical Tide Pod at my eye.
That's how angry you were.
Yeah. I was Tide Pod angry.
You're right, though, too, because it's the double whammy of you're angry about the performance, but then you're also angry that you end up. I missed sleep for this. I'm sleep deprived all day because of that trash. What the hell?
Well, and I'll throw another log on the fire here. Charlie got voted off Survivor last night.
He did?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. So it was a bad night of TV for me. My likely future son-in-law gets voted off of Survivor, and that ended at 8:30. Which was tip-off for the Rockets.
If you'll accept him into your family, that is.
Yeah, it's up in the air now.
He's a two-time loser on Survivor.
It's up in the air now. Yep, I got it.
He was running. At least the first time he was runner-up and he was screwed over.
Yes,
big time. Even by Survivor standards,
he was screwed over. Yeah. This one.
What happened this time? I mean, they all get screwed over.
He got into the opposite of an alliance. He got into he got into a rivalry with somebody.
Yeah.
Who was able to sell their tribe on. He got voted out 4-3. So
I bet he's in a tough spot now because his strategy the first time around was to be the good guy.
Yeah.
But underneath it all, he was manipulating everybody. While playing the role of the good guy.
Yes.
And it's hard to get away with a second time, I'd guess.
They all know now too that he's a Harvard-educated lawyer, which is very easy to hate.
Yeah, he kept it secret that he was a Harvard lawyer the first time around. Yeah. Now he's a fancy lad.
Can't keep it a secret. Yeah, that probably factored in.
He's you know what he is? He's Eric DaCosta. Like everybody, nobody wants to do a deal with him anymore.
That's right.
It's like making a trade with the Ravens. Like, all right, sure.
He got blackballed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I'm sure you'll keep your word, fella.
Oh man, my hand hurts. All right. Rockets lose last night. Opening day today. We'll dig plenty into that today. Hey, let's circle back to the Texans though. NFL.com. Dan Parr. 5 biggest needs still remaining for all of the 32 teams in the NFL. Do we agree with this list? I think this guy nailed it, and I think he even nailed the order of it too. We'll We'll hash that out coming up next. But first, West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land. That'll put me in a good mood. Ruben Mendoza.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I want to apologize to a texter real quick, Seth, before we get into the Texans' needs here. And we'll be talking plenty of Astros today, I promise. I know it's opening day. But there's still a lot of football to get to here. I can assure you that we'll hit the Rockets in headlines, and I don't know if we're going to hit them after that. I'm so disgusted with them right now. But I got to apologize to a texter. And texter, I'm going to make an excuse here that my extreme anger in the first segment was the reason why I forgot to say spoiler alert before I revealed the results of Survivor last night. I apologize. I should have said spoiler alert. It's inside of 24 hours since the episode dropped. Text message, thanks effing Sean.
You know what, though? I don't know.
Ruining Survivor. My wife and I always record and watch the next day. Real quick, Seth, here's the good news. They eliminated 2 people, so I won't say who the other one was that got eliminated. There.
I don't know, man. I'm still I don't think there's hard and fast rules on a live television event being spoiled or not. It's different than a movie or something that you might not have gone to. I feel like something that people largely consume live. Yeah. It's not like we come on this show and say, well, we don't want to ruin the surprise about the Rockets last night.
Yeah, that's true.
We're going to talk about everything up till overtime. Mm-hmm. Sorry, spoiler alert, they go to overtime. Yeah. We don't want to ruin the surprise for you. Yep. Have you opened the paper yet, everybody? Okay? All right. Yeah.
Okay. I take my apology back. You convinced me, Seth. I'm going to stay salty as hell this morning.
I got angry once. Larry and Stafford spoiled Game of Thrones for me on the text line, and I thought long and hard about it. I went on a religious retreat up in the mountains, and I meditated on it for 7 days. Yeah. And I thought, you know what? It was – things that are meant to be consumed right then, it's on you. If you don't watch it, well, it's on live television, especially. Yep. And I know Survivor is taped, et cetera, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Then it's up to you to avoid the spoilers.
All right. Take that, texter.
You have to go live in a silo until you can see it.
And if you're going to say effing Sean, I mean, come on now. You got to drop an F-bomb in front of me. Come on. I'm having trouble dealing with things this morning, texter.
He's emotional. He's very fragile. Yeah,
fragile state. Okay, so Dan Parr of NFL.com, Seth, dropped a piece yesterday, and we're definitely
don't ruin the ending for me.
Well, spoiler alert. Here are the 5 biggest needs that Dan Parr of NFL.com has for the Houston Texans. He did the 5 biggest needs still remaining for all 32 teams. And I like the ones he has for the Texans, and I think it's very illustrative of where they are right now. The good place, I think, that they are right now in terms of roster construction. The 5 biggest needs, and I believe I'll choose to believe these are in order. He lists them in this order: offensive line, defensive line, meaning interior defensive line, linebacker, cornerback, let me be clear, cornerback, and edge rusher. So O-line, and then really everything but safety on defense.
Yeah, it's interesting because on the O-line, I mean, pretty much even the teams that have really good offensive lines
can always
usually
use them.
Say, hey, we can use one. Yeah, it's the biggest position group on the team, so it makes sense. I think that when it comes to the edge rushers, which he lists as the 5th most. I think I don't want to just kind of whistle past the graveyard on the fact that both Danico Autry and Derek Barnett are for the moment gone. Because Derek Barnett gave you about 500 snaps last year and did some really good things for you. Danico Autry did some really good things for you. Danico's 35 years old and has had kind of a speckled injury and suspension history these last couple of years. So that's an easier one to just figure, all right, that ship may have sailed. Mm-hmm. But at some point through the draft or free agency, I think they're going to add to the defensive line, to the edge rusher position. Yeah. And it doesn't look glaring because you are blessed with having 2 of the best 5 edge rushers in the league, but they rotate, and it's not just a matter of playing more snaps out of Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, I think for anybody who thought that just because they went shopping in better aisles this year in free agency with the O-line, like they brought in some guys who I'm bullish about them leading to improvement of that group as a whole, assuming they stay healthy. But I think O-line remains at the top of the list until they've proven that they can be a good offensive line. So we haven't watched this group play together yet. So I agree with the list. I believe O-line is still now, I don't necessarily want them using the 28th pick on an offensive lineman. I think that's my appetite for that's been tamped back significantly. But I still think overall they need a couple new faces in that room. It's nice when you look at an article, Seth, that lists your team's 5 biggest needs, and you agree with it, and 4 of them are positions where you've got Pro Bowl and All-Pro players. That means your need is to build depth and youth at those positions, and that's a much better position to be in than saying, well, we need 2 starting edge rushers. We're still weak at one of our cornerback spots. They are good with their interior defensive line, not so much. But like edge rushers a need only because, like you just said, they've got to backfill the other 20% of the snaps.
Yeah.
Cornerback is a need because if something were to happen to Lassiter or Stingley, then it gets a little dicey. But in Lassiter and Stingley, you've got 2 of the best, I think, 10 or 12 cornerbacks in the league. And then linebacker probably skews maybe a little bit more towards where you're at with the defensive line, where you don't really have a super-duper star there like you do at corner or edge, or even safety potentially with Kalen Bullock. But you've got Azeez Al-Shaair, who's sort of the heartbeat of your team. E.J. Speed is back. I think he's a competent veteran. Henry To'oTo'o did some good things last year. They could use a young linebacker there, I think, in that position group. But I agree with the list, and it's nice to agree with the list where 4 of the 5 things that Dan Parr lists here, I really feel good about the starters at those positions. They just need more guys.
They need more guys,
yeah.
And center is the one competitive position right now. I think you can pencil in who your starters are going to be on the offensive line, except for center.
Yeah.
And I think Jake Andrews might win that spot, but I think they also still they're gonna add to that position in the competition, either in the draft or with some guy that's out there in free agency right now. I don't want to exclude Evan Brown from that. I think he's part of the competition as well.
Yep.
But he might end up being the guy that they just feel good about as a swing interior offensive lineman because he's got a lot of experience playing all those things.
Yep.
Derek Barnett, he played 350 snaps last year. Danico Autry played 206. And that really, Dylan Horton ended up playing a bigger chunk than people probably realized because he was getting like 10 or 15 snaps per game, but he only had 244 snaps. So like you're taking that's like 2 of the 3 guys, the defensive ends who played the 3rd and 4th most snaps at defensive end last year, they're both gone from the roster right now.
Yeah.
And I think I like Dylan Horton and some of the things he does, but I don't think he projects to be in the same pass rusher at any point that Derek Barnett or Danico Autry were.
I would agree with that. They signed Dominique Robinson. I guess we should point that out. He plays the position, but he signed a contract that's indicative of a guy who's going to be battling to make the team in camp.
He's he's played about 200 or fewer snaps every year he's been in the league.
Yep.
So about the same. You wonder, okay, what has he done so far in his career? He's played about the same amount that Dylan Horton has this year.
Yep.
He has an interesting upside because of his athleticism, but he's also been in the league a few years. This isn't like some guy that just started playing defensive end the last year, like a tight end convert or something.
Yep. Saquon Barkley was on the New Heights podcast with the Kelsey brothers. This was interesting. Then it has a direct Texans tie to it. Keep in mind, Saquon Barkley came into the NFL in 2018. He was on the Giants at the time. So the Giants played the Texans in 2019. That was part of that 0-3 start. It's 2018 they played. It was his rookie year. It was in 2018 they played. That was part of that 0-3 start where that was probably the last game where Eli looked amazing in his career, was against the Texans that day. So Saquon is playing the Texans in his rookie season, week 3, and this was his welcome to the NFL moment.
Welcome to the NFL moment. Like, whether it be like a veteran saying something.
J.J. Watt, we're playing Houston. We had a counter to the left. He won on the backside and still got to me as I was getting the ball. This doesn't make sense.
That's what made J.J. so dangerous.
It boomed me, too. Like, booming. Like, it was like, like a boom. I was like, ooh.
In 2014, I'm playing the Houston Texans, and Lane Johnson, look at him at one point. He looks like he's like seen a ghost. And I'm like, hey, Lane, you all right? And he's like, man, It feels like I'm just in the middle of the ocean, and there's a big, great white circling me, big 99 jersey on.
Wish there was a way to get that music out from underneath it. It would have made it a better cut.
He's told that story before. Kelsey has about Lane Johnson. We've played that before. I'd never heard Saquon Barkley talk about that. Yeah, that was the thing about JJ that was always. I love talking to guys who are in the room with him, like other defensive linemen or whatever, because JJ had a different set of rules that he could operate by. And people would sometimes try to point out, they go like, well, JJ's backdooring blocks, and you're not supposed to do that. No, he's allowed to do that. Like Wade Phillips specifically said he's allowed to do that. And he's the kind of guy that in the meeting room you have to tell all the younger guys, like, why you're yelling at them for doing that, but JJ's allowed to do it. And it's
meritocracy.
The answer is, you can't do.
Right.
You physically can't get away with doing what JJ does because JJ consistently makes plays. What happens, the danger with young guys trying to play like JJ is that every now and then they make a really big play backdooring a block.
Yep.
And they don't realize, but you destroyed the defensive integrity the other 9 times you've done it.
Yes.
JJ's allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do it.
You will never be the answer to the question of somebody's welcome to the NFL moment.
Right, yeah.
No one. I can't name any of the defensive ends from those Texans teams back then, but in my mind, I'm going, Saquon Barkley will never talk about you on a podcast someday. All right, let's get to headlines. We'll talk about the Rockets and headlines from last night. If you just woke up, the Rockets just another catastrophe last night in Minnesota. Opening day for the Astros, March Madness tonight, and then some news from the NFL as well. Super Bowl news, schedule news. We'll get to all of it in headlines coming up next. I'll give you some news. Guess what just showed up yesterday in discreet packaging?
610. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Hey, let's start with the fun news. It's opening day for the Astros today. 3:15, first pitch. They've got the big street fest going on beforehand. Omar Lopez is throwing out the first pitch, celebrating Venezuela's win in the WBC. And we get to get our first look at the 2026 version of the Houston Astros. I guess, Seth, of all the things I'm excited to watch today with the Astros, it'll be nice having healthy Jordan back. I'm anxious to see what type of leap Cam Smith makes here in year 2.
Yeah, I think that's by far for me. I think just as much as it was we were dialed in on Cam Smith at the beginning of last season for obvious reasons, I think that this year it feels more like with the Astros, it's been hard to adjust, even though it's been a couple of years now, obviously, to Dana Brown being so starkly different than his predecessors on calling guys up.
Yes.
Just very like the exact opposite of how Jeff Luhnow certainly was. Is he's just whipping these guys up into the big league as fast as possible, and I'm trying to reset my expectations for making judgments early on these guys. He's totally cool with just giving them a trial by fire, giving them a dose of what it's like.
Yep.
And if they got to go back down to the minors for a bit, so be it. Cam Smith probably should have gone back down to the minors if the situation was okay with it last year, but it wasn't.
Right.
So this year, though, it's off to the races, hopefully.
Yep, hopefully so. So it's a 4-game set with the Angels to get the season started. Red Sox coming to town next week. They start off the Astros with 7 home games to begin the season. Meanwhile, the Rockets are on a road trip last night that is thus far a disaster. After losing to the Chicago Bulls, of all teams, 132-124 on Monday, the Rockets going to Minnesota last night on a nationally televised game and stage a big comeback to force overtime. They were down 11 with 3 minutes to go. Kevin Durant was fantastic the final 3 minutes of the game. They were all fantastic the first 2 minutes of overtime. They outscored the Timberwolves 13-0 to open overtime. And you thought, well, this one's in the bag. Not with this team. The Rockets give up the final 15 points of the game to lose 110-108 in overtime. Seth, to a team that they are like the Lakers and like the Nuggets, they are right there with the Rockets in that gaggle of teams that are in 3 through 6 in the Western Conference standings. And the Rockets, just as they did last week with the Lakers in 2 games, blew it again against one of those teams last night.
Yeah, and it's hard when you're getting just about, without even exaggerating, just about 0 production from your bench. They've had 20 points in the last 2 games. It's just it's
a problem, man.
There's so many things about this basketball team that even when things are going well, you're looking. You can just look to your left, to your right a little bit, and say, "What the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
Why are they turning the ball over as much as they are in critical situations?" It's just an awful feel, and to where even the would-be impressive performances. Sean, where are the overtime stats on this? They're 1-7 in overtime, right? Is that right?
Oh, I have no idea. I didn't look it up.
I believe they're 1-7 in overtime.
The one game made me miserable enough. I didn't need to.
No, because I'm thinking about, okay, well, yeah, look, you went to overtime. Yeah. You might think, why are you complaining about it? At the very least, the game versus a good opponent went down to overtime. No, they're 1-7 in overtime.
Okay.
By far the worst in the NBA.
Yep.
They're 4-9 in 3-point games.
Okay.
So games decided by 3 points or less. That's why it feels even emotionally worse than whatever the actual box score outcome is at any given time. It's that if it's a close game or if it's overtime, they're losing it.
Yes.
If you combine those overtime and 3-point games, they're 5-16.
You want me to give you one of those ones one of those stats that I hate? You know the type of stats that I hate the most, Seth? That teams that are such and such are 0-8,000 until this game, and now they're 1-8,000. I hate those. The Texans had a few of those games a couple of years ago in 2024. NBA teams were 0-180 when they were down by double digits in overtime over the last 29 seasons. over the last 29 seasons.
Small sample size, Sean.
This goes
I'm
back
need
to
you to go
when
back three centuries on this one.
Jordan is winning championships. 0-180 when they're down by 10 or more points. After last night, they are now 1-180. That's what the Rockets did last night.
I feel like, and you know what? I wouldn't even be mad if Kendrick Perkins went on television today and said there needs to be an asterisk there. Just like it was just like the Bam Adebayo didn't count because they were facing a bad team. Like, oh yeah, I mean, it was impressive that Minnesota that they pulled that off, but it was against the Rockets who were just atrocious in overtime.
Perk has immunity now. Do your thing, man. Kill them. I don't care. And you know, there's, again, I said this earlier, there's going to be we'll play some audio later in the show from Chris Mannix. I'm hearing that they may be in on Giannis in the offseason. But if they don't do that, the best thing is to run it, blah, blah, blah. I don't care what you trade for Giannis, run it back. I don't know. Just go to the G League, disband the team. I do not care what the Rockets do right now. The relationship will get repaired at some point, but my relationship with this team is so broken right now because of the way that it's not that they lose, it's the way that they lose these basketball games. Period. End of subject. March Madness tonight.
Your hand all right? You pounded your hand.
It's a little. I'm pounding it again.
In the show,
it's bruised for sure. It's definitely bruised. I don't think it's broken. I slammed the table in the open of the show. Seth thought I was mad at him early in the show.
Brandy did too. She was watching on YouTube, and she was really nervous that I angered you somehow.
I was being performative for the YouTube people. I just disgustedly shoved myself away from the desk because I got tired of talking about this team.
Brandy's terrified of Sean. It's like when Sean comes over to the house, it's like the mob boss is visiting.
It's the bald
She's
head.
just like, she's really worried about whether or not I'm going to get offed.
She has nothing to worry about, man. She got nothing to worry about.
That's just what the mob bosses say right before they kill you.
Well, I'll let
you
you
got
guys.
nothing to worry about. Come on.
I got you.
You're talking crazy.
I'll let you process that. I'm just telling you, you got nothing to worry about. March Madness tonight, Coogs in Illinois over at Toyota Center. They are preceded by the Appetizer of Nebraska and Iowa. The NFL owners announce or are expected to announce, Seth, that Las Vegas is going to get the Super Bowl after the 2028 season. So L.A. this coming season, then Atlanta, then Vegas. I loved that Vegas Super Bowl. As far as somebody visiting, like as a media member, it was really well organized, and I think people that went to it liked it also.
Hey, this Coogs game, this is going to be fun and interesting because Illinois plays. They defend the paint ferociously.
Yep.
And I know Kelvin Sampson is not gonna. He's going to try to not allow that.
No.
And this could be a bloodbath. In a fun way.
And they were really good. The best part is Illinois can score. They're a really good offensive team. And the Cougs have been good defensively this year, but not like peak Sampson era Coug defensively. So you're 100% right. It's going to be a really interesting game tonight over at Toyota Center. Hopefully you guys are getting to enjoy the triple dip here of the golf tournament, opening day for the Astros, and the NCAA men's tournament over at Toyota Center. It's a great day in Houston sports. All right, up next. Where do the Texans rank in free agency in terms of who they've picked up? Benjamin Solak, who we met him at the Greenbrier this year.
He says something really like he's a smart guy, but he says something in this thing we're going to read that I just genuinely don't understand.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Benjamin Solak. Where does the Texans free agency class rank among all the teams in the NFL? And we'll hear from Ed Ingram. Why did he want to come back to the Houston Texans? We'll do that. We got a nice long segment coming up here in the 7 o'clock hour. Stay there.
Hey, Ability Trees. If you're looking out at your
West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we're going to hit this ESPN article by Benjamin Solak. And Seth kind of quasi-teased it that there's something weird that he says in here about the Houston Texans free agency class.
Actually, a couple weird things.
Okay.
The first time I read it briefly, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. And then I read it again, and it makes even less sense.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll go through this here then, and I will pull the veil. We'll pull the the curtain back here. Where are the Texans ranked according to Benjamin Solak, who covers the NFL for ESPN? 13th, which feels about right. No huge splashy moves. Addressed a lot of need. I would have it probably a little higher than 13th, just based on and maybe some of this, Seth, for us in Houston. We feel better about this free agency class because we compare it to how they approached it a year ago.
Yeah.
And this feels like this feels like they've got a better plan this year than they did last year.
Well, I think, we went through that article that Barnwell did the other day, and it kind of confirmed, I think, what a lot of people know, but you never want to, you don't believe it in the moment, which is that the less heralded, the less expensive free agency signings tend to have a better success rate than the high-priced ones. So the bling fades very quickly on average with free agency signings. So when people do their grades, they're looking at, okay, well, it makes sense that they paid a bunch of money to this guy and this guy. They're better players than these other guys.
Yeah.
And I'm always comfortable as long as you're somewhat active in free agency. I don't necessarily need a lot of huge signings to feel awesome about it. I feel like the right strategy over time is to sparingly make those splurge purchases and then most of the time do what the Texans did this year, which is find competent, viable starters in free agency.
Yeah, I think that, without digging into the other 31 teams, like this feels, like they're kind of near the upper third. Didn't make any, I think they did a really, really good job of addressing needs. And it's funny, there it is. He's got David Montgomery in there. Okay, good. Because I would say it's not just free agency. I would say trades, and he includes guys that are returning as well. So the article is where do they rank in free agency, but it's really the whole ball of wax of what changes or what players did they bring back. He's got key acquisitions and returning players: Reed Blankenship, Braden Smith, David Montgomery, Wyatt Teller, Sheldon Rankins, Ed Ingram, and I think he nails the key players there. I agree on for each team he's got a move I loved and a move I didn't love. I agree with him on the move I loved, the Reed Blankenship deal. He says the Texans secondary was one infinity stone away from reaching maximal power, and that empty spot was the strong safety position. Blankenship is not a perennial Pro Bowl talent, but he just needs to be a well-rounded, assignment-sound leader playing next to star youngins like Bullock, Stingley, and Kamari Lassiter. He points out $8.25 million a year, really good value. Just a few days after Cam Curl got $12 million a year and Jalen Thompson $11 million a year is a huge feather in Nick Casario's cap. And this is why Nick doesn't do things on the first day of free agency. Those aren't the deals going on. Although Blankenship might have been a first day, I don't remember, but certainly he was off. There were others off the board, as Solak points out, Seth, that were pricier than Blankenship, and I'm not sure that they're better players than Blankenship.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this is that I feel like a lot of it coming from the media is, oh, good, he's a good leader to come in there. And I almost feel like I'm a defensive back on the Texans right now, where if I were to read that, I'd be like, hey, all right, listen, bro, all right, like, we don't necessarily need some guy to come in and lead us.
Yeah.
And I don't think that that's how Blankenship has talked about it at all.
At all.
I think there's guys, yes, you're good to have good leadership traits, but he's specifically mentioned in his press conference, that he just wants to come in and fit in with these guys and everything. And you can have leadership traits, but he's a fifth-year player. They're all young on that secondary, which is awesome, but they play with a lot of maturity. So I think, for me, more so than anything else, it's that he is that missing piece. Like Solak says, he's that infinity stone that you add to the glove, and all of a sudden you've got at the very least, at the baseline level, you've got competent plus level starters, and then it goes all the way up to all pro caliber in the secondary.
Yeah, the Blankenship thing excites me just because it rounds out an elite defense. That's exciting. Okay, now I think we get to the part where you indicated that Solak says some strange things.
Really strange things.
Okay, so you stop me when we get to the strange things, Seth. All right, I'll read this. These are the things that he didn't love. Benjamin Solak of ESPN. The individual moves along the offensive line, even if I liked the number of moves made. So it's the individual moves along the offensive line is what he didn't like, even if he liked that they made a lot of moves.
This is all perfectly acceptable.
Okay.
At this point.
It's good that the Texans continued hammering their line with options.
He still gets a ding for this.
Still good so far. They retained Trent Brown and signed Braden Smith at tackle.
That's factually accurate.
Okay. They retained Ingram and signed Teller at guard.
Yes.
He's killing it. He's crushing it so far.
We've established here, he, in this paragraph, has already said that they retained Ingram, a guard, and that they signed Wyatt Teller, a guard.
Yep. Okay. But I struggle to figure out how it all comes together.
Yeah.
They've typically prioritized supersized tackles.
Okay, Buzzer, what the hell are you talking about? Laramie Tunsil is not a large tackle.
It looks pretty big to me.
He was on this team for how long? 9 years?
Yeah, a long time, yeah.
How long was he on this team? They've typically prioritized large, supersized tackles.
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about, Solak?
Yeah.
Tyus Howard is a big guy, but he's not a supersized tackle. He's about 6'5", 320. That's true. He showed up at camp a couple years ago.
He was pretty hefty,
But still, again, he used the plural there.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, typically prioritize them? The only thing I can guess is that maybe he's taking in the average of Trent Brown's size and Ariante Ursuri's size or something and adding it to the mix.
Not the average,
Yeah, plus, I like Braden Smith, he's calling him undersized.
Let me read that. Okay,
yeah.
So continuing. So is Braden Smith, an undersized tackle, really moving to guard? Buzz.
No.
You just said.
Why are you asking this question? What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, that's weird.
No, they're not. That was a point of discussion before they signed Wyatt Teller.
Yeah.
And Braden Smith, he's 6'6".
Right.
You know what? Braden Smith, Solak has succumbed to the same thing I did when I first saw Braden Smith with the Colts. Because he's kind of lean, you think he's a lanky, skinny dude. Mm-hmm. He's built. So he's 6'6", 312. Yeah. And you have a tendency to think he's this lanky guy, and he's not. He is a strong, massive dude. He's just really lean.
Yeah.
So he's not undersized. So let's see. Wildly wrong on the Texans have typically prioritized supersized tackles. And wildly wrong on even asking the question, is Braden Smith moving to guard?
No chance. Yeah.
Just established they signed 2 guards. What the hell are you talking about?
Unless somebody gets hurt in training camp, he's not moving to guard.
Right, that's not the play. Yeah, I think they very much, he could play guard at some point, but no, he's not really moving to guard after you just brought in a free agent to play left guard.
Okay, so how about this last thing that he didn't love? Is this more valid? This line is built for run blocking. Are David Montgomery and Woody Marks capable of being the engine of a dominant rushing attack? The Texans are acknowledging and addressing the problem, but I still need to see it to believe it in Houston. That last part I agree with. I agree with that. See it to believe it. As far as the individuals he cites there, Seth, are David Montgomery and Woody Marks capable of being the engine of a dominant rushing attack?
Yeah, I think that still remains to be proven. And I feel like with Montgomery, Montgomery has obviously been part of a very formidable rushing attack now for a long time. But he's played next to Jahmyr Gibbs, and he's done some great things individually. He's an aging running back signed in free agency, so there's going to be questions about him, especially in a new scheme.
Yeah.
And then Woody Marks, I think everybody's pretty bullish about Woody Marks. Just what is his ceiling, and can he stay healthy?
Yep.
And I think the thing I'm most excited about with Woody Marks is with the addition of David Montgomery, you can hopefully see Woody Marks used as a receiver more often now, because they had to kind of put that on the back burner last year once he became the main running back. Yeah. That's potentially really exciting. Yeah. That was the part of the offense that I was really eagerly anticipating last year was them weaponizing the running back as a receiver, and we really just didn't see that many moments of it. It ended up feeling a little bit more like a classic, okay, that's my dump-off option.
Yep.
As opposed to the old Patriots style of getting guys free on wheel routes down the sideline.
Yep. As far as other teams in the AFC South, it's interesting. The Tennessee Titans, who were super active in free agency and in trades, they traded Tavondre Sweat for Jermaine Johnson, brought in Wan'Dale Robinson, brought in guys on defense, including John Franklin Myers, the defensive lineman, gave him a huge contract, signed a couple of expensive corners, 28th on the list in free agency, which, look, we pointed this out. You pointed out that Barnwell article that we talked about earlier this week, Seth, that says that really only about 40% of the big-ticket free agents end up being at or above the expectation level that you wanted out of them.
Yeah.
The Tennessee Titans went spending like drunken sailors.
Well, the Titans did kind of what they're doing up in Baltimore is, okay, you've got a new defensive-minded head coach. We're gonna give the coach what he really wants to make that defense go.
Yep.
And they paid a boatload of money for John Franklin Myers, who was the best defensive tackle, arguably, in the free agency class. So Solak points out that he's 30 years old, but he's still a really good tackle. If you go back through the entirety of the offseason, the Sweat trade, the first name of the
Tavondre Sweat.
Thank you, Tavondre.
Yeah.
I wanted to say Montez. The Tavondre Sweat trade, where they brought in Robinson, the defensive end, that was you're letting go.
Jermaine Johnson.
You're letting go of a really good defensive tackle who doesn't necessarily fit the scheme. I don't think Jermaine Johnson is the same level of player, but he fits the scheme at defensive end better than what they had for Salah's defense. I guess that's where I could see, okay, did they overspend just to try to get guys to fit a mold as opposed to doing it organically over the course of a couple of years?
I was shocked by that trade, that they traded Tavondre Sweat.
Yeah.
And I know, and you pointed out, just now why. Like, Salah's familiar with Jermaine Johnson. He was there when they drafted him in New York. He coached him for 3 years. But I was, as a Texan fan, I was happy to see Tavondre Sweat get the hell out of the AFC South. He was a problem for that interior. It may have been less of a problem for this interior that they built now. You got Wyatt Teller, and if they make some changes at center or whatever the case may be.
Honestly, so Robert Saleh's defense shares a lot of similarities to D'Amico's, obviously. I was kind of intrigued and a little bit nervous.
Yep.
Might have peed a couple of drops about Saleh if he had decided to keep Tavondre Sweat and kind of just, tweak his defense maybe a little bit, also just let Tavondre Sweat run upfield like a bull in a china shop.
Yeah.
Because, those two guys, Jeffrey Simmons and every single freaking time I talked about the Titans defense versus the Texans offense, I would point out what an issue it was for those defensive tackles versus the Texans offensive line. And I would always get comments from Jamokes who would look at, like, the PFF run defense scores and everything. Hey, Seth, you don't know what you're talking about. The Titans run defense is 28th in rush defense. Shut up. You
don't know
Shut
balls,
up. Have you watched these football games? I'm not even saying watch the tape or anything. Have you just watched the TV copy of the games and seen Jeffrey Simmons and Tavondre Sweat tossing aside interior offensive linemen like they're ragdolls?
Yep.
And that's an insult to ragdolls.
Exactly.
They retired Shaq Mason. Shaq Mason couldn't come back from that.
They killed Shaq.
Tavondre Sweat treated Shaq Mason like a drunk at the bar. And he's a large guy.
They killed Shaq. Oh, my God. Oh, man. So he's got Solak has Titans 28th. And if you're just getting in your car, these are rankings of the really off-season. It says free agency, but it's really the total of what all these teams did. Colts 27th. He's got the Jags 9th. Now, this is having read Benjamin Solak for a long time, having seen and met him at the Greenbrier.
Yeah.
Solak, and I say this with zero shade, does strike me as somebody who would love the compensatory pick approach of a Magnificent Gladstone.
Yeah.
Where he's signing nobody. We're letting Devin Lloyd and Travis Etienne and Greg Newsome walk out the door and not signing anybody. because we're going to get third-round picks for each of them.
Solak is 100% like James Gladstone.
Yes.
And honestly, I had a conversation with him, and Solak will say some things sometimes that I think are a little odd, but I think he's a really bright kid, and he watches a lot of film and everything.
Yep.
So I wanted to talk to him, and I was curious, and I got, sometimes you like the brash, young, smart kid. But he was talking to me like he was telling me all about the way football operates, and I'm like, no, you will not come work for me, young man. This is if you do, you're going to be getting me coffee for the first 6 months because you need to be bucked down a notch or 7.
This is what I need to have happen.
This
is what I need to have. I need to go on vacation for a day, and I need to have you think that somebody like Bijani or Brandon Scott, somebody who you like doing radio with when I'm gone, is coming in, and then they call in sick at the last second, and Parker goes and gets Benjamin Solak to do a 4-hour show with you. His know-it-all attitude on the sport of football. And I want to watch that on YouTube and see how that goes.
It was just funny. It was one of the first times in my life that I felt like maybe like an older adult that's actually got some maturity to him. Because I was analyzing it as I was talking to him, and I was kind of thinking, I was able to be entertained by it more so than be offended. If I were younger, I would have gotten offended. But I was just kind of seeing it for what it was. I was like, oh, this kid really is that stereotype of just he really just think he gets it in a way that other people don't. Okay, all right.
Oh, man. We're getting a few texts on the we'll hear from Ed Ingram in just a second on why he came back to the Texans, but just mixing in some texts on the base power text line. Trent Brown automatically, but on average, makes you into a line where they think that you've got really big offensive linemen.
That's right. It's like
it's the math.
There's something about the shock and awe of seeing Trent Brown in person for the first time where you just be like, wow, they love big guys.
Yeah, right. It's exactly right. Text message, do you think Nick should call Drew Dahlman, who just retired from the Bears at age 27 several weeks ago, to see if he might want to play this season now that he's had time to think about it?
I don't know if he's capable of thinking. That's why he's retiring.
Yeah.
Didn't he have a boatload of concussions?
I'm pretty sure. And here's the thing about that. He's still the property of the Bears.
Yeah.
So just because you retire doesn't mean your contract goes away. He's still the property. He's still the property of the Bears. And I would be skittish, and this is I say this with zero judgment. I would be skittish about going and trying to convince somebody to play football again that they might up and leave in the middle of a season.
No. And he retired because of reportedly concerns over his multiple concussions.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. So I guess that's which you might not be aware of or not, obviously.
Yeah.
Whoever asked that question. So
Right.
Yeah, I doubt it.
You'd have to trade for him. I don't want to trade for him. You'd have to give the Bears a pick. And
if they wanted to take a 7th-round pick or something.
Maybe.
That
was
one thing. Our one listener got really upset with us the other day because we were talking about the Montgomery trade. And I said that the Texans basically gave them a 4th-round pick.
Right.
And or the equivalence of a 4th-round pick. And he was furious because he felt like I was misleading the public. And I tried to explain to him, no, the way the point system works when they calculate the value of this, it was a 28th overall pick in the 4th round,
right,
and a future 7th, and Juice Scruggs.
Yep.
So, even if you calculate out Juice Scruggs as a 5th or a 6th round pick, because it was a 28th pick overall, it still calculates out to a 4th round pick.
It calculates out to
David Montgomery,
the 3rd pick of the 4th round, not the 28th pick of the 4th round.
So it's just, and to be clear, I don't think Juice Scruggs was going to get a 5th round pick.
God, no.
Juice Scruggs might have gotten a 7th from somebody.
He was a throw-in in that trade.
So it was.
You know what he's worth.
Yeah, and that's one of the things too. I think people and the reason that I kind of framed it that way is you got to remember it's the equivalence of a 4th round pick.
Yeah.
Is that a lot of people are skeptical of the Texans trading so much for David Montgomery.
Yeah.
They're like, no, they traded a future 7th in Juice Scruggs plus a late 4th round pick.
Right.
It's not. Don't try to act like this. It was this mega spend to get David Montgomery in the building.
Yep. Here was Ed Ingram. He was on Texans All Access this week, signed his new 3-year, $37 million deal to return to the Texans. Here's Ed Ingram on why he decided to come back to the Texans before even hitting free agency.
I'm not going to lie. I was very nervous because I didn't know, what wasn't like in store for me. Like I could have ended up all the way in Cali or a different team somewhere that I didn't really like and stuff like that. So that's why I was worried about maybe getting into a bad culture. And being here in Houston, I've experienced like being in a good culture. So it's like I didn't want to lead that or chance it. So I'm glad we was able to come to a deal.
Yeah. And how about staying in Texas as a whole? I mean, you're a Texan, so it must feel good that way.
No state tax, huh? How about that?
Okay, we've talked. Okay, want to ask you as a player, does that matter?
Oh, it definitely matters. Come on now. Like, I was in Minnesota, and those taxes was, like, taking all my money. So being here, the paychecks are looking different.
Well, 'cause I heard some guys talk on the radio the other day, and they're like, it's too much made of that. It doesn't really matter. I'm like, man, you're in California. You're paying 13% state tax.
Yeah, that's taking a lot of your money. So Texas is pretty much ideal.
Yeah.
I think you know what, John was probably listening to me talk about it. And I've come around on this. I do think, like, for a long, long time, I think very few players put as much into it as they should have. I think today's athlete is smarter in this regard because I've heard multiple guys mention it this year, more so than I have in the past. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's the NIL effect, even though Ed Ingram didn't play under NIL or anything. But yeah, I applaud the modern athlete for understanding just how punitive state income taxes can be in some places. But it's at the upper level deals, that's where I still think a lot of guys it depends on whether their ego's getting involved or not.
Yeah, sure.
Like some guys just want to be the top paid, or they want to be able to have that whatever their ego gets stroked by the total amount in comparison to their peers. They worry more about that than they should instead of looking at the bottom line.
And so sometimes you got to go to California to get that contract, as Ed Ingram was saying, or Minnesota where their taxes are brutal, that kind of thing.
It's one of the nice things about football, though, too, is that you basically, just because of your work schedule, you become a resident of Texas. You know, there's other sports where you might not end up, you know, you can play baseball and not be in the state for over 6 months.
Right.
Wait, did that work out with baseball?
Yeah, because you're in Florida for March. Yeah, you're April through October. Yeah.
So it's pretty easy to establish. But I remember, when I moved, I was lucky. I played in Florida and I played in Texas where there's no state income tax.
That's nice.
I remember talking to Jeff Loggeman about this when I was in Jacksonville because he had played for the Jets. And that was when they were based in New York. So they had those super high New York income taxes. Mm-hmm. And his first couple years, like, the state of New York was coming after him. They were like, hey, where's our money? No, you got to prove. He had to show receipts of airline tickets and like proof that he had been in Florida for at least 6 months that year.
Yeah. That's
So anybody coming to Houston, like Braden Smith, I would tell them, hey, be sure you document everything about exactly when you're in the state.
Absolutely. Hey, I want to make sure we get this in. I know we got a nice long segment, but this was a big topic yesterday. The Dan Orlovsky versus the world, but particularly the Orlovsky versus McAfee from a couple of days ago. And for those who don't recall, Dan Orlovsky, we don't have to replay Dan's take on this. I think most people are familiar in general right now, because of a lot of film that he's watched. Dan Orlovsky has what feels like the minority opinion of Ty Simpson from Alabama, who had his pro day yesterday, is a better quarterback prospect than Fernando Mendoza, who is forecasted by every single mock draft that we've seen to go number 1 overall to the Raiders. So by definition, it's a contrarian take because these mock drafts all have Mendoza going number 1. To the Raiders. And so Dan Orlovsky caught a bunch of heat for it and didn't do a great job when he was on McAfee, I think, trying to back up his opinion on this. Yeah. This is what the Orlovsky versus McAfee audio sounded like.
Okay, Big Ten championship. In that game, they're down 13-6 going into the fourth quarter, Indiana.
And then what?
Boom.
So do they win the game?
And then what, brother?
Yes. But
we're talking about all the moments. You're talking about traits. It's like, okay, how about 2nd and 17?
6 points through the first 3 quarters. People.
Ohio State's defense is a historic defense. Like, what are we even talking about?
People crucified Arch Manning for doing that on the road.
Crucified Arch Manning. Arch Manning's not a part of this conversation.
Well, if you go by that too, like Indiana beat Alabama, 38-0. I mean, it's
Okay, so we're just picking and choosing.
No. You
Yeah.
guys aren't
And this is
hearing
why
what I'm
people
saying.
say you're getting paid to do this. You know what I mean, Dan?
No, because I'm giving you factual information, not opinion. They had 6 points through the first 3 quarters in the Big Ten title game.
Against Ohio
That's a
State,
fact.
look up who their defense is. Look up what that defense. That's like one of the greatest defenses in the history of football. And then what did he do?
Defense.
And then what did he do, Dan?
The biggest moment.
And what did he do, Dan?
The biggest court.
He threw I think he threw the post to start the second half, which is a great throw and a great recognition.
Okay, so we're good. We're good. So McAfee is kind of dragging Orlovsky. It's something you don't often see on McAfee's show, like him debating.
I feel like Orlovsky was really on his heels too, and that he started bringing up stuff that I don't think if he had time to prepare for a debate on ESPN or something on the morning whatever show he's on, that he would bring up something like, well, he wasn't good in the first 3 quarters of a football game
against Ohio State of all teams.
Yeah, like that. It's beneath him. Yeah. So McAfee just kind of had him flustered.
He did.
Also, I want to say we're gonna talk about this in a little bit. But I was surprised that McAfee brought up this is why people are saying that you're
being paid for it. Yeah, for those who don't know what that reference is.
I felt like that was a little bit below the belt because like McAfee. Well, you know what? Maybe it's not below the belt.
No, there are people saying that. For those who don't know what Seth's talking about, Dan Orlovsky and Ty Simpson share the same agency. They're both clients of CAA. So that's. Yeah, I don't think it was out of bounds at all. But again, to your point, I think it caught Orlovsky off guard, though.
Yeah, that's what I was saying because I didn't want to use below the belt. I guess it came out of left field when Orlovsky's hearing it, and it kind of flustered him.
It's atypical of McAfee, and I think that's the biggest thing. Now, McAfee yesterday, once the dust all settled, had a message for Dan Orlovsky. He said, Dan, we still love you, buddy.
Dan Orlovsky had a long day on the internet yesterday.
Why?
We would like to let everybody know we love Dan Orlovsky.
Love him.
We birthed Dan Orlovsky.
Yeah.
So, we actually love Dano. He swam himself right into this one, so that's on him. But we know Dano. Dan will go back to the tape. Dan will continue to do his thing. We appreciate Dan. We love Dan. And I kind of hate how he does stuff and then plays victim.
Sure.
I don't like how that happens.
I can see that.
No, it's crybaby move.
But on that note, we love Dano.
Yes.
We love everything about Dano. And Dano genuinely believes everything he's saying. I think people need to give him a little bit more credit for that. Even if he does ask dumb questions like what big games has Fernando Mendoza played in. Coming off of winning a national championship.
Sure.
There's just a lot of that. We love Dano. We would like everybody to know that we love Dano. And Dano, first time in our relationship history, didn't answer my FaceTime last night.
Wow.
He was a little bummed out.
Yeah.
He was a little bummed out.
So
Dano, we love you, Dano.
This guy.
We appreciate you, Dano. We can't wait till the next time we talk to you.
Yeah,
it was. I enjoy the whole exchange because it does. We've all been in that situation where where a group of your friends, just a bunch of guys, and you're standing all alone, and they just start crushing you, and how I felt to the point where you get so angry and flustered, and you believe 100% wholeheartedly in your take, but these idiots won't believe it, and now they're being mean to me.
All of them, yeah.
It's when your friend.
That was the thing.
Those guys chatting about it and laughing about it after Orlovsky is basically, taking his football and gone home.
Right.
You get into an argument at the backyard football game. You're like, that's it, I'm leaving.
Yeah, dude, it was. And the fact that the fact that the come to Jesus, hey, we still love you, came with at least 2 other thinly veiled shots at Orlovsky.
You want him to call him an idiot or a crybaby?
Yeah, he said, McAfee's like, I don't know, I don't like how you play the victim on social media, but
no, and his buddy called him a crybaby.
Yeah.
As they're talking about how much they love him.
Oh my God,
that was great.
All right,
so Nick Costos on You Better You Bet.
Yep.
Which I think is an Odyssey venture.
It is. Yeah, it's part of that Westwood One network that
he had
part of.
Daniel Jeremiah on, and this is what Nick Costos asked the question. I'll let him set it up.
Okay.
Do you get that sense that there are some teams out there that do prefer Ty Simpson to Fernando Mendoza, DJ?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can talk to different people, but I have not talked to anyone that has that. So, and that's not saying that he's saying anything untrue. He just is talking to different folks, apparently than the folks that I've been talking to, but I have not. And that goes obviously from the Raiders and a bunch of other teams too. And it wasn't particularly close.
Yeah, and that's okay. So I should have set that up. That Orlovsky claims that he's talked to multiple executives who feel the same way he does. And somebody, was it Lombardi?
It was
ESPN?
it was Kuiper, Mel Kuiper.
Oh no. Kuiper said he hasn't heard it. Tannenbaum, I believe, said that he has.
And he had heard it. That's right.
From other executives.
Yep.
So I don't know. It's weird because Daniel Jeremiah talks to a lot of people. And it's hard to think that there's not in the Venn diagram there, like that Orlovsky and Daniel Jeremiah would probably be talking to a few of the same people.
Absolutely, because Orlovsky quantified it. He said, I've talked to 12 or texted with 12 to 15 GMs, he said. That's half the league.
And so in the Venn diagram of GMs that Jeremiah talks to, it feels like there's probably some crossover there. Now, maybe some of them are being dishonest to one of them.
That's true. That's true. It is lying season right now. That is true.
Jeremiah did address whether Orlovsky's opinion was bought and paid for.
The whole trial balloon of like, oh, it was an agency favor and all that kind of stuff. Like, well, I'm represented by the same agency, and Ty Simpson is my 38th player, and Fernando Mendoza is my number 1 overall player. That's not really how this whole thing works. So that was kind of silly to me. Dan's a good friend of mine, and long before he went on TV and talked about this opinion, we had shared a lot of text messages back and forth. I share a different opinion than he does, and so we had this conversation over text, probably a week ago, and I ended up, the last thing he said, look, I finished up all the tape. He felt the way he felt. My advice to him was, look, hey, if you've done all the work, when you've done all the work, then you can be confident in your opinion, and that's what your job is, to give your opinion.
That's my favorite part. So Dan decided to ask me at the very end of our text exchange, should I go walk in traffic during rush hour? And Daniel Jeremiah said, look, if that's the way you have to go to get home, then definitely go out in the middle of the Katy Freeway and walk home in traffic.
Jeremiah, he has that trait which I like in talent evaluators, which is humility.
Yeah.
And I think there's always a part whenever, because every scout, and he's a former scout, every scout and GM has been way wrong about things, and they've been burned by guys that they loved that ended up being bums, etc. So in your mind, the good scouts and the good personnel people always have that, they're an awareness of their blind spots.
Sure.
So like, you know what? Yeah, he might be seeing something I don't see. But at the same time, I want, like, this one might be strong enough that he really. It's like when your friend is basically asking your advice about whether he should get into a pyramid scheme or not.
Yeah.
And you can tell that it's a pyramid scheme.
Right.
You can tell that it's a bad business venture. And you try to talk to them, but you can tell their mind's made up. And you're like, all right, well, good luck to you.
Learn your lesson.
Yeah.
Go learn your lesson.
Try not to be a jerk as you're saying it, but you're just, okay, good luck to you. But also in the back of your mind, you're thinking, gosh, what if he is right? What if this is an incredible get-rich-quick scheme? Scheme,
well,
not scam.
Here's the thing about this, just specific to Mendoza and Ty Simpson, and if we're going to look and, adjudicate several years from, 2-3 years from now, oh, my God, look back and Dan Orlovsky was right. I will say this, like Ty Simpson is forecasted to go in an area of the draft where there's a decent chance that a good team could take him to be their future quarterback. Like there's a decent chance that the Rams at 29, well, no, the Rams traded the 29th pick, so I take that back for Trent McDuffie. But there's a chance that maybe a team with an older quarterback drafts Ty Simpson to let him sit for a year or two. Mm-hmm. And it could be the Rams. Maybe the Rams move back into the draft and take Ty Simpson. He could get taken by a team that, it's hard to get taken by a team that's a worse ecosystem than the Las Vegas Raiders. There is a good chance based on the team that he's going to that Fernando Mendoza is going to fail just because he's going to the Raiders, who are a janky-ass, long time, haven't won squat in the last several years franchise. Derek Carr was their quarterback for nearly a decade there. He played in one playoff game. That was it, and didn't win it. So that's a bad organization. I don't care that Tom Brady's in the building. That's a bad organization. It's
a bad organization, I guess, but we've all seen bad organizations turn it around.
Right.
The Texans were thought of as one of the Texans were in a different boat than the Raiders because the Texans had relatively recently been to playoffs.
Yep.
By the time they got to that stretch where people looked at them as one of the worst organizations in the league, it was relatively short-lived.
Yep.
That was it was a small segment of time, whereas the Raiders have been just atrocious for a long time. I guess the Bills would be the best example of a team that has really, really legitimately turned it around after a 2-decade playoff drought.
Yeah.
And, we joke about it because it's relatively simple. All you need is the right owner, the right head coach, the right GM, and the right quarterback.
That's it.
There you go. It's so simple.
That's
all you need are those 4 key people.
Well, and if
is there a chance that Spytek and Clint Kubiak, at the very least, are the right guys? And then is Tom Brady enough to overcome the owner, to overcome Davis in Las Vegas?
You nailed it. That's the question. And I just wouldn't bet on it right now is all.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't bet on it. And so that's where Orlovsky maybe has a chance to be right about this, is that Mendoza is getting taken by an organization that at the very least has more than just a recent track record of being a bad organization. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out. Speaking of which, mock draft injection time. I'm guessing another mock draft here where Fernando Mendoza goes number 1. But this is a 3-round mock from Jacob Infante of the Pro Football and Sports Network. A familiar name, but one name that slips to the Texans at 38 that's very interesting as well. Do we agree with this approach to the draft in a 3-round mock? We'll do the mock draft injection coming up next. Men's T Clinic, what I want to tell you about right now. Men's T
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Mock draft injection time. Boom, 7:45, right on the nose. Every day during draft season, Seth and I pick a different mock drafter out. There are no shortage of mock drafters, so there's always material. We try to keep it fresh. Warning, at least one of these picks is somebody we talked about yesterday. So if you missed but if you missed the show yesterday and you missed Seth's awesome opinion on this particular player, then you're going to get your own version of it here on a Thursday on Payne and Pendergast.
I'm going to have John Harris on my Believe in Texans podcast later today.
Good guess. That's a good booking there.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And we got to start having him on more regularly as we approach the draft.
Indeed.
We should have John on. Honestly, we should have John on more often anyway.
Yeah.
I think you and I just both, I feel like we never want to impose. You know, but during draft season especially, you got to go check out his Football Takeover website.
He's really good,
and listen to his appearances with us.
Yep. Yeah, John.
And he also appears on this station. I'm not sure if people are aware of that.
He does 6 o'clock. You can find him. Absolutely. Yeah, we need to do that for sure. Johnny, I know you're listening, so clear the deck, buddy. We're gonna get you on. So mock draft and by the way, Johnny, text if you've got a new mock-up at footballtakeover.com because I like that because then we bring Johnny on so that we do a mock draft injection with the actual creator of the the vaccine inside the injection himself, John Harris. Yeah,
it's like having Einstein on to talk about the theory of relativity.
Same exact thing.
I've been trying to get that one for a long time.
Yeah, you've been working on Einstein forever. Stay after it, buddy.
Yeah,
you got this. All right, here we go. Jacob Infante, Pro Football and Sports Network, PFSN, if you want to go find him, has a 3-round mock. So let's do this here. With the 28th overall pick in the Jacob Infante Pro Football, or I'll just say PFSN mock draft, Texans select Peter Woods, defensive tackle, Clemson. We had whatever mock we had yesterday. I forget who it was. I think it might have been Field Yates. I don't remember. Whoever it was had the Texans taking Peter Woods also. He is becoming sort of the Blake Miller of the defensive side of the ball for the Texans in these mock draft sets.
He's the most often mocked, the most frequently mocked player to the Texans in the ones you're seeing.
He's taken the lead now. Both guys are Clemson guys. Peter Woods, it's interesting. Talking about Peter Woods again, like we did yesterday, actually gives us a chance to highlight one of the things, the trepidation that some fans had on the text page yesterday after Peter Woods got selected in the mock draft, is that they're out on Clemson guys because of Deshaun Watson. You bring up a Clemson guy, like, nope, Deshaun Watson.
Well, DeAndre too. Maybe there was just something like, it didn't end well with him either.
Right.
Okay. That wasn't really his fault.
No. What do you think of Peter Woods? For those who missed it yesterday.
I think he's it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot to get excited about with him. He looks a lot like the kind of guy that you might think in this DeMeco Ryans defense. You want the defensive tackles to get upfield and penetrate and be explosive. He's not huge at all. But he's a really good athlete. I think he's 6'3", like 298. Whatever his combine measurements were.
Yeah.
But he can be disruptive, and it would be a good fit. I'm always intrigued by this just because it's not as clear to me that DeMeco necessarily has a type that he's looking for in defensive tackles. Other than that, I don't think he probably would ever have a big guy like T'Vondre Sweat. But I also wouldn't rule it out.
Sure.
Completely. I think DeMeco will change and tweak, and Matt Burke also, of course, will change and tweak his defense to kind of address where some of the issues are. Like, he's tweaked the way the defensive tackles play against the run at times. And I think there is a place where he might at some point say, you know what, I'd like to have a supersized dude in there for every now and then or for certain situations.
Sure.
Probably not in the first round, though. So I think Peter Woods makes a lot of sense.
Okay. So let's do these other picks from Jacob Infante of PFSN with the 38th overall pick. It's a good one. It's an interesting one, especially because he had his pro day yesterday and was coined as having people buzzing at his pro day. Caden Proctor, massive offensive lineman from Alabama who, according to Field Yates of ESPN yesterday, Seth, at Alabama's pro day, had people, quote, buzzing with his performance. Yates pointed out that what impressed scouts the most was Proctor's movement skills during the on-field drills, calling them, quote, exceptional. We need to point out this guy is 6'7", 360 pounds. This is a hoss. This is a big boy that they've got.
Yeah, no, and I think that in keeping with the theme of physicality on the offensive players they've signed, I mean, every guy that they've brought in on the offensive side of the ball has physicality, run blocking. David Montgomery is a very physical runner. He's good in short yardage situations. If everything they've done so far in the offseason is almost specifically a response to every time we watch them run the ball 3 times in a row up the middle and get stuffed.
Yeah.
It's almost like that. You could see maybe D'Amico just sitting around stewing, in a very atypically grumpy fashion. D'Amico's wife walks in, and she's like, D'Amico, you haven't smiled in like 3 minutes. What's going on? Right. And he's like, I'm thinking about the time I told Kaylee to just keep running it up the gut.
Right.
And
thinking about us handing it to British Brooks 2 times in a row inside the one.
I'm thinking about how I just thought that those guys were all of a sudden going to magically grow tougher and more physical.
Yeah.
They've done everything they've done on the offensive side of the ball is to address that issue.
Yes.
And Proctor would be a good potential solution for some of that.
Physicality. If you're looking for one word to describe what the Texans have been trying to address this offseason, I think the word is physicality.
Yeah.
That's it. So Caden Proctor with the 38th overall pick. All right, let's rapid fire these other two. It's the Texans have another second-round pick and a third-round pick, 59th and 69th. With the 59th overall pick, the Houston Texans select Sam Hecht, center for Kansas State. I guess the guy we might need to ask about him, Seth, it would be Reggie Atatula, who is a big Kansas State guy.
Yeah.
So he's probably got takes on Sam Hecht. I don't know if you've watched him at all, but I like the addressing of a positional need with the 59th overall pick there.
No, I think
center.
That's again where right now it's Jake Andrews and Evan Brown, I guess, and Jarrett Patterson in competition at center, and none of those guys really inspire the imagination. I'm intrigued by Jake Andrews to see where potentially he might end up, developing into. But I think that's the one spot on the offensive line right now where I think there's a legitimate competition.
Yeah.
And I would also, I don't know, somebody the other day brought this up, and I don't want to just, assume something. Is there a competition between Braden Smith and Trent Brown at right tackle? I don't think there is. I think Braden Smith is going to start. And I think that they look at Trent Brown as a guy that's got a long injury history, and he's getting up there in years, and he's probably a really good swing tackle to have, and he's going to play at some point this year. But I also don't want to completely, rule it out just because Braden Smith was signed. And the classic thinking is, no, there's no way in hell that they would. I'd be very, very surprised if that's a genuine competition, but is there a chance that there is?
Well, if Braden Smith doesn't play well, look,
Yeah.
He's going to be going up against Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter in practice every single day. So Braden Smith is probably going to have some moments, when fans are out of practice watching, where he's having to go up against Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, and he may not get the best of them. And then, you got Trent Brown going out there, and right now he'd be going against Dominique Robinson and Dylan Horton,
Yeah.
And so just in terms of the optics and the narratives that can get created with something like that, I could see fans being like, boy, did we sign this guy? If Braden Smith has practices like Blake Fisher had last year against those guys, people are going to be upset. I don't think he's going to. Braden Smith's a vet. I don't think he's better than Will Anderson or Daniil Hunter, but I think he's going to hold his own. So, but yeah, if the guy's not, if he's not playing well, then you can't, it's malpractice to put him out there if you got a better solution. But I'm with you. The leader in the clubhouse, 1,000%, is Braden Smith. If everybody's healthy, Braden Smith will be with the ones when they start their off-season activities, OTAs, any activity where they're lining up and doing a walkthrough or something like that. He'll be RT1, we'll call it.
I was looking. One of our listeners made a point. I think it was Texans Jacob. He was looking at the relative athletic scores of various guys that the Texans have signed, and there's kind of a theme on the offensive line of getting better athletes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I got to look into that more. I just, relative athletic score is just kind of a compilation of a bunch of the stats, and they take all the top players and everything and figure out where you are stacked up to them. And Hecht has a 8.59, which is pretty good.
Is that really good?
It's not elite. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll have to lean on the actual draft nerds who follow this stuff, but I don't think it's as high as some of the other guys that they've taken who are like closer to 9 or above.
Gotcha.
I looked mine up because I got curious.
Yeah.
Way higher than it should have been.
Really?
Based on, I had a really good vertical and broad jump.
Okay.
For my size.
Can you
my
dunk?
40 was awful.
Can you dunk? Or could you
I
back in the
could
day?
back in the day.
Back in the day, yeah.
I could dunk when I weighed. I think the heaviest I ever was when I could dunk was like 285.
That's damn good, dude. That's impressive.
I couldn't dunk when I was 305.
That's really impressive. By the way, the 69th overall pick, they took the Texans in this mock. Hosea Trotter, linebacker from Missouri. Just to close the book on that mock draft injection. All right, up next, opening night for baseball was last night. Opening day for the Astros is today. I'm getting more and more excited about this. The broadcast on Netflix, how did they do? One person in particular. They had Jameis Winston as part of the broadcast team. Let's rate Jameis Winston's performance on Netflix last night. Up next.
Oh, you know who else does really well every single day? 365 days a year in Houston? Mokaram Injury Attorneys. They've been
St. Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Man, the algorithm is just evil to me today, Seth. This is
why.
I think this is the tweet. I think this is the tweet you were referring to earlier in the show. It's definitely the stat that you were referring to with the Rockets earlier in the show. Brado, at Brado NBA.
Oh, yeah. I got it from Brado. I cited him. Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
I know which one you're about to read.
Yep. The Rockets, who, if you missed it last night, good for you. 110-108. They lose in overtime. They score the first 13 points of overtime. They give up the final 15 points of overtime. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen, literally, in the last 29 years, none of us have seen anything like it, because teams that were ahead by double digits in overtime going back 29 years were 180-0.
Yeah.
Once you got up double digits. They're now 180-1 thanks to the Rockets. This is the Brado number, though. 1-7 in overtime, by far the worst in the NBA. 4-9 in three-point games, also the worst in the NBA. So margins of, I guess, are exactly 3 points. I don't know, or maybe 3 or fewer.
Yeah.
The Rockets team has a big problem, is what Brado says, and I agree with him. They got a lot of problems right now, man. A lot of problems.
They don't. It's everything about them is one. It makes them so much more emotionally frustrating than your typical playoff team that might be underperforming or what have you.
Yep.
Because there's so many things that are unpleasant to the eyeball. Just in general, even though it's improved somewhat as of late, but just in general, the lack of an offense, like a lack of a structured offense or solutions or answers to what happens when Kevin Durant gets doubled. But the turnovers just drive you insane. And this speaks to that overtime win-loss record. The fourth quarter disappointments. It's everything that happens in the fourth quarter and in overtime where the sloppiness really comes up and bites them. And it's exactly why you don't have any faith in them in the playoffs. It's because, versus good teams or when it gets competitive and when the other team really dials in, are you capable of keeping up with good teams when they really dial in?
Yep.
And for 15 straight points last night, you saw that they were not.
They were not at either end of the floor, man. It was bad. We'll talk more about it in the next segment. But the baseball season kicked off last night on Netflix. So the baseball now getting into that stream. Well, they've been in that streaming world. Hell, the Friday game, Seth, for the Astros is an Apple TV game. So baseball's been getting into the streaming thing, but Netflix is now getting into the baseball business. And they had their broadcast last night of the season opener. The Yankees and the Giants, and Jameis Winston was part of the broadcast last night.
Yes, and this is very relevant because we were having a discussion the other day about current athletes who might be good broadcasters.
Yeah,
and I was pretty bullish. I believe I came out pretty bullish on Jameis Winston.
You did. Yep.
Yeah. And it, depending on what role he was going to be in, who knows? But I feel like he's become so much more likable, really, ever since he got sober. He'll tell you that. He's just you're seeing the very best version of Jameis Winston, and he's likable. That's the most important thing for a lot of television personalities.
Hugely likable, able to speak off the cuff.
And I didn't used to like him.
No.
Now I like him.
I do too.
So I was very, I was trying to look at this and understanding. Okay, this is his first time in an environment quite like this, and he's doing baseball outside of his comfort zone.
Yep.
Let's see how he does. This first one, he has some fun with the woman at the desk. I don't know who that was.
I don't know who it was either.
But who asked him
it was it's Elle Duncan.
Oh, okay.
It used to be on
that's
ESPN.
Right.
Yeah.
It was Elle Duncan asked him a question.
She's like the face of Netflix sports now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think you'll see. Don't get mad at her as if she's asking some out of bounds question.
Right.
This was clearly set up. But here's Jameis Winston answering what could be perceived as an awkward question.
Heisman Trophy winner Jameis Winston, who's hanging out the Crazy Crab here at Oracle Park. I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Jameis, did you pay for the crab legs or?
Well, Elle, I may or may not be plotting to find ways to get some fresh crab legs, but a trusted source told me that ever since Barry Bonds retired from the San Francisco Giants, that sales have skyrocketed due to the decrease of baseball-related crab deaths.
Okay. All right. It's a corny joke. And yet, delivered delightfully by Jameis Winston, who really, There's one thing I noticed last night is Jameis he has the soul of a 57-year-old man, I think. And he there's a corniness about him that doesn't annoy me, though, the way that it might, because it feels more natural with him. Yeah.
What percentage of people do you think got the crab leg joke with Jameis?
That's a good, you know what, because it's a, that was a crossover hit back in the day.
Well, it's a reference to him getting caught stealing crab legs from a Publix in Florida when he was at FSU. One of many transgressions that Jimbo Fisher had to try to explain away for the former Heisman Trophy winner and national champion for the Florida State Seminoles back in the day.
Well, because that would have been back in, what, 2014 or so?
Yeah. He won the Heisman in 13, I want to say. Yeah.
And he was drafted in 15.
Yep.
So that was a conversation right up through the draft and beyond.
Absolutely.
So it's been a running joke. I would say pretty much any sports fan.
Yeah.
So maybe some 20-year-olds didn't get it because, back when they were 10 or so.
Or maybe on that broadcast, maybe baseball fans didn't get it.
Yeah, but I think it was enough of a crossover hit. That came into the mainstream media and everything, and it was a running gag beyond that. I feel like if you've been on social media at all as a sports fan, you know about most people know Jameis Winston and the crab leg.
Yeah, he did commercials within the last year or two for a big crab place up in Baltimore or something like that.
And so Barry Bonds, I only saw a couple little clips of Barry Bonds, who was at the desk also. So he was making that joke, is also a compliment to Barry Bonds.
Barry's in the media now. You don't say.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He addressed it. Well, no, you know what? He said he didn't. He may have. I didn't see it. He said he made a. You know what? I'll give him credit for kind of, talking about his warts or perceived warts. Was that he talked about how he might not have been a guy that talked to his teammates a bunch, but he was a good teammate on the field. And which I thought a level of self-awareness about the perception of him, or who he is as a person.
That's good to hear. Yeah. That's good to hear.
But so far, I like that from Jameis. He looked comfortable, composed, wasn't hurried or anything. He seemed like he was being himself.
Yes, very affable, no doubt. Do we have more Jameis? Give me more Jameis.
This one got a little awkward and weird, but it was kind of a unique moment because it looks like he's just walking around batting practice, and Harrison Bader, I think, actually approaches Jameis Winston, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
But this is Jameis and Harrison Bader. Remember, Jameis Winston was a pitcher in college.
Yep.
Jameis Winston?
Yes.
I played against you at FSU. You pitched against me when I was in like a freshman.
So Harrison here, who is a all-star fielder himself, a Gold Glove winner, man, and he can also drop bombs, as we just saw this. So tell me about that reminiscence you said. When do we see each other?
So freshman year at Florida State, you came in relief, throwing like 96, 97, and we all know you play football. You got a really good arm on the mound too, so you might not remember it, but I remembered it.
But how did it turn out? Did you hit one off the right field wall off it?
Nah. I think I either rolled it over because I was juiced or I struck out.
Well, let me tell you something. A lot of people were juiced when I got on that mound because I was like the person I got to hit this guy. This guy's won the Heisman. Everybody just wanted to hit me.
Everybody wanted a piece.
Well, he got a piece. He got a 3-piece, and he got a backwards K, if I remember. Obviously, that didn't happen.
There's part at the end that I kind of got lost. I don't know what he was necessarily.
The backwards K would be a strikeout looking. I know that. That's
yeah. But I don't. I think that. The only thing I didn't like about that exchange was it felt like that was kind of canned and prearranged.
Yeah.
Like they made it look like Harrison Bader was like, "Hey, Jameis Winston.
Hey, are you
I
Jameis?
know you.
Hey, it's Jameis Winston, quarterback of the New York Giants."
The other part about it, though, too, is Harrison Bader is a big dude.
Yeah.
He's yoked. He is muscular.
Yeah.
So him using the term juice there,
I
would guard against that.
Yes.
Because he didn't mean it. He meant juiced emotionally.
Are you sure?
Like, you were juiced?
Yeah.
As in past tense?
Right.
Because you look like you might be dabbling still.
Juicing. Yeah. Oh, that was good. So Jameis getting a lot of love on the Base Power text line for people who watched the game last night. I watched the broadcast. I thought Jameis did a great job bringing some comedic energy to the broadcast. It didn't come off as a gimmick because he's got a pretty solid baseball background.
Yeah. That's the part about. I think I saw a lot of people when they first announced that Jameis Winston was going to do this. where they acted like it was just a stupid gimmicky thing and everything.
Yeah.
I think sure, there's a little bit of a gimmick to it, except that he has a personality that's built for stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he knows baseball. Like he knows I don't know how much current baseball.
Yep.
A lot of people listening right now saw more of the broadcast than I did. But it's not a complete square peg in a round hole.
No.
It makes sense.
No, and he's got a big personality. I like that the streamers, the Netflix, the Apple TVs, the YouTubes of the world, those seem to be the ones that are most into the sports. I like that they try new stuff.
I like that they try new stuff. I think sometimes they overdo it with some of the comedians and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one that's funny right now is that and the networks are doing this too. Is Nate Bargatze is kind of he's one of the hot comics right now.
Yeah.
And I like him a lot as a comic, but his whole thing is kind of deadpan delivery, not high energy and everything. And I think when he's on, a lot of people he's on with, I don't think they get his jokes.
Yeah.
I think it almost it's so far out of the element of what they're expecting and everything that I haven't enjoyed him when he does these bits.
He is a Nashville guy, I believe, is where he's based out of. And so I didn't know who he was when he went on game day this year. He was the celebrity picker for one of the it was a Tennessee, or it might have been a Vanderbilt game. And they were at Vanderbilt for game day, and he was the celebrity picker. I think he wound up being the best one this year in terms of the number that he got right. But I didn't know who he was. And so when I went and Googled him about halfway through the appearance there, and I'm like, this guy's a comedian? Because they weren't, he was mixing in little one-liners here and there.
Yeah.
But his energy level was not. It wasn't typical of a comedian you would think you're bringing on to game day.
The thing that makes him funny, he's very self-deprecating and tells stories, and it's like the thing that makes him really funny as a comic, I don't think necessarily translates into those environments.
No, I immediately went to YouTube just because I was a little bewildered. I'm like, this guy's a comedian, so I went to go watch some of his comedy. I'm like, oh, okay, he's really funny.
Yeah.
But to your point, sometimes it is a bit of a weird puzzle to fit when you bring in non-sports people.
It's been fun for me to watch Nate Bargatze hit the mainstream, though, because Mike and I had him in studio back when we used to have comedians on, and he was a guy I specifically asked for. Like, I called up the improv guy because I saw that he was going to be in town.
Yeah.
Because I really, really liked him, before he was huge. And so it's also hard for me sometimes to watch him in these spots where I'm glad he's getting paid for it and everything, but I also feel it's not the best display of why he's so funny.
Hey, is this we have a Take-A-Mania candidate? You and I said last Friday we're going to try to do a better job of making sure we stockpile some good Take-A-Mania candidates.
Yeah.
Because the field has been a little weak over the last few Take-A-Manias.
This is a bad
doozy,
take
huh?
by
Okay.
CC Sabathia. It was on with Kay Adams, and Kay Adams asked him about the salary cap discussions and should there be a salary cap.
I don't think anything should change. For me, I just want whatever system they adopt going forward, just fair for everybody, where everybody don't feel like nobody on either side feel like they're getting cheated. I mean, nobody had a problem with the Yankees in the late 90s when they, were going for a three-peat and signing every star and, doing everything that, the Dodgers are doing right now.
What are you talking about?
What the hell are you talking about? Nobody had a problem. Where have you been? CC Sabathia is 45 years old.
Yeah.
So he was in his late teens in the late 90s when the Yankees won their 3 championships. And by 1998, they had the second highest payroll. In 1999, they had the highest payroll. They would go on in the early 2000s. It got really extreme after they signed the deal with the Yes Network.
Yeah.
And that's when they started blowing everybody else out of the water. So that's when it was extreme. But you will not sit here and tell me that nobody had a problem with the Yankees having the most expensive payroll during that run of 3 championships.
Oh, my God.
What on earth are you talking about? Nobody had an issue with the Yankees in the late 90s.
This is zero shade at Kay Adams, who I think is very good at what she does. I think she's a good interviewer. We play a lot of audio from her show on this show. That's, to me, the sign that she gets good stuff. I'm assuming that she didn't push back on him with that.
I don't know. I didn't see. So she may have pushed back.
Yeah. Okay, so she may have.
So you can't throw shade at her.
I can't throw shade at her. We don't know if she pushed back. I will say this. This is where I wish CC Sabathia had said that getting interviewed by somebody who's been covering baseball for a super long. I mean, Kay Adams isn't even known for covering baseball. She's known for doing a really good job with the NFL. So that would have been one where I'd be like, what? I would want somebody sitting at that desk with him or on that Zoom or whatever it was saying, what are you talking about,
That is
dude?
so. It's a rule of life, though. Whenever you hear anybody say, you see this in politics a lot, but and I don't think you see it in sports as much because people get called on their receipts more quickly in face-to-face conversation and sports discussion. Yeah. Whenever you hear anybody say, well, nobody was mad at such and such when they did it, no, they're lying. Somebody's always mad at somebody in sports.
Of course.
There's never anybody that's had universal approval all the time.
No.
And yes, people were mad at the Yankees when they started on this process of overpaying over and over again. And they had been doing it in the early 90s. You check me on this. Yeah. They had spent a bunch of money, but they were spending on like aging guys that were big names and weren't good. It was when they figured out how to start spending more money on viable players that they really took off.
Steinbrenner has always been back in the day, going back to the advent of free agency back in the early 80s or late 70s, whenever it was. Steinbrenner always spent more than everybody else.
Yeah,
always.
Whenever you hear somebody say, nobody was mad at that such and such player or team when they were successful, they're lying. They're lying.
Well, they're lying in that there's always somebody that's mad at something, but that wasn't even what he was saying. Wasn't even the majority opinion.
Right.
It wasn't
no,
like
it was a
small group.
Right. Yeah.
Most of baseball was pissed at the concept of the Yankees.
That was as bad as it's like Orlovsky saying what big games has Fernando Mendoza played again. Right. You're like, whoa, am I crazy?
Yeah.
Did I not just see him win a national championship?
Won a national championship, made an iconic play in that game.
Am I nuts? Yeah. Why are you saying these words?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, the Rockets might kill a local legend with the way they're playing basketball right now. And an NBA expert has a suggestion for the Rockets offseason, and I will tell you my reaction. We'll give you our reaction to that coming up next. Oh, but we mentioned Beck's Prime. Seth mentioned it earlier. If you guys are going out,
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the Rockets are going to kill Calvin Murphy. They are, by the way they're playing, they're not going to take out weapons and kill him or anything like that. Their weapon is their piss poor play of the sport of basketball. That's their weapon right now. I don't think it'd be murder, Seth. I think it would be manslaughter because I don't think they mean to kill Calvin Murphy, but they are killing Calvin Murphy right now.
I always feel a little bit weird once you're saying that kind of obviously you're exaggerating, and yet people get to a certain age and that's
why it's so dangerous that they're playing basketball this way.
You brought this up before because in the post game, Calvin Murphy this year he's been in a rough spot, man.
It's gotten
in a
worse
lot of
and
these
worse.
games.
Yeah,
we've talked about it. Look, they're 1-7 in overtime games. They've got a horrible record in close margin games. Yep. They are just it's really, really hard to watch. And they tease you. They teased us all off season with by doing good things. Yep. The Kevin Durant trade, awesome. Yes. The fast start to this season. Yeah. Cool. But within games, they tease you. They get it to overtime and then they fall apart. Or they get you into the fourth quarter and then they fall apart and turn the ball over. But it's hard. And for Calvin Murphy, who really, really cares about the team and has a high expectation for what this group could do, it's really hard to watch him after these games. I feel awful for him. Yep. You can see how painful it is for him.
Yep. And it's the turnovers, everything you just said, the style of play, everything. And then last night to go up 13 in overtime, to get it, props to them to get it to overtime. Good job. You came back from down 11 with 3 minutes to go in the game. That took a lot of nuts. That took a lot of guts and balls and everything else. You score 13 to start overtime. I think at that point, the Timberwolves are still dumbfounded that they're even in overtime in that game. And then you let up the last 15 points of the game with just a myriad of turnovers, bad shots, bad decisions, Ime Udoka waiting too long to call timeouts. Everybody is at fault here, Seth. Everybody is at fault. So do we want to hear from Murph right here?
This is on the Space City Network, obviously. I got this from Robert Land at HST Podcast, who had the audio is not awesome because he just looks like he recorded it with his phone. But I left the pauses in. So if you can just imagine, paint the visual of Calvin Murphy here, Sean.
Okay.
He was wearing a purple. You guys might not be surprised by this, but it was an eye-catching outfit.
A bright purple sequiny sport coat.
It wasn't his typical conservative attire.
Right. Yeah.
So it was a shiny. He's wearing one of his shiny purple coats.
Yep.
And he's just. It looks like he's holding back.
Yeah.
It almost looks like he wants to punch somebody.
Yep.
Maybe he wants to punch Kevin Eschenfelder because there's nobody else there. But he looks like he's just physically restraining himself from saying the things that he really wants to say.
And Murph likes to fight back in the day. Murph is a fighter. So let's hear what it sounds like for a basketball team to be slowly bringing up the demise of an aging studio analyst.
It was a defensive effort going down the stretch, obviously, that caused the Rockets.
Oh.
He died.
Interesting. Is that my fault, Ben?
No, computer's fault.
Okay.
The computer. Yeah, that's appropriate, I would say.
There was like a 90% chance that I just sent Ben a 3-second file.
No.
Usually.
That computer is the Rockets' sixth man right there. That computer is.
That's our bench.
That's our bench. Yeah, that is very appropriate that the computer craps out, turns the ball over, and cuts the. Ben, just get in my ear when we're good? Okay. Here we go. Here's Murph.
It was a defensive effort going down the stretch, obviously, that caused the Rockets their demise. There was, offensively, there were some unfortunate shots taken by the wrong people that caused the Rockets not to get a good look. The Rockets did a great job to build that 13-point lead as a unit. Then going down the stretch, they went to the individual play, and it cost them.
Yeah. Okay, that was
that was the end. I didn't know there was more pauses.
The glitch that we had when we first started to play that was,
But you and I talked before we did this segment, say we got to leave the pauses in because the pauses are indicative of the exasperation of Calvin Murphy right now.
and listening to it, it doesn't do it justice at all.
He threw his pen at the end.
Yeah.
He's so mad.
He's so mad. He's just hunched over on his elbows on the desk. And the part that I really liked was where he's restraining himself was when he said that people who shouldn't have been shooting the ball were shooting the ball.
I can tell you the exact possession he's
Name them,
about.
Sean. Name the people who would not be named.
I can tell you the exact possession he's talking about because it was right at the moment. I was thinking about this last night, Seth, watching that overtime and watching the comeback slowly build in the last 3 minutes. And when during that comeback, in my mind, did I feel like, oh, crap, this is happening here. They're going to lose this game. And it was with 2 minutes to go when the Timberwolves were down 7. They had just gotten a 3-point play the old-fashioned way from Kyle Anderson to cut the lead to 7. The Rockets get a turnover up 108 to 101. They get a turnover because they don't get the ball past mid-court fast enough. They get an 8-second turnover, which those happen like once a month in the NBA. I feel like I've seen the Rockets do it 5 times in the last 2 weeks. And they do it there. Dante DiVincenzo comes back and makes a cutting layup where Reed Sheppard just totally loses him. Just totally loses track of his assignment to make it 108-103. That's when I felt they're going to lose this game. In large part, they call timeout. They come out of the timeout, and the possession out of the timeout ended up with Alperen Şengün with the ball at the top of the key, and he does that thing where he just starts to panic, and when he panics, he just starts backing whoever's in front of him down, and he comes dangerously close to getting the ball taken away from him because I don't think he's a very good ball handler when he gets hands near him, and he throws up a bad shot. And he missed a 2-point layup right there. And then Julius Randle comes down, makes the layup, cuts it to 3. And then Amen Thompson, I would add him to maybe the group Murph is talking about, takes a floating jump shot. Amen Thompson shouldn't, at that juncture in the game, shouldn't be shooting anything but dunks and layups. He misses a floater. Rockets get a rebound. Kevin Durant, turnover, bad pass. And then, the rest is history. There's a maybe the Şengün one where he backed the guy down was the one with 30 seconds left. I just know that Alpi missed a couple of them down the stretch. The exact possession I know he's talking about is the one where Alperen Şengün just started to pee his pants and back his guy down and put up a horrible shot. That's exactly the possession Murph is talking about.
And there's things in this game where, Alperen Şengün did some really good things defensively.
Yes. Saved the game at the end of the game.
He ended up with 30 points, right? He and Durant both had 30 points.
Yeah.
But yeah, Şengün has been playing much more like his old self as of late. But it's fourth quarter, it's overtime. It's these things that all season long, even when they're winning or doing well, they're just still they're a JV basketball team when it comes to crunch situations.
Durant had 30 points. Şengün had 30 points. Reed Sheppard was 3 of 13. And 2 of 10 from 3. He had a big one to start out overtime, but Reed Sheppard was bad again last night. And I think this goes back to something we said yesterday, which it really feels like, especially these last 2 games, where Durant and Şengün, at least in terms of point production, have been really good. Durant was awful just trying to be strong with the basketball. He turned the ball over 6 times, and they were horrible turnovers. But they've both been offensively pluses, I would say, the last 2 games. They were both great against the Bulls. But Reed Sheppard, on the heels of a weekend where he was the story on those 2 home games against Atlanta and Miami, has followed up his being in the starting lineup with 2 just total clunkers.
Yeah.
And the team seems to go. He's sort of the barometer for this team right now.
I'm trying to figure out. It's I don't know what are we going to do, Sean, in the playoffs?
They're going to lose in the playoffs.
I know, but what are you and I personally?
Ask me a harder question.
What are you and I personally going to do? I want to know what we're going to do during the playoffs. I don't know. This is the weirdest I've felt about a team in any sport going into the playoffs in a long time. They're definitively in the playoffs. Like they've played to the point where, you're a playoff team. Yeah, there's no denying it. Yet, because I've had teams that have made the playoffs, but you feel like, all right. Even the Astros, man. When the Astros went to the last time they went to the ALCS, you still felt kind of like, wow, good for them, but I didn't expect it. So you have the teams that when you sneak into the playoffs, you might not expect a whole bunch of them, but they've been emphatically in the playoffs all season long.
Sure.
And yet, I've never been more pessimistic about a team in the first round of the playoffs.
I will answer your question. By the way, people are pointing out Anthony Edwards didn't even play in this game last night.
Yeah.
He's one of the top 10 players in the league, didn't even play in this game, and they lose to the Timberwolves in overtime. In a game, you had a 13-point lead with 3 minutes to go in the game. To answer your question, I was thinking about this, Seth. You know that I was not a big fan of the last 2 seasons of The Office. You were not a fan of the last season or so of Ted Lasso, I think was the show we talked about yesterday. And yet, I don't know if you finished Ted Lasso, the series, or not. I finished The Office in a complete grudge watch where I didn't enjoy watching it each week, but I was loyal to the show. I needed to see this thing through. I want to see how it ends up with all the characters. So I would sit down every Thursday or whatever The Office was on in its original run, and I would grudge watch the Robert California seasons of The Office there. That's how I'm watching this team now. I got to see how this thing ends. I've been here all year, back in the good days when Steve Carell was our point guard, that kind of thing. I'm gonna watch the games because it's my job. But that's what I hate when I'm watching the game solely because it is my job, not out of enjoyment.
I think, and now maybe it's just because I'm not on social media as much as I used to be, but so maybe this is going on and I don't realize it, but it feels to me like usually in a situation like this, there would still be a groundswell of adamant fans who are saying, "You guys you're being too negative. Just wait. They're gonna prove you wrong in the playoffs." We're not even getting that.
Yeah.
And that's a perfectly normal, and it's I'm glad that there are a lot of fans who are like that say, "All right, come on, you're being too negative." It's the weirdest dynamic where this is a bona fide playoff team, and there's not even a groundswell of fans who are demanding positivity or whatever.
Taking up for them, yeah.
They all, just about everybody feels the same way. It's strange.
Because they play stupid, sloppy, careless basketball, and nobody has a stomach for that.
Yeah, even the people whose knee-jerk response is usually, "Hey, come on now, look, hey, appreciate what they're doing and this, that, the other thing." It's not there.
Right.
People are emotionally dead inside.
Yep.
They have emotionally murdered an entire city,
city. And
they've murdered a city.
And I fear for Calvin Murphy. That's my big takeaway.
They're villains.
They're heels.
They're evil villains who don't mind. They'll murder an entire city with a snap of their fingers. If they can even put their fingers together without fumbling it away.
They're Heath Ledger walking out of that hospital, man, and it blows up in the background in the Batman movie. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The one thing one of a handful of things that I'm really interested and excited to see how the Astros handle today in opening day against the Angels. We will tell you what that is coming up next. I know what puts me in a better mood, Seth, when I start thinking about the gobs and gobs.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Thursday. Opening day for the Astros is today. What's your excitement level on the season? Weigh in, Base Power text line, because the Astros are widely viewed by experts around baseball, Seth, as not a playoff team this year. I was looking at MLB.com. They have 57 experts that they polled for awards and stat leaders and, hey, what's your prediction for who's going to make the postseason, et cetera. The Astros are not predicted by that gaggle of journalists or whoever they are, reporters, former players. There's 57 of them. They are not viewed as a playoff team right now in the American League by those folks. And I think by and large around baseball, they're viewed as sort of a coin flip right now to make the postseason. This is very, very new territory for us.
It is weird because World Series odds are, that's skewed a little bit by how the public feels about things. But they're 11th right now, favorite to win the World Series.
Okay.
At 25-1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that feels about right. I think a lot of stuff needs to go right for them to even be hovering around the top 10 teams in baseball right now.
The thing about that, too, though, sometimes with World Series odds, it's okay, what's the best case scenario for a team and what's their ceiling? And you look at the back of the baseball card, Sean. It's a term that I coined myself.
Right. Like Brady coining the term likability. Yeah.
You look at the backs of baseball cards on this team, and we see where their ceiling is potentially.
Yeah.
And for me, the thing that makes me more bullish with my homer bias than other people might be is that I do still believe in the Astros' ability to get the most out of pitchers.
Yep.
And I think there's a lot to like about the upside of some of these guys. Burrows and Imai are the biggest wild cards there, where I understand and get, people outside of Houston not getting all that excited about those guys. I still do believe very much in their ability to get the most out of guys and develop guys like that. So that's what I'm feeling bullish about.
Yeah, and if the lineups, if the everyday lineup stays healthy, then they've obviously got some guys that can mash in that lineup that when they're playing to their potential. I mean, Jeremy Pena, Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, Carlos Correa, Isaac Paredes on days where he's in the lineup. You will see how that whole thing works out. If Christian Walker can be better with men on base, and I know he led them in RBIs last year, but he was horrible striking out with runners in scoring position. Yainer Diaz is a very underrated piece of that lineup. That's a catcher who hits, 290, who has power, hits 15, 20, 25 home run type power. The outfield is the big question mark. Is Jake Myers going to be a plus in the everyday lineup offensively like he was for big chunks of last year? Can he stay healthy? Cam Smith, as I said this yesterday, is a huge X factor because he's the one guy that's got a really high ceiling that I don't think the prognostications are factoring him in to hit that ceiling. But if he does, I think you're talking about maybe an 85-win team becoming an 88 or 89-win team. He goes in, throughout the course of his season, he wins some games for you with his bat. So I'm trying to stay optimistic about this team. The injuries have been just such a damper the last couple of years, so you hope that they're able to stay healthy. And I'm super intrigued as you mentioned the starting pitching. I'm more excited for Friday and Sunday in this series than I am today because of the debuts of Burrows and Imai for this team.
Yeah.
I'm more intrigued by those 2 days than I am today. We know what Hunter Brown is, and we hope he goes out and gets a win.
And in a couple of weeks when they go to their 6-man rotation, that's probably when we'll see Eric Getty.
Yes, that's right. He's in Sugar Land right now. If you're looking around for him today at the ballpark, he's in Sugar Land. I am super intrigued to see how the Astros handle the new automated balls and strike system when it comes to challenging balls and strikes. And for those, just a real quick primer, hitters, catchers, pitchers, those are the 3 entities that are allowed to challenge balls and strikes. You have to do it immediately. You have to touch your helmet to challenge it immediately. You can't get any input from the bench. And it's pretty quick. I'm sure most of you have seen it executed by now because you've either gone to a minor league game or you've watched some of these spring training games. But it's quick. You find out within about 7 or 8 seconds whether it's getting overturned or not.
And we are in year 2 of the Astros supposedly re-emphasizing judgment at the plate.
Yes.
So this is the
fantastic
second year in a row we've heard about a re-emphasis on getting back to those ways of the Astros basically being better than the umpire at figuring out balls and strikes. They didn't do such a hot job of it last year.
No.
We'll see tonight exactly how it goes.
Okay,
we know that Jose Altuve not allowed to challenge.
No. So along those lines, I've got my list. Because I was thinking about this. I'm like, okay, you're not allowed to get input from the bench. You got to do it quickly. So there's going to be hitters. I think, Seth, I'm guessing there's going to be hitters that have just universal trust because they have a good eye. I'm guessing there's some that are just a no, and I'm guessing there's at least 1 or 2 that are a hell no. We can't have you challenging. Altuve would be a hell no for me, but I feel like almost out of deference and respect to his tenure with the team, that they're probably going to be like, okay, if you feel like you need to challenge it, Jose. And it's a tricky one with Jose, too, because he's got such an odd strike zone. He's tiny. And so so what do the computers say? Here's my list. I think the unequivocal yeses for this are Yordan Alvarez, Carlos Correa, and Isaac Paredes.
Yeah.
I think those are the 3 that get, okay, if you where Joe Espada tells them before the game, use your best judgment. I think the soft no's are Christian Walker. And when I think of this, I always think of guys just swing at things out of the strike zone all the time.
Well, that's yeah.
Christian Walker, Jeremy Pena, Yainer Diaz, and any of the outfielders. Those are a soft no. Hell no for me would be Altuve. If his swings are any indication, he thinks pitches 2 feet outside the zone are
That's
strikes.
the thing, though, with Altuve. He knows he can make those hits.
Yeah.
So he knows. This is what I would worry about with him. He knows he can make those hits. He knows he's swinging at something that's outside the strike zone a lot of the time. Yeah. But it makes me wonder, though. So what is his actual knowledge of where the outside of the strike zone really is, because his personal psychological strike zone or his hit zone is a lot different than just where the plate ends.
Can I give you a big picture reason I wouldn't let Jose Altuve challenge? His judgment on the base paths.
Right. No, that's exactly what everybody is thinking.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in a game where he loses a couple of challenges and also forgets to tag up.
The fewer decisions Jose Altuve needs to make, the better off the Astros are. Right?
Yeah.
My other hell no would be Jake Myers, because I feel like he might be the first player to challenge a ball and turn it into a strike.
Like he actually
out of either naivete or he's like naively honest. He's like, you know what? Like the pitcher throws a ball to make it 3-0. Nah, you know what? I think I should have gotten called for a strike on that one. It should really be 2-1 right now, not 3-0. Jake Myers, first player to challenge a ball as a hitter. That's my prediction.
It'll be interesting to see the catcher stats on this. Because catchers are gonna be the guys that make the most challenges. Yep. They're there for every at bat, obviously. And most pitchers defer to the catcher. Yep. You've heard a lot of pitchers basically say that they want the catcher to make the decision. They got a much better idea of it. Yeah. We'll start to get a feel for this after a few weeks of which catchers actually know what they're doing.
And they can keep challenging. For those who don't know, you basically get 2 mulligans. But as long as you're getting it right, you can keep challenging all game long until you get 2 wrong. And then you're done. You're out of challenges. So I think the strategy with it is really interesting. Do you see guys, are guys more inclined to challenge? Say, we saw this in spring training. I forget who the hitter was that was up at the plate. It was one of the kind of minor league guys that was up at the plate, and it was a 3-2 pitch that with the bases loaded, and I think it got called a strike, or maybe it's like a 3-1 pitch, I think, and it got called a strike to make it 3-2. And Callis brought up the point, like he probably should have just gone ahead and challenged that because it was borderline, and if it gets overturned, you score a run right there. Walks home a run.
This is what nobody listening right this moment wants to hear, Sean. Yeah. And I apologize that I have to be the one to say this.
Okay.
But as Yankees fans are well aware, Aaron Judge gets more bad strike calls than any other major league hitter. Yeah. His odd dimensions kind of make it difficult for umpires. Yep. So Aaron Judge this is going to help him out. This is going to help him out a lot.
Great.
Unfortunately.
Well,
yeah.
He needs he only needs the help in the postseason. He doesn't need the help in the regular season. All right. Okay, let's stick with the Astros. things to worry about, things to get excited about with this, as opening day is here. You guys want some Astro talk? You've got it coming up next.
Underdog. Oh, the tournament is here. Like, geographically, it's here.
Lincoln at West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The station posted the video of me losing my bleep this morning in the 6 a.m. segment. The Rockets, in the process of murdering the entire city of Houston, at least the basketball watching portion, also nearly murdered the friendship of me and Seth C. Payne this morning because I got so mad at the Rockets that I shoved myself away from the desk, sat in the corner like a petulant little kid with my arms folded because I was so mad at them. And you thought I was mad at you, and I was not mad at you at all.
Yeah, right. Yeah, well, because I started to almost interrupt you as you're in the middle of fuming about the Rockets.
Yeah.
And then I caught myself, and then I looked down to check a stat, and I looked up, and you were over in the corner, and I thought you were just boycotting the show or something because I had tried to interrupt you.
No, not at all.
And I was like, but I didn't interrupt you. I caught myself. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No. And
you had the same look you had on your face after I hit you in the eye with a Tide Pod.
I was mad at that.
And I knew you were mad at me at that moment.
I was mad. But you and I, it's funny. People were asking about that afterwards, the whole Tide Pod incident from the Super Bowl. Seth accidentally hit me in the eye with a Tide Pod.
Because I whipped it at him.
Yeah. You threw it much harder than you thought you were throwing it.
And I was aiming for your chest, but it just came out of my hand way down. I was like Imai adjusting to the different baseball.
Yeah.
The baseball in America is different than the baseball in Japan.
That's right.
So likewise, the Tide Pod, it wasn't quite the same. It's not this. I've never thrown a Tide Pod before.
Right. You're not used to throwing it.
And it really just it was a lot livelier than I didn't know I was in the live Tide Pod era. But it just jumped right out of my hand.
It got away from you, but people were like, "Oh my God, how mad is Sean?" I'm like, we were like walking out of the Marconi Center with each other like 10 minutes later.
We interviewed somebody right afterwards.
I think we did. Yeah,
it was a quarterback. Who was it?
Was that? Oh! God, who was the quarterback that we interviewed?
Who was it?
Gannon.
Yeah, it was Rich
Gannon. It was Rich.
Thank you, Ben, because I feel bad. I was doing a live stream the other day, and for the life of me, I couldn't remember which former NFL quarterback had said something about C.J. Stroud as we were talking to him.
Yeah.
And it was Rich Gannon.
That's Rich Gannon.
I used to hear people on the radio. When I used to hear people on the radio talk about, like, they couldn't remember if they had ever interviewed this guy or that guy or something. I was like, what? How stupid can you be? Like, what are you talking about? Like, major names and people and everything.
Yeah.
And now I realize, like, it's happened to me a bunch of times.
Yeah.
And, like, Rich Gannon's a big name, but, like, even, names much bigger than Rich Gannon, you've had to remind me, oh, yeah, Seth.
Friend of the show.
You know what happened?
What's that?
I'm sorry to take you off on this side.
Okay.
We'll get back to whatever we were talking about in a second.
Yeah.
Okay. So I remembered a quote by Ronnie Lott once that I had read in an article. And I couldn't remember what the exact quote was. So I went to Google it, and I found the quote in the middle of an article that I had written for SportsRadio610.com in 2013. After an interview that I'd done with Ronnie Lott.
So it was a quote you were looking for, and you found it in an article that was written by Seth Payne.
Based on an interview I had done with Ronnie Lott.
Oh, my
and
God.
I couldn't even remember that I had ever spoken to Ronnie Lott.
Dude, that is
and then I remembered afterwards, oh, yeah, we had that nice long conversation with Ronnie Lott, and I wrote an article about it afterwards.
And you were like, I like the cut of the jib of this writer here. There's something about him. Ooh. There's something about his style.
A little heavy on the adverbs, but other than that, yeah.
Oh, man. All right, so Astros get the season started today at 3:15. Hunter Brown on the mound. Things to worry about, things to get super excited about. Let's start with the fear out of the hope and fear matrix here. What is your biggest worry, or maybe something that happened in the offseason that has you, feeling like the Astros may need to prove something to you?
I think for me, it's weird. I saw a clip of Framber the other day, and it's just the strangest thing where losing Framber was a big deal, and yet we were so out on him emotionally at the end of the year that it felt like we'd already been divorced.
I'm going to be honest with you. I have not thought about Framber Valdez one time in spring training this year.
So honestly, when I sat down to think about this, okay, what are my biggest things I need to worry about? It's the fact that, look, Framber, regardless of what he was like the last 2 months of the season, the sum total of it all was still a good effort on the season by Framber, and the amount of innings that he eats and how he makes it easier for you in a lot of different ways when he's at peak Framber. Mm-hmm. It's probably that. It's me remembering, the pitching staff is the way it is now, partly because Framber Valdez is not there. Emotionally, maybe he hasn't been here since June of last year or what have you. But the loss of Framber and just the pitching staff in general, the unknowns that we're kind of hinging the hopes of the season on, that's my biggest concern.
That's a lot of innings to fill. Forget about how you feel about the way he pitched in the last couple months of the year. Forget about how you feel for a second about the truculence, I'll call it, of Framber Valdez, whether it was clubhouse stuff, pegging Cesar Salazar in the chest with a pitch, not backing up bases, saying weird things in press conferences. That guy you could pencil in for 200 innings a year, and that is obviously a very valuable commodity because the Detroit Tigers are paying a king's ransom for it, for sure.
Yeah. Well, and if you think about the guys that you do have right now and how durable the guys in this rotation right now. I mean, Christian Javier, it's always been a question of just how many innings can he really handle year to year. Lance McCullers, is he going to even be off of crutches long enough to take up substantial innings? Imai can only pitch. It needs an extra day of rest to start off the season. And he's never pitched in Major League Baseball. Burrow's very limited experience in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
That dynamic of, okay, who's actually going to pitch all these games, it's a big difference.
Well, the thing about Javier and McCullers is that even when they're going well, they don't eat up a lot of innings because they control can be an issue sometimes. They have high pitch counts, the two of them. Even when the rest of the stats look good, it's a struggle for them to stay under 100 pitches over 5 innings sometimes. So there's that. What about on the offensive side of things? What are we worried about? What are we most worried about on the offensive side of things?
Most worried, I guess, just the combined underperformance, because it's a given that you got to, the young guys, Cam Smith, wherever that plays out, it plays out, but it's a known quantity. I guess just the lingering Jose Altuve age, Christian Walker age / underperformance, Yainer Diaz. And what exactly is he as a hitter? Mm-hmm. All of those things are the sum total of the veteran players and/or just Yainer, and not knowing quite what he's going to be in his career offensively.
Yeah, I guess I would add to that. That the weird roster construction right now with with Paredes being this extra, skill-wise and talent-wise and production-wise, a regular infielder. When you've already got 4 regular infielders, what's our trust level in Joe Espada to be able to put that puzzle piece together the right way? For 162 games, push the right buttons. Espada is in a spot right now, man, where he's going to have the day-to-day decision-making. This is not a lineup you can just kind of, here's the 9 guys that are going to be playing in 140 of these games, and we got to tweak it on Saturday and Sunday. On day games after night games, we got to swap out the catcher. There is a lot of decision-making that's going to be going on with Joe Espada if they are true to what they're talking about, Seth, which is finding a way to get Isaac Paredes in that lineup on a regular basis.
Yeah.
It's just...
And with, I probably shouldn't have, Yiner's in a different category than Altuve, obviously. I guess with Yiner, my question is just, I feel like there's more to him offensively.
Yeah.
To the point where I still believe that he could end up being that rare guy that's really, by catcher standards, a really good hitter. But as his workload went up, you saw the production go down. So I'm kind of just wondering whether he just bounces, with a full year of experience, if he can just take another step forward. But I guess I wouldn't put that in the worry bucket necessarily.
Yeah, he got it going. As the year went on last year, he steadily got better and better and better. All right.
Oh, yeah. He ended up with respectable numbers.
Yeah.
And that's where, so I shouldn't have put him in the worry bucket.
Yeah. Okay, I think you and I are most excited about at the top of the list, at least the same thing. I am excited for Sunday and Tatsuya Imai and seeing what he's all about. The whole thing, the whole package of Tatsuya Imai.
I like that he's, he feels like he grew up in California.
Right.
He's the bleached hair, a little bit more of an American physique than the physique we've seen of a lot of Japanese pitchers. He's an extroverted personality, and I think there's a really good chance that he becomes. I would say a cult hero, but that's not probably quite right, just because he's 1 year with an option. But like a lovable hero. In Houston.
Man, yeah, you just dropped a little bit of angst on me there. That's right.
Yeah.
Whenever I think of Imai, I think 3 years, $63 million. But I forgot that the Astros now play in the old player opt-out pool for the first time. So I hope it's not just a one and done with Imai. Well, let's see. Let's see how it goes. He didn't pitch the game yet. What else? What else are we excited about for the Astros here?
The return of Lo Perfido.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think just Lo Perfido. Did I send Ben the audio of Lo Perfido?
You did. Yeah, I think you did.
This was Lo Perfido during spring training, talking about. You'll recall he was very emotional when he found out that he was leaving the Astros a couple years ago, he talked about. This year in spring training, he talked about why he was so emotional.
I mean, I was definitely surprised. I think about, that night and how emotional I got. And I don't know, it caught me by surprise. And I don't think I'd really been exposed to the business side of the game at that point. I took a ton of pride in being, a homegrown player and getting to play, all through the minors with this team and get to debut and play in the major leagues with that team. And I still take a lot of pride in being a homegrown Astro. So, I felt like it was easier, the second time around. And, you've seen a little bit of the business side. You see how things can change. And when they said that I was going back to Houston, I was relieved just because I know, one, the clubhouse that I was going back to, and two, just kind of felt that sense of pride. And, I was going back to where everything started. So I was excited, and looking forward to be back here.
He was the way I look at him, Seth. It's like he went and studied abroad for a couple of years.
Yeah,
he's an exchange student that went out of the country, to Canada, and then came back.
Yeah,
he studied abroad. That's what he did.
I hope he doesn't do that annoying thing where he tries to affect the accent of wherever he studied abroad.
Oh. Comes back with a Canadian accent.
He's like, yeah, it was a good game, eh?
Yeah. I'm excited to have Lo Perfido back. We'll see, man.
The Angels are a bunch of hosers, eh?
Yeah. Hosers. Yeah, strange brew back in the day, baby. I don't know. Are we going to get we probably won't. We've only got 45 minutes left in the show. I was just wondering to myself, are we going to get the opening day lineup revealed during our show today? Probably not, I would guess.
No.
It usually gets posted 4 or 5 hours before the game. So I'm guessing we're not going to get that. But Lo Perfido might be the starter in left field today. Who knows? We'll see. You're excited to have him back, huh? That's high up on the Seth Payne
No,
list.
I am. Yeah, I don't know. He was very popular. I think there's a little bit of a look. Am I going to lie? Is there a little bit of maybe a Jake Marisnick type of?
That's what I'm feeling.
He's
with
got
you right
he's
now.
kind of got a suave look about him.
Yeah.
I might have a man crush on him a little bit, the same way I did on Marisnick. I'm like, yeah, that's a guy I wish I looked like.
Right.
It's not a creepy attraction thing or anything. Everybody.
Yes.
I'm much too old for him, but it's more of a like, yeah, that's the guy I wish I had looked like in life. Yes,
I am excited to have Carlos Correa on a full season here. It's not a mid-season thing where he's coming in and he's having to kind of pick up the group here mid-season as the Astros are struggling with all these injuries. And I'm very excited that he doesn't have to slide over to shortstop at all for the time being. Yeah. It looks like Jeremy Payne. Jeremy Payne is not on the IL. He played the other night against Sugar Land. He hit a bomb. He looked fine. I'd be shocked if he's not in the lineup today, batting leadoff right there in the one hole. But the Carlos Correa can, from the get-go, do what he was brought here to do, which is leadership and play third base. So
part of me, there's a million different ways this Paredes thing could work out, though. And I don't know if I would put that as something I'm concerned about, excited about, whatever it might be. There's potentially a blockbuster trade somewhere coming down the line, but there's a part of me that just wants Paredes to almost make it impossible for them to trade him.
How so?
Just hit a home run every single game to open the season.
Yeah.
Hit a home run every game this series, right over the Crawford boxes.
Well,
it just somehow make it impossible if you get to play in all four of those games.
Christian Walker shouldn't be some kind of sacred cow.
Yeah.
Even though he's making $20 million a year, like if Christian Walker isn't hitting well, if he's not playing well, and you got a better solution, you owe it to the team to have that better solution in there.
Yeah, I love it. Like we're gonna face a point. Okay, Paredes, come out. First two games, hit a home run. Hit 3 home runs in the first 2 games, and then all of a sudden he's not even playing in the third game.
Yeah.
Because somebody else has to DH. It's that part of it. I want to be in one of those situations where I'm getting angry about somebody playing well.
Yeah, and that's where the Espada thing gets really interesting. It's his job to have the pulse of this team and it's the analytics team's job to know what the best matchups are. They probably have a computer that spits out the best lineup for them if they want to, based on what they have. But Espada's the one pushing the buttons. The decision, it's going to come down on him.
It's an extreme version of just last year when they had what's-his-face there playing second base, and Dubon's not playing.
Oh, Brendan, what's his name? Roberts or whatever? Rogers with the beard. Yeah.
And I'm like, where the hell's Dubon? Because Dubon did have a good couple games. And no. Can't displace Brendan Rodgers.
Got to get a guy.
Got to have him on it. Got to have him there.
He's a Gold Glover.
He's the chosen one.
He was a Gold Glover 4 years ago.
Yeah, and I'm not so happy about the way that he just tossed Dubon to the side.
You didn't like that.
All right?
Yeah.
Just so casually.
Well, you don't have to worry about that.
Like he's no big deal or anything.
Yeah. The 3-year anniversary of the creepiest moment at a college pro day is upon us today. We will have that for you coming up next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas sign.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, speaking of the greatest day ever, the fellas, Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, are actually out at the Texas Children's Houston Open today. So if you're out at the golf tournament and you see them, holler at the fellas. So this will be 2 straight days. We haven't seen our guys, man. I miss them. They were at Rally House yesterday, and today they're out at the golf tournament. So shout out to the
World
boys.
Travelers.
Big time World Travelers.
It's Reginald, John, and Joey Loprofito. Those are the World Travelers we know.
That's right. Exchange students, all of them. So we'll talk to them we'll still talk to them in the final segment, find out what the question of the day is, etc. So 3 years ago, during the draft process, this is about the time, Seth, where all the Nugget hussies out there were beginning to say that the Texans are not going to draft a quarterback. It was right about now, end of March, early April.
It had a lot to do with the fact that they didn't send a lot of people to the pro days for Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud.
Right.
Whereas the Panthers sent their whole organizations to the pro days for those respective athletes.
Yep, and they had the first pick that year. And Bryce Young, as we all know, ended up being the first pick. So it was about Alabama's pro day was yesterday. So Ty Simpson, Caden Proctor, other Alabama players all putting on a show for all the front offices around the NFL. So 3 years ago, about now, was the Alabama pro day where the moment that you're about to hear took place. It was Bryce Young's pro day. So it was big news because he was forecasted to be a top 2 pick in the draft, and he's a quarterback. And Steve Smith, longtime Carolina Panther, who, again, they had the number 1 pick. So Steve Smith's team that he played for and I believe still does some work for, certainly roots for, he got a chance to sit down with Bryce Young after Bryce Young's throwing session, and boy, was Steve Smith smitten with Bryce Young.
Everything that I've seen out of there, for me, I've seen bigger, more athletic quarterbacks not be able to anticipate the throw. That's not a knock on anybody, so before people start tweeting, you know who I'm talking about. I'm just talking overall in this evaluation process of a guy who's smaller in the measurables but has the heart and the desire to play. Man, I just sat there and watched you, and I'm 44, I'll be 44 years old. I could have got out there and ran those routes just the way you were guiding the ball. It was remarkable. I mean, I'm just like, I can lace them up. I can't do nothing, but it just sure looked good watching it, man. What a wonderful, wonderful display of why you deserve to be the first overall quarterback to be picked in this year's draft.
I really appreciate it. That means the world, especially coming from you.
Yeah. Bryce sounds like he's 12.
It sounds like he's 12, but it also sounds like he's politely telling a girl he doesn't want to go to dance with her.
Yes.
You know, it's just like, really appreciate that.
Can you get your hand off my knee?
Could you just move away a little
we
bit?
Get a text message. Please, God, tell me you're not going to play creepy Steve Smith.
The way you guided it in like that, it was just, I've never been treated like that. And, I've never seen motion and action like that.
I'd still lace them up with you if you want me to.
I'll lace up whatever you want me to lace up.
Yeah.
Or unlace, whatever.
Lace the front.
We'll let the night lead us where it may.
Lace the front, lace the back, unlace them later. We'll do it. So no, but you and I, this clip popped up in our brains yesterday. Because as it turns out, this may just be the way Steve Smith talks. You know, this may just be, it may not be just Bryce Young that he feels this way about.
Well, I think when he feels strongly about it, he just gets, you always think of Steve Smith as kind of angry and sneering, but when he's in love with something, that's when his softer, gentler side comes out.
Yeah, here was Steve Smith talking about Jaden Higgins' route running.
Just the way he runs his routes, how he gets in and out of breaks. He's just a smooth route runner, and he's a big man who can drop his weight and get in and out of breaks pretty impressively. He's been working on that, right? Big guys don't drop their weight and shift and become shifty like he has. And learning multiple positions in the beginning does slow you down because you're thinking. And it's going to take a little bit of time for you to get more comfortable. But once you get comfortable, once you know what's going on, That's why things have opened up for him.
Texans are this fun young team.
You don't see big men move like that.
When we played that
It's
yesterday,
just,
I'm like, when we played that yesterday, you know, they have these Twitter accounts, they have like out of context Ric Flair, and it's just Ric Flair going crazy about something, and it's really funny because you don't know the context. If you just played that cut and said, pretend it's not about football, pretend it's about something else. Just play that and imagine like what Steve Smith's saying a lot of dirty stuff right there if you let your mind go to a certain place.
His podcast, I think it's just the 89 podcast, and he does it with James Palmer.
It's a good podcast.
He's been pretty high on Jaden Higgins from, if I recall, I think before the draft last year, I think he was pretty high on Jaden Higgins. So he's watched him. It's not just an uninformed opinion, but that part of it, the non-creepy part of it, it's good to hear. I think Jaden Higgins he improved a lot on, I think, the timing and tempo of his route running and just fitting in the offense and being exactly where he was supposed to be, where C.J. Stroud expected him to be. And that's something that, you know, theoretically, it sounds like he's a really hard worker. And he's got all of the traits. Like, his upside could be way higher than people think it is based just on combine numbers, college production, et cetera, et cetera.
Texter on the Base Power text line, Seth, is asking, is John Harris going to be on your YouTube channel or your Believe podcast?
My Believe podcast,
okay, there you
which
go.
is also on YouTube. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Yeah,
I'm all over the place, Sean.
But it's not the Seth Payne show. There's
not the Seth Payne show. No,
right,
the Believe in Texans podcast.
Gotcha. I would subscribe to both if I were a listener out there. They're both excellent pieces of content. Texter saying, I know this is late, but listening to your first segment of the show on the Rockets, this is a suggestion from a listener, Seth, I would at this point just mention them in headlines. At this point, I would rather you and Seth talk about the backup punter on the Texans than the Rockets anymore. They are awful. Is what
And so Sean flipped out like more than Sean got angrier than Sean typically gets, to the point where he was sitting off in the corner of the studio during the first segment, and I didn't realize what had happened. I was looking down at a stat when he angrily scooted himself back.
Yeah.
And I looked up, and I thought he was mad at me because he was just glaring.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe I had interrupted him or something, and I didn't realize it. And I got scared. But that's what the Rockets are doing to people. They're tearing people apart.
They are. They're killing friendships. They're killing Calvin Murphy.
We did, and they've killed the optimism of the most delusionally optimistic people in sports fandom.
Yeah.
Because we talked about this earlier. Usually when you're up, this is almost a rule. If the Texans, the Astros, or the Rockets are in playoff contention and they're winning games, and we start pointing out some of the negatives or something to worry about, we'll get a bunch of people saying, like, come on, guys, you guys are too negative, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
I get it, right? These are the optimists or the people that just don't want to hear anything negative ever. We're not getting any of that about the Rockets. There's not anybody out there. And am I exaggerating?
I don't know.
We had one person yesterday say that he thought that, and he wasn't really pushing against us. He was just saying, I think they'll turn it on when they hit the playoffs.
Yeah.
He might have been saying it sarcastically.
Maybe.
But, like, that's the closest thing. I haven't had anybody come to me and say, like, hey, why are you guys beating up on the Rockets? You know what we would have gotten is, you guys, it's just because you don't want to talk about the Rockets because you talk about the Texans all the time. I get it. I understand when people say that.
Yeah.
But we're not even getting that.
No.
That's like easy, low-hanging fruit usually for people like that.
We're getting people telling us don't talk about the Rockets. This is what I tweeted.
Because you're right, yeah. And not because they're upset with our negativity, but because they're just done with the Rockets.
Because we're right.
Yeah.
Because we're right. This is what I tweeted right after the game last night. So this is at 11:36. So I had just spent 3 hours watching this game and watching them blow a 13-point lead in 3 minutes of overtime. Prior to that, spoiler alert if you watch Survivor, I watched my daughter's boyfriend get voted off of the reality show that he's on. So I had a bad night last night watching things that I care about and love.
Yeah,
like
you might have to pay for the wedding now.
Like Charlie, yeah, I didn't even think about like Charlie Davis and the Houston Rockets, things that I love. I tweeted this right after the game, and I feel this way even stronger this morning after digesting that turd from last night. So here's where I'm at with the Rockets. They're cooked for this season. We know that. As far as the future, do whatever the hell you want. Run it back, trade for Giannis, disband, whatever. Just wake me up when they're not the dumbest, sloppiest, most careless effing team in the NBA. I tweeted that within 5 or 10 minutes after the game ended. This is how bad it is. I take back none of that. I feel the exact same way at 9:36 the morning following, and I will feel that way tomorrow. This is unwatchable, dumb, stupid, sloppy, careless basketball. I'm not saying they are dumb human beings. I'm saying that they're actually a bunch of intelligent human beings who play some of the dumbest basketball that I've ever seen in my life. I'm getting angry again.
That's where, right. No, and that's where you start leveling your sights at Udoka and everything else that's going on in the organization.
Yep.
And what the hell are they even thinking?
Yeah, man.
You go back to Rafael Stone, and why didn't you go out and get a veteran point guard at some point?
Yeah.
Not that fixes all of these other issues that they're having. But it feels, man, when Rafael Stone mentioned that at one point before the trade deadline, they had said something along the lines of discussed, maybe this just isn't our year. I tried to give him every benefit of the doubt after that. And be like, okay, well, he's just being open and honest and talking like maybe he just meant, not our year to be able to pull off a trade or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're operating as an organization and as a team. Like, look, they might as well be saying, look, we're going to make the playoffs, but we're not going to do anything.
Right.
Why bother?
Yeah. Yep. That's how the more they play like this, the more that's how
they might as well come right out and say it.
Yeah. Yeah. Punt on the year. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We will get you ready for the Astros opening day. Also, the Coogs play tonight. The coach of the opposition met with the media yesterday. And this guy is hard not to like, and I've got a big reason why. We've got some audio from Brad Underwood, the head coach of the Fighting Illini, who the Coogs play tonight, and we'll get you ready this entire day. Amazing day of sports here in Houston coming up next.
Hey, let's make every day for the rest of your life amazing. If you have a retirement plan that you feel
today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Our final segment, and we'll talk to the guys on In the Loop shortly. They're out at the golf tournament. If you're out there, Texas Children's Houston Open, say hi to the fellas. We'll find out in a minute if they are somewhere where you can say hi to them. You never know where you're doing the radio from when you go out there, but they're out there. Beginning of a big day here in Houston. The Astros open their season this afternoon at 3:15, and the Coogs play tonight in the Sweet 16 in what is going to be, I think, a really exciting matchup. I'm telling myself, Seth, that I'm not going to stay up until 11:30 or midnight watching sports again, that I'll get up and watch the cut-up of this game tomorrow. But as college basketball games go, man, a 2 versus a 3, a fun matchup. Illinois can really score. We know the Cougs love to defend. The game's at Toyota Center, so the environment should be absolutely incredible. But it's the late game here for the Sweet 16, and these are the decisions that people like you and I have to make sometimes, the sacrifices that we make so that our listeners get the best version of us at 6 a.m., like the version they got of me this morning that can be found on our Twitter page if you want to see a human being's head explode. On camera.
No, this is a good way to flush all of your anger from last night.
Good
Luckily,
basketball.
Very few NBA games tonight because of opening day in baseball.
Yep.
So there's no threat of a Rockets game interrupting you.
Yes,
Sean.
Thank you. So Brad Underwood is the head coach of the Fighting Illini, and he was you guys know, normally if we're playing college basketball audio, for a head coach, college basketball head coach audio, it means it's something petty about NIL or Mick Cronin getting mad because a reporter took a tone with him, raising his voice to him. John Calipari, Tom Izzo saying that America is soft, all those things. I like this coach from Illinois. He was asked about, hey, do you feel... the question was along the lines of, do you feel it's unfair that you, as a 3 seed, have to go to Houston and play Houston essentially in what amounts to a home court game for them right in their backyard at Toyota Center? Here's what he had to say.
I've been asked that before, and I'll be honest, I could care less. And I'm gonna sound really kind of selfish here. I'm an old JUCO ball coach. I drove on 16 passenger vans. I drove from Dodge City, Kansas to Mesa, Arizona for a basketball game, for a tournament in a bus. You had told me back then that I'm getting to coach basketball in the Sweet 16 and play Houston. I would sign up for it. I would crawl to get there. If we want to beat them, no matter where we play them, we'd have to play great. Guess what? We're going to have to do that tomorrow. And I think they're going to have to play well if they want a chance to beat us. And so we've won on the road. We've been pretty successful doing that in the Big Ten. So I don't pay too much attention to it. I'm just grateful for the opportunity, and playing Houston's a challenge enough. It doesn't matter where.
That was a breath of fresh air, man, because all I can think of is Mick Cronin complaining about his team having to go to Rutgers and then go to Purdue because your school, the leadership at your university that pays you millions a year decided to join the Big Ten. Like, it's the Big Ten's fault that they're located in all these places.
Right, yeah. That somehow, bend over backwards to somehow fix this incredibly stupid situation. Meanwhile, I'm going to use it as an excuse.
Right.
That's the problem. So, to be fair to college coaches in general, there's a few squeaky wheels that get most of the attention.
Yes.
And we've got like 3 or 4 basketball coaches that are just constantly whining in the media. They're not even criticizing their own players as much as they're just whining in general about stuff.
Yeah.
Where there are a lot of, like Calvin Sampson. Calvin Sampson is like a grumpy old man who was a grumpy 27-year-old man. But it's not like he's not whining about stuff. He's just a tough dude, Yep. And he gets tough play out of his players. This is a good matchup. I think Houston has the advantage in that what Kansas really excels at defensively is they defend the paint like crazy.
Illinois.
Excuse me, Illinois. Yeah. What did I say?
Kansas.
What the hell? So Usually I have an explanation for why I messed it up, but that's just
The Coogs have played Kansas a few times this year. Maybe that's what you're thinking.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so Illinois is how it's properly pronounced. Look, they defend the paint really well. Houston has shooters, and they can, as long as their shot is on, I think they could make this thing lopsided if they're hitting their shots. And I think they're going to have they can create good, clean shots. They might not have a whole lot of luck in the paint, but it's a matter of just taking advantage of the opportunities that will be there, and I don't worry about them defensively. So I feel really good about this matchup, but it's a tough team, like a physically tough, gritty basketball team that they're playing.
Yep. So that'll be fun. That'll be kind of the nightcap on things here in Houston. Now, I would say the main event for most people here in town, because college basketball can be very parochial. You know, the most intense people rooting for that are the people who went to the school, although Houston is this city's school when it comes to college basketball. But the Astros, I mentioned this earlier, Seth, the Astros, there's very little belief out there in the marketplace that the Astros are even going to really be a relevant team this year.
Yeah.
MLB, their experts, 57 voters, think this is what they think of the Astros. Here are their season predictions. They, in the AL West, to nobody's surprise, these 57 voters picked the Mariners to win the division. It's hard to find a set of power rankings where the Mariners aren't one of the top 5 teams in baseball. The Astros, I will say this, were the first among others receiving votes for the AL West. So they're still viewed, at least by this constituency, as being better than the Rangers, the Athletics, and obviously the Angels. But the Astros aren't even one of the 3 wildcard teams these experts picked. They picked the Yankees. First of all, they picked the Blue Jays and the Tigers to win the other 2 divisions. And then they picked the Yankees, Orioles, and Red Sox to be the other playoff teams in the American League, the 3 wildcard teams. So you've got 4 out of the 5 teams in the AL East, according to these experts, making the postseason. It is an AL East party.
Yeah.
With the Yankees, Orioles, Red Sox being the 3 wild cards. The Astros were, I will say, first among others receiving votes, other than the Blue Jays, who got some wild card votes, but the Blue Jays are the division winner in this scenario. So the Astros still thought of as on the fringe, but that's all they're thought of is on the fringe. This is the most stark thing here. This is probably the one that kicks you in the baseball junk the most, Seth.
Yeah.
They got no votes for AL winning the American League. The AL champion, these experts believe, is going to be the Seattle Mariners. The others receiving votes to win the league, keep in mind, the Astros are a team that was in the ALCS 7 straight seasons not all that long ago. Yankees, Blue Jays, Tigers, Red Sox, Orioles, Rangers.
Yeah. I think this is, if you look at the Astros last year, you know, the broad brush sweeping of painting of them not making the playoffs, you could easily just say, okay, injuries. If a few guys play 10 more games apiece or so, then you're probably in the playoffs.
They were in the hunt until the last day of the year.
Right. They also, though, still were the 10th worst offense in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And the injuries are wrapped up and included in that, obviously. But, you get those guys back, it's not like the offense would have all of a sudden vaulted up into a top 10 offense.
Right.
It was, remember that really annoying stretch? It was in the summer. I remember the Astros were doing a lot of things well. They're their OPS and their batting average and everything was top 5 in baseball over a certain stretch of time.
Yeah.
But they weren't scoring any runs.
They were among the worst in the league batting with runners in scoring position.
Yeah. And so I guess if I'm a glass half full on that, part of me just wants to say, all right, not hitting with runners in scoring position, but still hitting for power to a certain degree is, because they're about middle of the road in OPS.
Yeah.
That, okay, maybe that's just dumb luck. I don't think all of a sudden a bunch of guys just lost the clutch gene or something. They were just miserably bad at hitting with runners in scoring position, even when they were otherwise hitting well. That maybe that water finds its level a little bit. And if you get the health back, if Cam Smith comes along, and then if you just simply do base runners the honor of driving them home, it's a much different looking baseball team.
If they get 135 to 140 games out of Yordan Alvarez, then I think it's a playoff team, assuming that and I say assuming that, these are huge question marks, But if the starting pitching can hold it together, like last year, they had a bunch of guys starting games that are much lesser players than the guys who are in that rotation now, and they still managed to hang around. Seth, we looked at the innings pitched last year, and I know Fromber's not here anymore, and that is a big deal, him going out the door. But if Imai and Burrows can, maybe not hit their ceiling, but stay above, stay kind of in the neighborhood of their ceiling, they had a pitching staff last year that had Hunter Brown throw 185 innings, Framber Valdez throw 180-something, whatever he threw, and then their next guy on the list was Ryan Gusto, who wasn't even on the team after the trade deadline. They traded him in the Jesus Sanchez deal.
Yeah.
So if they get reasonable health, and I'm not even saying these guys need to all have 2.85 ERAs or anything like that, but if you're getting a normal workload out of Burrows, out of Imai, a normal Javier workload, if the first four guys in the rotation stay healthy and Yordan Alvarez stays healthy, I think this can be a playoff team.
Sean, it was Ryan Gusto and Colton Gordon were tied amongst starting pitchers. They were tied for third and fourth. They were tied for third for innings pitched with 86.
Yeah.
So you talk about
Yeah, that's right.
It's 86 innings.
It's not just the names; it's the number of innings.
It's the total number. It's that your third, the guy who pitched the third most innings, pitched 86 innings. That's how bad it was.
86 innings, and he was a Miami Marlin for the last 2 months of the year. Wasn't even on the team anymore. It was crazy.
Jason Alexander was, among starting pitchers. Jason Alexander was fifth with 71.
He pitched well too. He was one of the things that was propping the team up for a period there.
This is the jarring one. This is the jarring one that's going to make you realize and understand the severity of this situation.
Yeah.
Guess who had the sixth most innings pitched for the Astros last year among starting pitchers?
Among starting pitchers, Lance McCullers?
Yes. Which is always a bad sign. when
he wasn't even a starter by the end of the year.
No, I know. Like, Lance isn't going to give you more than 55 innings like he did last year.
Yeah. Oh, my God. What a disaster. All right. So it's got to be better this year.
It has to be. It's impossible. I know. I don't say it because I said this last year.
Yep.
Well, they can't possibly have a bad injury luck like they had the year before. And then they gone and done it.
They did. Let's go out to the fellas. They're out at the Texas Children's Houston Open. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Hi, guys.
Yo, what's happening?
Hello, Sean. We're doing quite fine.
Sorry.
We're doing very
well.
Steve Smith voice.
You got to be quiet. Yeah. Reggie's exuberance.
Got to be quiet.
Yeah, you got Reggie's exuberance is going to ruin somebody's backswing.
You know what? I give Steve Smith a pass on the combine interview because you remember they did that interview in their indoor practice facility.
Yeah.
And Steve Smith's a guy who's usually pretty demonstrative and loud and everything. Whenever I've been in a situation like that where all of a sudden I have to do an interview where there's a bunch of people around, it's just me. I don't have Sean next to me or something. I start to get real self-conscious about how loud I am. That's why Radio Row is so stressful.
Could never do golf, Seth. You could never do golf.
Oh well, no, because then I would. But then the low tone is appropriate. Like that's where. So it doesn't seem as weird because you're supposed to be whispering.
So are you guys somewhere where the people can see you out there?
Every person that walks through one of the gates will see us.
Yes,
oh, nice.
We are just to the right of the 10th tee.
Okay.
Tee box, just to the right, in fact, of the clubhouse as well. And we are within vision of the 18th hole. So we're right here in a good spot. And honestly, the most visual thing that you can see from our location, our broadcasting spot, right behind the driving range, is a big old coffee truck.
Yeah, big orange coffee truck.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. It is a very scenic views. No, but jokes aside, it's gorgeous out here. The golf looks great. Honestly, the patrons look fantastic, and it's only set to get even better as we get more of the big names teeing off as well in this really big field.
Oh yeah, for sure. I love.
This is where I feel like Reginald. This is a prime spot for you to maybe pick up a desperate housewife.
Yes, that's what I thought he was talking about when he talks about the scenery.
Lady that just is bored with her life and
desperate
target-rich environment for you there, Reggie. Yes.
I'm glad you guys picked up the subtext. I'm very proud of you guys. Yeah. No, there's definitely some vistas.
Yeah, vistas. Okay, yeah. See, I like that a lot. My strategy usually is when I go to a golf tournament, a PGA tournament, I like just sitting by the green of a par 3. I like watching it. From tee to green. Because you might see a hole in one. So that's my strategy.
Do you have any more advice? Any other advice for someone who might be coming out to the Houston Open here for the first time and just getting out here?
No, not really, because I haven't been on that course. To walk it and say, park yourself here at this because you get to see him tee off here and whatever. No, I'm just.
But general advice.
Yeah, no, that's my general advice. Is I like doing
par 3, huh?
Doing the par 3. I try to stay away from the first tee and the 18th green because there's just too many people. I like finding quiet places out on the course. Where you might get hit with a golf ball, like a drive might come your way or something like that. Anywhere you can really inject yourself into the actual outcome of the golf tournament. Is my
absolutely.
I do love going to watch actual pro golfers because I'm impressed by anybody who can 4-putt, on a green. I'm a horrible putter, but to watch those guys. And the stuff they pull off, it's just incredible to see it in person, like at ground level.
You are 100% right. I've always told people, it's like the NFL. But when you see real professional golfers, you're out with your buddies and there's a real good, 2 handicap, and people are like, man, you should go on tour. No, you shouldn't. When you see them,
the speed of the greens.
Oh my God.
Because that's when you imagine I imagine myself trying to putt on basically what is it might as well be like that yard turf on concrete. It's crazy.
Yep. Text coming in. I want to hear Seth do a podcast during a Sunday mass.
But that's the thing. I quiet down to the point where my voice, I sound like a timid little frightened child or something. I have a hard time. Whenever I've tried to, I cannot lower the volume of my voice without sounding like I'm on my deathbed.
Right.
I've tried. I've worked
keep
at
that
it.
energy up.
And I just can't do it. Yeah.
Text message by patrons. Do you mean the hose, Reginald?
No.
There are other patrons that are not. Indeed,
right. It could be anybody.
I feel all of the patrons are looking good. Everybody's in their best. In fact, it makes me feel like a slob because I did put on a polo, but I got jeans and I'm not tucked in. Didn't wear a golf hat, and I'm like, I look like a schmuck out here.
Yeah, you're fine.
I got the full golf attire, baby.
Lopez knew what was happening. He didn't hit me the game though. He wasn't like, hey, make sure that you dress it up.
Did you go full? Are you wearing golf pants, John?
I've got.
He's full send.
I got Sperry's on. I got the blue shorts, the golf shirt, my golf cap.
He looks like he's gonna accost Will Zalatoris.
Are you wearing golf? Are you wearing spikes?
Oh, I hate that so much. I hate that so much. You go to a golf tournament, and I think I see one right now. Actually,
patrons wearing spikes.
The dude on the left, I think, has golf shoes.
Oh no, those are runners. Those are runners.
Those are runners. Okay, but we see it all the time.
Oh yeah,
patrons. Why am I saying patrons? Is that because of Reggie?
You're welcome.
It's fans.
No, you have to. This is not Augusta. You have to use elevated language.
This is not Augusta. This is not
on the golf course.
It's not Jim Nance. It's fans. You see fans all the time coming to watch a golf tournament in golf shoes.
Yeah.
And I just feel like, what does Seth say? Go die? I mean, just
you never know, man.
I wonder if part of that might just be though simply if you're going to be walking up hills and everything. Maybe they just feel
but
more
not for me.
in it.
No.
And you never know when somebody might need you to come in and get a celebrity shot. On a chip shot. You never know. You just got to be ready.
Yeah.
That's it. So what's the question of the day, fellas?
Actually, Sean, you inspired me.
Oh, yeah?
You inspired me.
You're his muse. Yeah, you're his muse.
I was lying in bed thinking of you. No, I was lying in bed and putting my phone up and I see this tweet. So this is where I am with the Rockets.
Yep.
They're cooked.
Yep.
We knew that. As far as the future, do whatever you want. Run it back, trade for Giannis, disband, whatever.
Yep.
Just wake me up when they're not the dumbest, sloppiest, most careless bleeping team in the NBA.
That's exactly how I feel, and nearly 12 hours later, I feel the exact same way. I feel stronger,
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too, but it made me think about this. What's a loss for one of your teams now, Notre Dame, Texans, Astros, Rockets, whomever, that you were actually glad they lost that game?
I can tell you.
Because when it was done last night, I was like, good. I'm glad that happened.
Yeah,
I mean, you didn't want it to happen at the time, but I'm glad that happened.
No, it gave me clarity for sure. I'm like, no, I'm definitely out on this team right now. I am definitely out on this team.
Wait, so what's the question?
What's a loss of one of your teams that you were actually glad.
Oh, that I was glad of. Okay, I got you.
I can mine is the Broncos. You bleep too, from Bill O'Brien.
Oh, you suck too. You suck too. Yeah. That's MF.
I was glad.
Yeah. Oh, you were
That
glad?
was the beginning of the end.
Okay. See, I was not. They had just beat the Patriots the week before.
They had, yeah.
So I was still. I mean, that was a playoff team still. I mean, so is this Rockets team too.
But we knew.
Yeah. No, we know where. The only reason that they're going to make the playoffs, but it's going to end quickly in the playoffs because they're going to be facing either the Lakers, the Nuggets, or the Timberwolves, and they're not going to have home court advantage. And even if they did, I would still pick against them in the first round, unquestionably right now. To answer your question, for me, it was definitely the end of the Charlie Weiss era at Notre Dame. And you guys know it's really hard for me to root against my school. Really hard. I never bet against my school because I don't like rooting against them. So I won't even root against them when there is a fiduciary reason for me to do so, an investment reason. I don't bet ever against my school. And yet Charlie Weiss had me so pissed off at that program by the end. I'm like, and he's so unlikable that I'm like, I hope you lose, and I hope you and like I say, I hope you get fired. That guy's landed on two big cushions of money now, one from Notre Dame and one from Kansas. Nobody's played the business game better. But the answer to your question, that's the one. Because I don't root against my team very often.
You know what? It's impossible for me to choose because I would say 75% of any youth sports team or tournament or anything.
Oh, that's a great That's great. When you got if you win in this one, you get to play at 7, and then you get to play at 11, and you're like, oh, come on now.
Hey, if they win this one, you get to stick around for 7 more hours. If it's not somebody, I'm not naming names, but if it's a relative that I'm not, a kid that I don't care all that much about, I'm happy when they lose.
I got more important things to go do. Yeah. I'll tell
the worst one is if you get to win this one, you get to come back tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I'm always happy for the kids in that situation. Here's the one. No, but this is where, similar to what you're saying, Seth, where you're actually rooting against your own kids' teams.
Yeah.
When I lived up in Naperville, Illinois is a suburb of Chicago. It's a very nice suburb. It's the second largest city in Illinois behind Chicago. A lot of youth sports programs there, which means there's a lot of youth sports program parents. The classic, stereotypical, horrible ones that live in Naperville. And admittedly, I lived back here in Houston for a big chunk of my kids' youth sports playing. So I would fly back up there a lot to go to soccer games or football games and things like that. And especially at the soccer games, and especially the girls' soccer games. Other than maybe one or two parents of Judy's old team, I hated those people. I hated those parents so much, and I found myself at certain games, I'm like, God, I almost want Judy's team to lose because I don't want these people to be happy. I do not like these people. They're going to be angry, and they're going to carry it around. They're going to carry it around more than the kids will later on tonight. And so I found myself with that struggle quite a bit. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. That's very good. Both of those.
I'd say 75% was too ambitious there. But there have been a bunch of times where I have been, depending on the situation, good boy. Okay.
Lose.
Yeah, man. Youth sports.
Oh, no, they're making a comeback.
All right, boys. Well, enjoy the golf out there. Have fun. Say hi to all the listeners and say hi to all the golfers and say hi to all the patrons out there, Reggie.
Yeah, God almighty.
Yeah. I'll do my damnedest.
All right.
I wish he hadn't said that.
We are done.
What, patrons?
Yes.
Why not?
They're fans.
All right.
No. I only said not because I don't like the word, but I just, air quotes are the type of patrons that Reggie was, might.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which I don't begrudge you one bit, Reggie. Target-rich environment, like I said. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we are done. We're out of time. Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you. Let's get ready for a big Friday tomorrow, man.
May all the children in your lives have their dreams dashed as well.
As well, especially on a youth sports turf.
Yes.
All right.
That builds character. Come on.
It's true.
You know, turn into these spoiled little brats that don't know how to take an L.
That's right. All right, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are out at the Texas Children's Houston Open. Figgy back here on the 1s and 2s. They are in the loop, and they start now.
days in Houston sports.
Oh,
man.
boy, is it.
I'm very excited. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I had not thought about my the modulation of my volume, and now I'm very self-conscious.
Oh, no, we can be as loud as we want.
I don't think that's the case.
No, we're well. It's a good 125 to 150 yards to the number 10 tee. Yeah, we're good.
By the way, if that's...
Hey, can y'all hear us?
All right. Okay. We're going to be obnoxious today. If you can't tell, we are not in studio. We are out at the Texas Children's Houston Open here in the great city of Houston, and we're going to have a damn good time as we're watching the first round of the Houston Open happen out here. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig back on the ones and twos at the studio. And not only do we have this happening, this is the kickoff event of what should be a fantastic day in the great city of Houston. Obviously, it is also opening day, baby.
Yes, it is.
We got baseball that is starting up as well. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line. What's your excitement level, man? Where are you guys at? Also, appreciation to the Mo Kerriman Jewelers live streams.
We keep it 100.
There's the YouTube page, which is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat, that is 610 Houston. Talk to us. We talk back. But yeah, man, what's the excitement level? How you doing?
Very excited. Very excited, as it should be on a day like this. I mean, Houston is one of maybe the epicenter of sports in this country. Right now, not because I say maybe because not everybody. Well, no, but you got the golf tournament. This is a big golf tournament.
This is a big golf.
This is a big golf tournament. It's on all the websites.
Literally and figuratively,
yes,
right? Because obviously this is going to be a big PGA Tour event.
Yeah.
But then also it's a big field. There's a lot of golfers.
It's a tune up for the Augusta.
Right. So a lot of people are watching.
A lot of international players.
A lot of eyes on this to the Masters.
So there's that, and then there's of course the South region.
Yes.
And that's why
I was like, I'm not sure if I go all the way there because there's some other regionals that are happening around the nation as well.
Yeah, but they don't necessarily have the golf tournament and a Major League Baseball team that is one of the premier teams, generally speaking, in MLB with opening day. So yeah, I said one of because it's up there. It's up there. It's a very exciting day for Houston. I am curious. Brian McTaggart from MLB.com tweeted this yesterday, and I meant to mention it. Is there any, or let us know, 713-572-4610. Is there anyone going to all three?
Ooh, yeah, let us know.
Anyone going to all three? Starting the day here, hitting the Astros, and then maybe catching the Coogs. Coogs are late.
That's a day. That is a day.
That's a day.
Because, I mean, that's a good amount of time. Thankfully, though, the big guy upstairs looking out, man. It's a lot of cloud coverage, so it's not like you're going to get too much sun on you, which we, as you know, right, being out there on the boat or out, generally being outside and doing things, that sun on you take it out of you, so you won't have that much. Oh, I think this guy walking around, this patron right here. Yes, I'm gonna lean on it heavy, baby. Everybody out here is
just for
patrons.
me.
This patron out here got him a nice orange Astros jersey, so I know he's at least hitting the double. He might not go for the full triple, but he's at least getting the double done today, and I respect that for that gentleman.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, look, there's a lot of excitement to be had with all of these things, including opening day. So let us know how you're planning on celebrating, how you're taking it all in. I'm super excited for this, especially because this is a real opening day as opposed to what we had last night. Like, I'm going to be honest. Shout out to Netflix trying to get in the baseball game. I think they bought a package that includes opening day, home run derby, and then what was the other select? I think there's one more big thing that they have in their package, but obviously the big one, opening day. And I'm just like, I'm going to decide that I'm not recognizing that as like the real opening day because it didn't feel like it.
What?
It didn't feel like it. I'm sorry. It didn't feel like it. I appreciate what they're trying to do with the spectacle or whatever, but it feels like of all the sports that you could have, right? Of all of the sports that you could have Netflix do something for, baseball is the wrong one to handle it the way that they did. You watched it, right?
I did.
You saw the opening or the lineups by Bert Kreischer and out here yelling because he has a Netflix deal with his comedy specials. Well, they had the dancers on the taxi cabs and the trolley. It just felt like of all the sports, baseball opening day is supposed to be about the baseball of it all. Well, there's other sports where maybe the spectacle outside of it ends up being a big deal. It felt like they minimized the baseball and what is supposed to be a celebration of the start of baseball.
I think where you're leaning into that, and you're something of an old soul in some regards.
Thank you for recognizing.
Is traditionally opening day of Major League Baseball is supposed to be a day game. It's supposed to be a day game traditionally. Remember, the president used to always show up and throw out the first pitch and all that. So it's not it wasn't the traditional opening day of baseball. And in that regard, it did feel somewhat different to me. Now, it's changed in recent years, but it did feel somewhat different. I thought they did, okay, you talk about a mixed bag.
See, look, he was about to start happy. He's like, well, all right, mixed bag. Let's start here.
Well, because I'm drawing a blank. Who was the play-by-play guy?
Matt Verskirchen, which was very good.
That's what I was going to say.
I don't even think he was their first. Like, if we talk about the actual game itself, the broadcast itself, I thought Matt Verskirchen did a great job. I like Hunter Pence on broadcast. I think he does a good job. And CeCe Sabathia, when he's just talking about the game, really fun. So I enjoyed that. Didn't really love the conversation with the Jazz Chisholm, and I don't think that's Jazz's fault. It just felt weird to have this particular game, this opening day game, be one where you're kind of distracting the second baseman early on in the game. That one felt a little weird to me. Like, second inning is when we did that.
Yeah.
But the actual broadcast was cool. Outside of the score bug, I hated it.
So what I was going to say is that's why I considered it a mixed bag. I thought the play-by-play, the announcing crew was fantastic. I thought the presentation was fantastic. Camera work crystal clear. Weren't any real bugs. I was a little worried about, cutting in and out like Netflix has been prone to do in the past.
Yeah, but
didn't really happen.
That was when they were early into live events. I think they've worked out those.
The actual baseball broadcast was fantastic. What bothered me the most?
I don't know, man. Did you see the score bug?
Oh, I was going to say. Well, that to me wasn't part of the. I'm getting to that.
Okay, that felt like that was a part of the.
I'm talking about the show of baseball. The announcers and the game. Well, the game was a romp, but either way, that was.
Stupid Yankees.
I thought that was fantastic. Now, it really bothered me. Everybody's talking about the score bug, and I get it because it was just. You know what they need to do? Just make the font bigger. It was a nice little bug. It just you couldn't read. It was too small. Even on a big screen.
It felt like it prioritized the wrong things. It felt like they used big spaces for certain things. Like the Netflix logo was bigger than the names of the pitcher and the batter. It felt like it just didn't understand what we're doing with baseball.
Right.
Which, again, felt like the whole experience. It felt like it didn't really appreciate what this event is supposed to be. So they tried to make it a spectacle in the way that Netflix makes anything a spectacle, but it didn't feel like they tapped into what baseball was. I don't remember seeing any, like, bunting through any of, and not bunting as in the action, but bunting as in, like, that red, white, and blue swooping all over the broadcast. Like, that's what it feels like opening day is. And you know me, I'm not always a curmudgeon about, like, I need this tradition. But it feels like opening day is the day where, hey, man, well, let's lean into all of the tradition of it all.
Exactly.
And I'm with you, 281. That was opening night. Opening day is today. And 100%. Like, I think rather than what Netflix did last night.
Day baseball is supposed to be opening day.
I think outside of what they did last night, I much prefer when they did the Japanese games, right? I enjoyed that more as a kind of foray into the season than what they did last night. And so it just makes me even more excited for it. Let's get the real opening day going today. Astros at 3:10 versus the Angels. And I'm excited for the prospect of this. In fact, we'll talk about this all day long because, man, hope springs so much eternal on this day, on the first day of any season, really. But I think for the Astros getting ready for summer, the sun is out, you get out there. Any chance that you think that they open up the roof today?
No, zero and negative zero.
All right.
But the other thing about about the broadcast, and I may well laugh about this at some point. But Netflix sure does love them some Netflix.
Yes.
God almighty, every break. Every break.
That was another reason why I was like, hey, man, I feel like you making this about you. You have the homie that, like, hey, it's your birthday, but all the things at your birthday seem to always point back to them. Like, how is this about you? Hey, happy birthday, and I brought you, your gift is this wine of this label that I just started. Make sure to check it out online. No, it's not about you right now. It's supposed to be about
me. It's like me getting everybody OG sauce for their birthday.
That's right. That's exactly what I didn't want to make that the case, but I'm glad that you said it yourself. But yeah, excited for opening day today. We'll dive into some more opening day talk, more Astros talk as we go along on our 4 hours with you this Thursday. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and we'll circle back around to that. But coming up next, we got to talk about something. Last night went from to ugh. Let's talk about the Rockets next.
The Drive is live and getting you ready for more tournament action. Join is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, what did he say, off the slide?
Oh,
if you,
God,
if you
that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
think I was
Hey,
cringing.
no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki
Schneid.
said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. Also, happy birthday to Clint Jenkins from Alvin, saying that it's his birthday, opening day, Sweet 16. Very, very excited. Yeah, man.
Very nice.
Imagine your birthdays today and all the sports that we got on tap, especially if you're a golf fan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where we are at the Texas Children's Houston Open out here at Memorial Park. And
who do you got? Who you got in the tournament? Let's call a shot now.
I have no idea.
Come up with somebody. Minwoo Lee is the defending champ.
I know. I was gonna go with that, but
I'm gonna go out on a limb.
Okay.
I'm gonna go out on a limb. Chris Gotterup.
Is that a real name?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Chris Gotterup. I've watched him a little bit this year. I think he's won 2 tournaments already.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go with Jason Day.
Jason Day. Okay.
I mean, big name.
Okay.
Getting himself ready for the
You mark
Masters.
that, Figgy?
All right,
Jason Day and Chris Gotterup.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Figgy don't get
Mark it down. Yep.
He's not marking anything down.
Figgy is the secretary at their desk at 4:55. Like, hey, I need you to write something down for me. Sure.
Sure, man.
Yeah, man.
Call a Friday afternoon meeting.
bet.
Yep. I'll let you know. I'll let them know.
Yeah, indeed. By the way, currently leading out here is Matthew Pavon. Is 4 under through 10
All right.
At the Texas Children's Houston Open. I keep saying it, but I'm have to think about it because my brain is liable to go Texas Houston Children's Open, which
It did yesterday.
I feel like that's an entirely different event than what we've got going right here. But I mean, great views out here. It's an excellent day out here, and hopefully all the excellent sports today will help wash the taste out of our mouths from the very lackluster sports that we had yesterday. In fact, it was historical in all the ways that you don't want it to be, as the Rockets were in Minnesota. We talked about this. This felt like this was going to be a turning point game, or just maybe a linchpin game when it comes to what the Rockets are. And yes, you're right, it was. Unfortunately, they fall to the Minnesota Timberwolves in overtime after having a 13-point lead in overtime. John Lopez.
All right, so let's focus on that.
I think it was 113. Was it 113? What was the final? 110-108. Sorry.
You come back and you obviously you take a lead, then you force overtime. You take a 13-point lead in overtime in an enormous game. This is not anything to be, just said in passing. Because that right there is your opportunity to put it away, show some focus, show some defense, some discipline.
All of those things that they had shown at the very end of regulation and in the early portions of overtime. They looked dialed. I mean, you had Alperen Sengun getting on the floor, stealing a basketball from, who was it again, that he stole the basketball? Rudy
Got the
Gobert.
bloody mouth?
And then getting down to, bloody mouth. They had been fighting, clawing. It looked like this was the toughness win that they were going to get.
But they showed none of that with a 13-point lead. Clearly, easily, without question, the most embarrassing loss of the season, and I think you'd have to go back a long way to find anything similar to that.
Would 25 years be the long enough way? Because apparently, for the first time in 25 years, this is the largest deficit that a team has come back and deficit in overtime that teams come back and won in the last 25 years. That Minnesota.
That's in the league.
Deficit in the national basketball.
I'm talking about like just Rockets losses with what's on the line, because now you lost some ground, of course, to the Timberwolves for the 4 seed. You're in the 6 seed. You're facing the Nuggets if it ended today, that type deal. But it's stunningly bad how many second half leads they've blown. They've blown an 18-point second half lead, a 25-point, a 13-point overtime lead. Reggie, that doesn't point to anything but Ime Udoka.
By the way.
Nothing but Ime Udoka.
This Minnesota team was without Anthony Edwards in this game. Mm-hmm. Anthony Edwards, who is a superstar in this league, who is their best player, and as we mentioned yesterday, is one of, if not the clutchest players in the league. They didn't have him. They still whooped your ass at the end of the game. Now, of course, that's maybe a little bit of an exaggeration. You got yourself up 13 in overtime, but you had dudes getting thrown out. Nas Reed gets thrown out of this game. Rudy Gobert is fouled out in this game, and you find a way to grab defeat from the jaws of victory. This was a game that if you were even the staunchest defenders of the Rockets, which I don't know that I'd fully count myself as that, but I probably along that side.
You lean that way.
That was okay. Wipe my hands of it. Like I'm done with it this year. And it's the thing that really got me. Funny enough, was earlier on in the game. I thought I was going to set up to have a little bit of a spicy take where they win this game, and I go, this is it for me.
Yeah.
It's just the offense is abysmal. It is putrid, especially when you see if Kevin Durant is not knocking down shots as he wasn't early on in the game. There's just nothing that they have. And this is even considering, again, Anthony Edwards isn't playing. They knocked down free throws. What sick fortune the Rockets have that they were perfect at the free throw line until the very end where Kevin Durant needs 2 free throws to tie the game to keep the game pushing in overtime. But that felt like the cruel irony of what this team has, what they had wrought all season long by not having an offense that is sufficient, not having an offense that makes sense. So much of their diet, even when they're, scoring the basketball, is bad shots that are made by dudes who are solid at making bad shots. And then when you get to the time where you need to make a shot, what you're going to go to is a bad shot. And if it doesn't go, that's to be expected because, again, you're taking bad shots. It just felt like there's no recourse in this particular season. Whatever they do in the postseason is what it is. But I'm done with it, man.
Everything you just said is 100% accurate. But there have been. I want to make something very, very clear. Because he's been in the crosshairs somewhat, including by you. You've kind of come along and started to wonder about Ime Udoka. There have been various points this season when we've said, if Fred VanVleet was here, or you know what, they need an offensive coordinator, or boy, Steven Adams is such a key part of this. Boy, this, boy, that. This points to Ime Udoka. This is on him, not winning those games when you have second half leads. The way that this hugely enormous basketball game was just spit with no focus, as I said. No, even the offensive possessions were too quick. I mean, just everything was bad. I'm going to throw some numbers at you. Tell me if you
don't threaten me with a good time.
If you see a trend here, the last 2.5 minutes of overtime. Okay. Points 15-0.
That's not good.
Rebounds 4-0.
That's also not good.
Assists 4-0.
Mm-hmm.
Field goals 6-0.
I'm noticing a number keep popping.
Free throws 1-0 made.
Mm-hmm.
3-pointers 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
2-pointers 4-0.
So nothing was happening.
Offensive rebounds 1-0. Defensive rebounds 3-0. Blocks 0. Both had 0.
Okay.
Steals 1-0. Points off turnovers 5-0.
Them boys were spent at the very end. Them boys were spent.
Nah, they wasn't on the court. 0
across the board. That's not Fred VanVleet or Steven Adams or whatever you want to pick. That's Ime Udoka.
Yeah, and I know that it sounds like I'm joking when I say they're spent, but I think they are, man. I think that this has been a wildly emotional season. I mean, I still remember there was a possession where, again, I think I have to write a note to my neighbors, go put it on their door, because I know when a Rockets game gets going, they hear me. One of those moments was yelling at Tari Eason when he stops the ball and Kevin Durant's like, pass me the ball. Like, all of those types of frustrations that we go, oh, it's a bad team. These things have built up over the entirety of a season. And it felt like that was, again, as a linchpin game as we had set it up to be, you get to the very end of it, and it's just like, dog, we had gotten to overtime, we had gotten ourselves up 13, and here the Minnesota Timberwolves are, without Anthony Edwards. Mind you, without Ayo Dosunmu, who's the backup point guard, who also wasn't playing in that game. Without Rudy Gobert, their defensive player of the year, and the dude in the post. Without Nas Reed, a nice six-man type guy that they had. Without all of that, here they are, on Yo Keister. At some point, it just felt like they let go of the rope. It felt like they let go of the rope, and you know what? I will follow suit. I don't have expectations of this Rockets team right now, and I'm starting to turn my attention to, if I don't have expectations of this team right now, then where do they go? Like, I'm already mentally kind of in off-season mode, which is a damn shame, because it's a team, even with some of the issues that you have, they don't really have a good bench right now, right? Clearly, they don't have a point guard,
right now.
right? All of those things. I mean, Aaron Holiday was in, and I think, was it the first quarter we already seeing Aaron Holiday in there? And that's no disrespect to Aaron Holiday, but that's a guy that has not been in your rotation a lot of the year. Even with the deficiencies that you could say, I think they're better than the performances that they've been putting up recently. And, yeah, that does go to how much of that is coaching, especially when you say Ime Udoka is probably safe.
Yeah.
If you look at the
okay, well, we might have to circle back to that because I don't think he should be. And I don't think that this presumption that he's safe, I get it, but crazier things have happened than this, have happened very recently. A couple of texts I want to get to real quick. This is accurate. The only non-zero that this texter saw was turnovers in the last 2:30.
Yep.
That's true. They had one turnover. So all zeros except the one turnover.
Being negative.
And, John, how is that Ime's fault? That's on the players. No, it's not.
I think it's on all of them.
The responsibility to get this team focused, all those things that we're talking about, that is on one guy. And by the way, they need an offensive coordinator. What the hell's he been doing? This is on him.
Yeah. Man. So, look, that one felt like we're done here. Like that one very much felt like a one. Not even just because now you haven't lost the tiebreak to the Minnesota Timberwolves. You're tied a game apiece. You have a game versus them again on April 10th, which will determine the tiebreaker. But you've lost the tiebreaker against the Lakers. You've lost the tiebreaker against the Denver Nuggets. You are going to be in the bottom portion of this top six in the West. And I don't believe in your capability of going and winning against any of those teams 4 games out of 7. Like, this very much feels like we're done here.
Yeah.
And for the season. And that is really disappointing considering the trajectory that you thought you were on at the start of the year. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get back to the exciting portion. Actually, this is probably a little bit more depressing, though. Our question of the day, inspired by that Rockets game where, honestly, the loss was kind of good. It gave us a maximum clarity. It allowed me to get to my place where I go, I know what this team is at this moment. What was a game like that for you? Have you had a game where you were actually happy that the loss happened, especially for your team? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
In the loop.
We're talking to our guy, John Harris.
BasePowerCompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Texas Children's Houston Open. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Oh, I like the little sound bite there.
Yeah.
We're watching some golfers teeing off here. We're part of the gallery ourselves as patrons out here at the Texans Children's Houston Open.
Did the double whammy there.
That's right. I'm just going to keep trying to make sure to fit these in here. But no, we are watching some golf happen here on the 10th tee out here at the Houston Open. Excited to be out here. Excited for what is going to be a fun day of golf, baseball, and basketball all over the great city of Houston. Unfortunately, yesterday was a bad day of basketball, and that was in the city of Minneapolis, and that inspired our question of the day. Much like Sean Pendergast, and I think a lot of us were just actually happy that the Rockets lost last night and put some of the last lingering thoughts of hope to rest. What is a game that maybe you were actually cool with your team losing? 713-572-4610 is the Base Power text line.
Yeah, look, we obviously weren't happy that as it was happening. We're hoping for the win, but that was enough. You said it. You just said it in the last segment. It's like, okay, I know what they are. It ain't gonna happen.
I was trying to not know what they were. I think there's other people that are on the text line right now. They're like, nah, y'all just now figuring this out. No. But especially when you're trying to be some level of analyst, you're looking at all what are the things that they can maybe find? Where are the places that they could get better? Where are the places that even marginally could help them if they go up in a series and they have a particular matchup? I think the way that you're looking at, you've seen this team play against the three teams they're likely to play. You've seen them lose against them, including that one last night. I think that it really put everything into the fullest of perspectives this late into 9 more games in the season, right? Mm-hmm. 9 more games in this regular season here. There's not enough runway to overcome the things that keep popping up for them.
No, there's not. So but ultimately that's and Sean tweeted it and kind of made me think about it. Good. I'm kind of like, okay, good. We know that there's going to have to be some big decisions made now. There's going to have to be, obviously I think the Giannis thing is going to start taking a little more traction, which, by the way, might be kind of kicking the can down the road for one Rafael Stone, because he's sort of kept his hands clean somehow during all this. But that being said, I was like, good, they lost. So other games where your team, the one you live and die for, lost, and you're like, good, I'm glad, because it sort of gets the ball rolling in another direction. Obviously, for me, this goes back a while, but I'm sure a lot of our listeners will remember it. Dennis Franchione, head coach at Texas A&M.
Sorry, did I do that out loud?
Dennis Franchione, head coach at Texas A&M, goes to Oklahoma and loses 77-0.
Sheesh.
77-0. And I was joyous. I was giddy. And you know how I feel about the Aggies and all that, because no team, no big school like that, A&M, Texas, Auburn, Alabama, those big schools that we all know, should ever lose any game 77-0.
No.
Ever. Never.
In football,
ever.
Anything.
Never, ever. Did I say ever?
I think I got that. I think I picked up on that, yes.
So I was giddy. I was like, all right, well, that takes care of that, because it was going to happen from that point on. And then you bleep too, mother bleeper. from Bill O'Brien. I was glad. We could see it coming from that day forward that they were going to move on from Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, which, I mean, Bill O'Brien had, I mean, it was outside of just the lack of capability on the field, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was getting rid of legends, right? Sending them down the road, or at least really good players. It was a lot of different things culturally that made that. So it was more than just, dang, I want to see a different coach. It was like, I want to see a different era in this team, and you don't get to ultimately where you are now without starting in that place. I see you on the text line 281. I quietly been glad a couple of times when my kid's soccer team was ousted from a tournament early. Yeah, I feel for all the youth sports parents because that has got to be a mess. Y'all end up in not just odd times, but also y'all end up in odd weather circumstances. Like I know for certain, if you are a track parent, with some of these cold track meets y'all be at times, you be like, hey, man, we don't need to make it to the next heat.
But these tournament finals, you're so excited for your team or your kid's team to make the finals, but it's usually Sunday at 4 o'clock, and you got to drive from Dallas or wherever back home and work the next morning. You're like, if we just get to the semifinal, that'll be good enough. That'll be good enough just to get to the semi so I can hit the road here. Got the SUV all packed, and Seth brought this up about, Sean did, about there are certain parents that you just don't like even on your own team, and sometimes you kind of cheer against them just so they won't be happy. The parents that I used to love, and this is awful. Talk about, we're all going to hell. The parent who thinks his kid is the entire team, is like, the best player and the stud and all this other stuff. He's the pitcher, and boy, he's going to college, and he's going to be a major league player and all this other stuff. And then he gets racked up for about 8 runs in an inning and a half. I was like, okay, how you feel about that kid now? How you feeling about that now?
Yeah, fair enough. I think that I respect that. An easy one for me when I look at, I'm a Kansas State guy. Just last year, they lose to Texas Tech, and they were already, I think, like 4-4. But you're still in that place where you're like, ooh, maybe. I've been watching these dudes. Like you've seen the up and down of it all. I was just like, you know what? Just let this one go.
Yeah.
Just let it go. Right? That one, that loss happens, and I go, you know what? It's fine.
It's fine.
It's okay.
And it's not. Sometimes it's cope, but sometimes it's absolute. I'm just happy.
No, sometimes you're
I'm
just
glad.
Like,
I'm
again,
glad.
Think about it, right? You're going through a season with the team that you go, we should be better.
Yeah.
You're seeing the games where it goes up and down. They're not playing great football, but then they'll have little stretches where they can kind of save themselves. And this is one of the things that I always say about being a sports fan. We are very dumb for doing this. I love that we do it. It's really fun.
Yes.
It can be at least, but it can also be
god-awful.
Yes, it can be awful. There can be a lot of torment in it, and sometimes you're just like, I need to save myself from this.
Yes.
And we're I hate to say it, we're addicts, man. We love this so much. So sometimes you can't save yourself. Sometimes you need them to save you from it, and sometimes they just need to put it to a place where you go, oh, okay.
Yeah.
You have made the decision for me that I can't keep doing this. K-State did that for me last year at that point. Obviously, I think the Rockets did that a little bit there for you as well. Are there any games that come to mind for you that are not your team but are also not your rival? Because I think it's easy to go, oh, yeah, that one time my rival went. Because I think if I go 2-1, there is a loss that I was actually very excited about. Now I can't remember exactly what team it was. No, I know the team that lost, but I can't remember what team beat them. You remember the year that the Pittsburgh Steelers started out 11-0?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, because we're all looking at him like, come on, man.
And the thing about it is, I think in sports, we understand that it is a results-oriented business, right? The results matter, and we have to care about what the results tell us. And I know we're all sick of hearing about process at times, but the process matters, right? And I was watching that 11-0 Steelers team, and I was like, this is a bad football team.
Yeah.
And that you can talk about that and people rock with you for 3-4 wins. You go, yeah, circumstances get you. Once you get past 6-7 wins, people are like, well, maybe they're just good. And it's like, no, we've watched football for a long time.
Yes.
I can see it. This is a bad football team. And so when they finally got that first loss, I was like, thank God.
Yeah.
We can all be serious again, can't we?
Oh, yeah, and it can be people too. We had, what was it, 2 years, two plus years, Figgy, of Jack Easterby nonsense, when ultimately he finally did too much, and we're like, good. So it can be a personnel thing other than the head coach too. When Easterby got out of here, that was a joyous day all around Houston. all around Houston.
832. So for me, it's when the Texans let Bob and Jack make the dumbass trades, because in a similar way to you're talking about that particular loss, that very much made it clear, hey man, you can't come back. Like, you don't got to go home, but you can't. You got to go somewhere else.
Yeah, no question. And you know, it just goes down the list. But the Oklahoma game for A&M, the BOB game. I'm trying to think if there was ever an Astros one. I don't think so, because they've ebbed and flowed so much. Obviously, the 04-05, we were all pulling for them. Before that, there was never really a manager that you want. Maybe maybe there was. Who's the manager? Billy, whatever. Anyway, but the Astros have always just kind of ebbed and flowed. Rockets was last night. I mean, I just sat there and I was like, good. Now everybody knows. And nobody can be in denial anymore.
281 said, love when LeBron lost to Dallas in the finals after the decision. Didn't care about him or either.
That's
team.
a good one.
Where you're just like, all right.
Yeah.
Happy that one happened.
Yeah, that's the Dirk year.
Yeah, no, it was 2011.
Yeah.
From the 832, when Kubiak decided to stick by Schaub instead of pursuing Payton.
Oh, you were glad the Texans lost? Yeah, maybe.
Just like you should have done that. I thought this was that's always a tough proposition though, because I like to think, especially for informed fans, like I get it. You have your thoughts on the way that things should go, but ultimately, once something comes back around, your team makes a decision. I would think that you kind of want your team to be right.
Right.
You ultimately want them to be successful,
that's why I wondered about that.
Even if they didn't make the decision that you wanted. But I guess sometimes, and I can be like this at times, being right matters a lot more to you. It does something. It makes a tingle in you.
Everybody has a little bit of the I told you so thing. Is always good, so you're happy that they lost or won or whatever. Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio. So, Vic, did you have one? Sorry, I didn't even make sure to ask you.
Oh, no, it's all good. I actually got a couple. Mine is kind of related to BOB, too, that 2020 year when they traded D-Hop. And remember they had that gauntlet of a start to the season?
Yeah.
When they faced Kansas City, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Minnesota.
Yeah.
And they lost all 4 of them. To me, I was happy with that because Bill O'Brien, they're getting fired after that 0-4 start.
That's a really good one.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that one, that was a rough season, but I was kind of rooting for them to lose because he traded D-Hop, and now they ass out here. And then the next one was the Rockets. Remember when they got Kevin Porter Jr.?
Oh, yeah.
And I remember watching Kevin Porter Jr., as a Cavs fan, and I was just like, man, he could be good, but his off-the-court stuff is kind of rough. And I just remember Rockets fans like, oh, my God, we pretty much stole Kevin Porter Jr., only a second round. I'm like, hey, don't celebrate too much. So that part kind of made me root against it a little bit. And then on top of them playing him at point guard, I'm like, that's not the best way to play him, man. He's not like a real point guard. And they just kept keeping him at point guard where I was just like, man, I hope this fail.
And somebody just texted something I thought we would get earlier. The C.J. Stroud, I don't know if it's haters or whatever.
Well,
somebody said when the Texans
haters
lost to New England.
Yeah, I saw someone earlier on the text line again also make a similar point that the loss to New England this year for them allowed them to go, all right, I know where I stand on C.J. Stroud, which I don't think I agree with the sentiment, but I understand why you get to that place. I can understand you feeling that. So, that's the question of the day here in the loop on Sports Radio 610, broadcasting live from the Texas Children's Houston Open out here, Memorial, and it got quiet all of a sudden, so I feel like I had to get quiet as well.
I better talk lightly here.
Yeah, I don't know if I feel...
Getting some big dogs coming out here.
We are. We're getting right about to win. Some of them are teeing off. We're looking out for them ourselves. All right, let's keep going here on a Thursday. Coming up next, let's get a little bit of Around the NFL going on Sports Radio 610.
The NCAA tournament is here. of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right. We're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Mind you, broadcasting live from the Texans Children's Houston Open out here in Memorial. Looking real nice out here, man.
Mm-hmm.
All various different things. Gorgeous patrons, fantastic golf, at least from what we can see from the tee box at 10.
Yeah.
That's about what we got. But, no, they're swinging it well to this point. I should have the leader here.
Kurt Kitayama.
Oh, is that who's
5 under,
yeah.
5
under?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Is that who, really?
That's what it said on the board.
Okay, for some reason. Okay, so the board that I'm seeing is wrong here, but shout out to Kurt. Shout out to him. All right. Oh, yeah, before we get to around the NFL, as it is opening day, we do have an opening day lineup for your Houston Astros. Are you ready for it?
I am ready.
All right. So here we go. Leading off, you'll notice a name that you're used to seeing leading off, but maybe not with the current iteration of the team. Jose Altuve at second base leads off, which means no Jeremy Pena today. So you'll have Altuve, Yordan, who's DHing at second, Isaac Paredes playing third and batting third, Carlos Correa fourth, playing shortstop. Joey Loperfido starts in left field. He'll bat fifth. Cam Smith will bat right after him in right field. Christian Walker playing first, Yainer Diaz, and Jake Myers in center. That is your opening day lineup for your Houston Astros.
Yeah, obviously a lot expected there. The interesting thing is, and we saw this a lot at the end of the season and in spring training, Christian Walker batting seventh. Early season protection, get yourself right, help the bottom of the lineup, which needs a lot of help, at least on paper. I think that's about what we would have expected from that lineup.
I'm excited to hear, maybe not excited is the right word, but I'm very interested to hear maybe Joe Espada talk about what's happened with Pena, why they decided against him in opening day, because, I mean, he did play 2 days ago, and obviously I could say he looked fine. That's not ultimately the decision-making factor.
Yeah.
But I do wonder, especially on a day like today where, it's a big occasion, why they wouldn't go for it today and maybe even give him a rest on the backside of that. But that's ultimately their decision, and this is going to be the thing that we watch all the time. Now, of course, right now it's the ring finger fracture that we're probably paying attention to. But the way that they handle the infield will be something worth paying attention to. All right, let's go around the NFL now. Where I should mention though, because I didn't mention this earlier. Apparently, the Pro Football Hall of Fame is set to honor a few assistant coaches, some influential special teams coach Mike Westhoff, offensive line coach Bob Kittrick, and longtime defensive coach Ted Cottrell will be honored by the Pro Football Hall of Fame. They have their Awards of Excellence class for 2026. It's one of those things that I bring this up mostly because when we talk about the Hall of Fame, obviously head coaches get a little bit of love, but obviously players do. Longtime assistants end up feeling like they get left out of this, don't they?
They always get short shrift. And you guys, anybody who's been listening to this show for any amount of time, that's been one of my sort of pet peeves, pet projects, whatever, is to get guys like Wade Phillips into the Hall of Fame, the actual Hall of Fame, because of the body of work that they did as a coordinator or an assistant coach. And by the way, people always say he wasn't that good a head coach. He was a good head coach. He wasn't necessarily Hall of Fame worthy, but given what he did as a coordinator, I love this. And I think there's more and more of that should absolutely happen.
What's the old school kind of thought process in it?
Romeo Cornell, another one?
Right, someone like that. The old school thought is, how do you tell the story of the game? Like that's the idea of the Hall of Fame.
Can you tell the story of the game without blank?
I think that there's some of these longtime assistants that end up being guys that you need to tell the story of the schematics of the game that weren't great as head coaches, but they matter. And I do wonder if we might need to have more of an understanding and more of an appreciation.
Yeah, Romeo and Wade Phillips are the two that I would put at the top of the list.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's one of those things that I wonder. Vic Fangio is one of those guys that's getting a lot more.
It's another one.
Like right now, and maybe we're slightly moving away from that with some of the changes this year, this past season, and getting into it. But Vic Fangio was the godfather of so much of the defense that we're doing right now. And you go, all right, well, Vic Fangio as a head coach, but as a coordinator, coordinator, hugely important. So where does he fall? It's cool that the Pro Football Hall of Fame has some level of appreciation for some of these legendary assistants. All right, we continue around the NFL. Did you see this, John Lopez? I'm not going to take this to political realm, but this is a politician that brings himself into sports, so I will make the mention of that. The Florida Attorney General, his name is, what is his name again? James Uthmeyer. I believe that I said that correctly. Apparently posted on social media yesterday demanding that the NFL suspend the Rooney Rule. Obviously, the Rooney Rule is the rule that they have in place where it implores teams to interview a candidate of color, a minority candidate, before they ultimately make their hire on their highest positions. I believe this applies to head coach and it applies to general manager, does it not, as well? I don't believe that you have that same application to assistants or what have you, but I guess the claim is obviously some level of discrimination in that. I think that this is asinine.
Well, it is asinine. Politicians are going to politic, and this is item number whatever on his stump speech, on his whatever to ingratiate themselves with whichever. I don't even know what side of the aisle he's on.
And that's why I didn't bring it up, because it's not really worth delving into the politics.
And it doesn't matter because you're going to bring up these points just because you want votes. Period. End of story.
Now, of course, the Frank Pollard alliance. I forget what the proper name of that is.
Fritz Pollard?
Fritz Pollard, thank you. I was like, that doesn't sound right. The Fritz Pollard alliance staunchly defends it. And I think that as much as we're talking about here, like, hey, man, you got to remember, this is something that implores them to consider more candidates. It's not something that forces them to hire in a particular way, as evidenced by this last hiring cycle, where you lose more black head coaches than you gain in the cycle. I don't think that it forces teams to do things. In fact, people, when they complain about the Rooney Rule, complain that it does not do enough, rather than it has some level of heavy-handed way. But I do think that ultimately this brings, again, into focus, and the reason why I bring it up is, again, it's so much about the decision makers ultimately, right? Like, this is about more the owners and the decision makers that are hiring, and whether they are willing to make these, whether they're willing to consider these candidates ultimately. Like, you can force them to, what's the old saying? You can lead a horse to water, you can't make them drink. Like, that's ultimately where this lands when you talk about the actual diversity in the hiring practices. But I don't think it's bad to go, hey, we're going to make you consider some more candidates just on the off chance that you actually like them, right? What is it like if you're teaching a kid and you go, just try the broccoli. Right. You might just eat it. Just have a little nibble, and you might find that you enjoy eating it.
I could go on and on this for 30 minutes. I won't, but I could go on for 30 minutes or an hour without even raising the point of racial equity or minority hires or anything that seemed to be hot button points of this. What I always go back to is the NFL and a lot of companies, in the real world, are very inbred in the sense of they hire and interview people with whom they're comfortable or they know, right? Forget color, forget race, forget all that. A good example, right here. I always give Nick Casario a hard time about the John Carroll stuff and the New England stuff, and those are people with whom he's comfortable, right? So the way I would put it is, why not ask people, instead of interviewing just 50 people to see who's best, interview 100. Because there's 50 people over there that you don't know, you're not comfortable with, you've never really been around. So if we ask you to interview those extra 50, you might find some in there. Forget where they're from or what color they are. Why are you limiting yourself to this amount of potential, employees when there's a whole other segment out here that you're not even looking at?
Right. That's always been ultimately my point as well. All right, we continue around the NFL. This was like a technicality, but I think we talked about this a little bit. The NFL season start has now moved up to a Wednesday. We mentioned this a little bit. The Seahawks will start the season, the 2026 season, on a Wednesday as opposed to, what was it? They do it on a Thursday.
They always do it Thursday evening, Thursday night.
The reigning champs. It's still going to be on NBC, and we still don't officially know who the opponent is. Do you like the Wednesday night open?
I'm going to.
Okay, so that's an answer. That's an answer very clearly.
I'm going to. Yeah, the big reason is because the Melbourne game in Australia is going to start on Friday there, but Thursday night here, and has been confirmed. 10:35 a.m. kickoff in Melbourne, Australia, Friday morning.
That's real sick.
How about that?
That's
10:35 a.m.
And I say that as somebody who watches like sports in the morning. If you're an English soccer fan or any of the European soccer teams, you're used to watching a little bit of soccer in the morning. It still just feels like, what are we doing, man? But maybe we'll get used to it, and that's what the NFL is hoping for. However, sometimes they don't get what they hope for. Just like with the NFL backed the fantasy football game, or not the fantasy football, goodness gracious, flag football game that they had this past weekend. We got numbers on it. I know that not everybody enjoys
I'm curious.
Yeah, here's the numbers talk. Sub 650,000 people TV audience.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot, and there was a lot of promo for this. In fact, I almost wonder if Tom Brady wasn't doing a little bit of a work. Remember all the back and forth he had with, what's his name, one of them Paul boys? I don't remember which one that is, but you know which one. Was it Logan? I think Logan's the one that
I think it was, yeah.
Logan's the one to do the wrestling and everything. But whichever one of them Paul boys was getting into it with Tom Brady. Like, they were getting into it behind the flag football of it all. And there was a big buildup, a lot of money put behind the idea of trying to draw audiences to this NFL.
650,000, huh?
Less than 650,000 TV audience for it. What do you think that says, right? It was called the Fanatics Flag Football Classic. I know that there were some people that said that they would have watched it if they realized or whatever, but it felt like it was out there enough. What do you make of that?
It was a bomb. It bombed. It was a total bomb.
Sure, but why? Like, what do you think this is just people are not willing to just watch any level of football? Do you think that this is
keep in mind,
is it a time of the year thing for you?
It was not only time of the year. Remember, we mentioned this before. It was the same day as the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, was it day 2 of the tournament?
Yeah, it was the same day. So what are you thinking? What do you think is going to happen?
So do you think this happens a little bit differently if they play it on a different, like, let's say that they had decided to move it 2 weeks back, right?
Sure.
Or 3 weeks back, because the 2 weeks back would still be alongside the Final Four time of this.
Yeah.
If they do this in a time of where it's not the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, I think you probably have more, but it was just very much a gimmick. Even though I thought it was very telling about the Olympians, but that's a whole different story. No, I think it's gimmicky and it's very niche. Maybe is the better word for some fans who just want to see some silly entertainment.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is just a starting point, if this ends up being an interesting juxtaposition to what the buildup is when I imagine they have events leading up to LA 2028 when you have flag football in the Olympics, or if it just ends up being that the Olympics itself carries the event just because it's the Olympics and that's what we tune in.
I think that's what's going to happen.
Itself.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
Fair enough. We're in the heat of like pro days. There's all sorts of pro days, including I know your beloved Texas A&M had a pro day yesterday. Heavy Texans presence out at the Texas A&M.
And not just heavy, but who?
So,
because the who mattered.
Fair enough. So as I pull this up, so I make sure that I get this correct, I know that Nick Caserio was there, assistant GM James Lipford was there, offensive line coach Cole Popovich was there, defensive line coach Rod Wright was there, and several other members of the organization per Sam Warman of the Houston Chronicle.
Those first three you mentioned, first of all, Caserio and Lipford, 1 and 1A when it comes to personnel decisions.
Correct.
Cole Popovich, offensive line coach.
Correct.
Rod Wright, obviously, he's the D-line coach, but he's also just one of those guys that's just beloved in the entire room. But the first three you mentioned, that points to one guy that they're really interested in, and that's Chase Bisontis, the very, very talented, I think, 2-time All-SEC guard from Texas A&M. So I think Bisontis put him on your radar.
Doing a lot of due diligence. When it comes to pro days, right, it ends up being funny. In fact, I want to dig deeper into this because pro days, but maybe more importantly, even like 30 visits, we put a lot of stock in those, and I do wonder how much those actually factor into decisions that are made. But at the very least, I mean, you see the Texans. I am very excited. Like, I've built myself up to this draft just to get a feel for how does Nick Caserio and his crew and his staff handle no handcuffs, no holds, drafting when there's not even like big needs when it comes to headed into the NFL draft. That's what they're working towards, and maybe a Chase Besantis ends up being one of those guys that factors into what you're looking at.
And heavy on the big needs, because there's still some needs, but the big need,
honestly,
the glaring, they have to have this is not there.
I don't even know how hard I'd go to needs there. I think
offensive line.
We're in solid wants territory.
But offensive line you still need. I mean, we talked to John Harris about it. In fact, I followed up with him this week. Hey, last week you said, wouldn't surprise you if they draft multiple offensive linemen. Are you still there? And he said, absolutely. So I think that's somewhat of a need, but it's not glaring. It's not like they got to have that, at number 28. So, but I'm with you. They're in a place where they can zig when everybody else zags, and get the best guy they want.
All right, how many weeks do we have, or how many months do we have till the start of the NFL season? Right, roughly what, 4 or 5 months?
Mm-hmm.
I think we have to start the timer now. It's 5 months, a lot of months. However, this NFL Referees Association versus NFL collective bargaining agreement thing. Now, of course, these things, they sound crazy until all of a sudden they get done, and it felt like it never happened. However, it's getting real spicy as the Referee Association released a statement about negotiations, said that they broke down after less than half a day.
Nobody there could make a decision. The NFL sent basically like underlings, and nobody there could actually negotiate, number one, or make a decision. They're just like, we're just here, man. We want to hear what you have to say. But we're here because we have to be. Remember yesterday when I said on those 5 proposals, it was 4 proposals and a threat? It was a threat.
Yeah.
It was a threat.
The threat you're meaning was the NFL proposing a rule that would allow them, in the case of replacement refs, to have NFL officials back in, review situations, be able to actually overrule and, factor into on-field enforcement and arbitration decisions.
Yeah.
Which, of
course, that's
a
threat to these guys.
Yeah, that feels like, hey, man, if the NFL refs that we cannot get a contract with ultimately are not there refereeing, if we have replacement refs, we can make this work. This does not have to go full 2012. We have means to make sure that we get it right and we help them along, especially as we know they're not going to do the same job as the normal NFL refs.
They're strong-arming the NFL refs and absolutely insulting them. They have this big meeting for negotiations, and no one on the NFL side was available to make any decisions. They were just there to listen.
Yeah, man. I think that, again, we're a lot of months out. This will progress, but seeing as we're starting here with like open disrespect, I feel like we're set to have to talk about, or at least monitor this for a little while. As to figure out if the refs that we already complain about are as the best, even though they're the best ones, if we might see a step down in refereeing at the start of the 2026 NFL season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, broadcasting live from the Texas Children's Houston Open. Coming up next on this huge day in Houston sports, I actually want to talk about the team that we have not talked about just yet when it comes to performing on today, and that's the Houston Cougars. They'll be playing at Toyota Center, like 9:10 was first tip, when we are thereabouts, when they take on Illinois.
Unless you're on Netflix.
Where they took 20 minutes to get to the
God
game.
almighty.
Don't get me started again.
That's the other thing.
Don't get me started on that again. I don't have time for that. But Kelvin Sampson, this is the 7th straight time that he has his Houston Cougars team in the Sweet 16. Clearly, he's done something right in building this program. What can these other Houston sports teams learn from the way that Kelvin Sampson has built this program? Let's talk about that next.
Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Texas Children's Houston Open. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard Big Voice Man. We're at Memorial Park Golf Course where the Texas Children's Houston Open is going on. I believe it's Stephen Yeager who's currently on the top of the leaderboard. 5 under through, I believe he's through 13, but I think he started. Yeah, he's through 13 here. And so we're having a good time. Honestly, I will say, it's starting to get a little hot. A little
warm.
We're feeling the Houston of it all.
A little warm here, and we're going to have a little bit of a even hotter for Houston than usual weekend this weekend. If you've been paying attention to the weather, but no, it's been gorgeous. It's going to be nice, man. It's going to be a nice weekend all weekend long to be out here.
Yeah, the clouds fooled me. I didn't actually wear a hat because I was like, man, we got good cloud cover. Clouds done moved out of the way. We feeling it, but it's still a great day to be outside. In fact, I think I'm going to hit the driving range maybe tomorrow.
See, you're getting the bug.
Yeah, I definitely. You can't come out to an event like this and see the pristine grounds and not want to get out there and play some golf. In fact, if you know of a good golf range, especially if it's in the loop, personally, I know that's asking for a lot. Let your boy know. 713-572-4610.
Reggie needs a golf range.
Yep, yeah. I definitely do.
And a swing.
Well, yes, if you could loan me that'd be great, honestly. I can only imagine. I haven't golfed in a few months. I can only imagine how ugly it ends up looking. We got to get that together. But something that is not ugly, watching the Houston Cougars play basketball this year, especially because, even it's definitely good. But sometimes in the past you could have maybe tried to make the accusation that's ugly. Man, they bomb away. Kingston does a great job of being the metronome to everything. They look like a really, really good basketball team. This could be the year that they redeem 83 and everything in between. And so with that being the case, man, you got to give credit again to Kelvin Sampson, who's gotten them to this place 7 years in a row in the Sweet 16. They'll play, obviously, that Sweet 16 game tonight at Toyota Center versus Illinois. And I wanted to take the opportunity to maybe learn from Kelvin Sampson, right? Because clearly he is one of the cream of the crop. You were talking about the ages of some of the legendary coaches that have continued to move on through the first weekend of the NCAA tournament, and you could learn from a lot of them. I think here in Houston, there's a lot of we were talking about coaches where we have coaches and teams and we go, okay, we have some questions about some of the things that you're doing. So what can some of the rest of the Houston teams learn from the way that Kelvin Sampson has built up this Houston Cougars program?
I think the number one thing that Kelvin Sampson, well, it's two, because clearly the defense is just ridiculous. That if you want to go X's and O's, but I don't right now. What he does at a very elite level, and maybe this is part of some of the older, was it 6 or 7 coaches age 67 and over?
Yeah,
are in the Sweet 16. Maybe this is part of it because all these guys share that quality, and Kelvin Sampson probably is at or near the top of the list. It's being able to actually coach. And now let me explain that a little bit. So many coaches are worried about feelings, and being able to make sure that the big 5-star recruit that really isn't working in practice gets his minutes because don't want him to transfer in the NIL and all that, and being able to not just coach them but coach them hard, for them to understand that I'm yelling at you. And you hear players say it all the time. They appreciate that. I've always believed the greatest players want to be coached.
Right.
Most of them actually want to be coached hard, because you hear a lot about, that guy's entitled. And there are players that we've seen, every year that are just entitled. But the greatest players are like, man, push me, coach me. And then off the court, to be able to balance that with a legitimate, caring for that person and his family, et cetera. And I think that's maturity as a coach. And maybe that has something to do with what we were talking about with all these older coaches. He has that knack, and maybe it's like, I got nothing to lose. I've been in this game forever. I'll put another team out there. If you want to play for me, this is how we're going to do it.
Yeah, there's definitely a level of accountability is the word that came to mind. And accountability ends up being funny because sometimes we characterize things as accountability that aren't. Like sometimes just the screaming and yelling, we're like, oh, well, hold them accountable. And I'm like, I don't know if that's actually the accountability that really will work in what you're looking for. I think there's really and truly an accountability that Kelvin Sampson has tapped into, and he does not have to yell. He does not have to, and now, of course, he will employ it. I'm not saying that he won't do it.
It's a tool. It's a tool in the toolbox.
100%. But no, he very much holds his guys to account. All of the best guys, and he holds them to a standard for across the board, and he holds them to very particular standards to what they do and what they are supposed to do. And I think that is something that you see to some degree in these Houston teams, but it feels like he does it the absolute best. So I would honestly. I would love to see like a Houston sports seminar of sorts where these guys give game to each other, because that's definitely one of those things that I wonder, who do you think that would apply to the most here in the city of Houston? Because I think that sometimes people will claim the Ime Udoka, or not Ime Udoka, but the D'Amico Ryans does not hold his guys accountable, but that does not seem like that's the case, right? Everything that we've heard points to that being the case. I think Ime might be one that could stand it, because there's a lot of getting in the media and calling the guy soft or whatever, but I do wonder like what that accountability actually looks like in a way that the player that lands with the players and shows up in their play as opposed to shows up in the post game from the coach.
Well, I think Kelvin Sampson and D'Amico Ryans are at the top of the list. Maybe Kelvin Sampson number one. He has a very unique way of helping players understand that deserve has nothing to do with it. You know, you don't deserve, this or that just because you're getting a lot of money or coaching. I think he has a good way of sending the message of, you've earned it so far. You got to continue to earn it, that kind of thing. But also to your point on the accountability, I think when you're completely honest, I think D'Amico he's a black and white type guy. It's this way or that way. This is how we want to do it. We want you on board. Same thing with Kelvin Sampson. It's this way or that way. And when they know that you're going to be consistent with that, then they understand it. And I think part of it with Kelvin Sampson and D'Amico is you're never gonna not understand where you really stand with him or on the team. You're always going to understand it.
No, that's fair. I'm thinking like Joe Espada when it comes, because how do you feel the accountability there? I don't know exactly how to grade out, because I think that we could probably talk about Ime ends up being very front of mind right now because of where the team is. D'Amico Ryans we were just talking about. Joe Espada as a manager is one of the ones that's more interesting because he is definitely the least fiery of the guys that you have here, of these four major kind of teams that we're considering right now in this conversation.
I can't get a good feel for it.
Right.
You feel as if maybe behind the scenes, I think with D'Amico, behind the scenes he holds them more accountable. You absolutely know that. I don't get that. I don't understand. I don't get that sense. And I go back to, remember when it was reportedly rumored, whatever, that there was some communication issues in the clubhouse a couple of years ago. Yeah. Was it Alex Bregman or whatever? That just kind of sticks with me, and maybe that's part of the. They're not really sure where the manager stands with then the messaging is not real clear. And I'm not ripping. I just don't know. I can't put my finger on it. But Kelvin Sampson, D'Amico Ryans, and that's where it goes. I think it goes the furthest with players.
I think also just like getting back to the things that Kelvin Sampson has done to build this Houston Cougars basketball program that maybe that could translate. There's something also about kind of knowing who you are and where you are and playing to that. And like really, because again, I know Kelvin Sampson, even this past season, has talked, or earlier on this season, the season's not over obviously for the Cougs, but early on this season kind of talked about how, the athletic pro department is poor or whatever. And I know that, we can maybe laugh at that and sometimes, kind of counteract that. But I think that there's a level of understanding of, we've seen him where, obviously he's raised the level of talent in this program, but there's also times where he's turned away talent because they don't fit what he is going for. There's
gotten a 3-star or a 2-star.
There's a very clear what we do here, an idea of what we do, and you get in or you get gone. And on top of that, right, he knows the parameters of what is necessary in the landscape of where the Cougars are versus the rest of the teams in the nation.
Well, there's no empty promises when you're recruiting them. He tells you exactly what's going to happen. It's going to, every single practice is going to be a war. You know, every player that's on the squad is going to know that that's where they belong. You know, a lot of times, and it happens a lot in basketball. I should be starting. You know, I should be starting, not these guys or whatever. Every player on that team knows who should be starting and knows who should be on the floor. They just sometimes are afraid to admit it, you know, because they don't want to admit that. I think Kelvin Sampson keeps it very clear. You do this, you're going to be on the floor. You don't do this, you're not going to be on the floor.
I think standard keeping might be.
Yeah.
And who of the other three coaches, the three professional coaches, how would you power rank the ability to hold the standard for the team?
I think it would be D'Amico number 1.
Okay.
I might have to say Espada number 2 because
Really?
the thing with Ime is he just consistently blames the players, and we've talked about it 100 times, but, you know, blames the players when it's bad and doesn't when it's good. But there's got to be I think that has to resonate in the locker room somehow. You know, the other thing about Kelvin Sampson that I think really, really helps him is he's been through hell himself.
Yeah.
People tend to forget. It's been a while. But he left Indiana shamed.
Yeah.
In essence.
And it's funny is those are things that you probably can make shake here very easily in the current iteration.
Oh, for sure.
Of the NCAA.
Yeah. But I mean, that was the premier. I mean, it was at the top of the game too, Indiana basketball, and he left it in shame. Ended up being an assistant coach with the Rockets.
Which, good times, man.
Yeah.
Good times. They played some good defense, those Rockets teams at that point.
So, you know, he's got a story as well of, listen, man, you know, just because something defines you in the moment doesn't mean it defines you.
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely fair. Yeah, and some of it is probably just that experience, which unfortunately I don't know that you could give to three other coaches that are pretty young in, right? D'Amico, 3 years in. Ime Udoka, 4 or 5 years in into being a head coach in the NBA. And Joe Espada, this is, again, season 3 for him at the helm? Like, some of this is just also a level of experience that shows up differently for it. But, man, I feel like once this season is over, hopefully with the national championship for the Coogs.
How are you feeling about tonight?
I feel really good about it. I know that you have a little bit more trepidation for good reason. This is a good Illinois team that can score the basketball. I think seeing the way that the Cougs played in the first couple of rounds, admittedly against teams that I think you can match up pretty nicely with, they didn't. I think the Texas A&M game really opened my eyes to where
Me too.
They're a lot more mature than they should be at some of the
improving.
ages. The guys that, and I guess apologies to B. Scott, who last week was kind of talking about the Uzan and Emmanuel Sharp of it all, and I was like, yeah, I don't know how consistent they can be. They looked really consistent. They looked like the upperclassmen that they are when they were playing, particularly against a very tough buckyball type A&M team. So, no, I feel good about them going and being solid. I feel good about Emmanuel Sharp adding in some of that three-point shooting, and I really liked that you could get the ball to JoJo, and JoJo was pretty consistent in getting you that bucket. Because that was the thing that I was afraid, not having like a Juwan Roberts that you can get the ball to in the paint when you're just like, hey, I need a bucket right now. He's clearly not Juwan Roberts, but he's doing a little bit more of that than I was giving him credit
I feel this is going to be a terrific game. I think this is going to be a final minute type game. Both teams in the top 6, Cougs 3, if I remember it correctly, in Illinois 6 in the Ken Palm ratings, which is really offense and defense, which is really high. Very good offense, very good defense. Yeah, I think it's going to be terrific.
Yep, looking forward to it. 9:10 p.m. today on, I actually don't remember which TV station it's on, but it'll be at Toyota Center. Let us know if you're going out there, because I'm very intrigued to see how much the ticket actually costs for you to get out there. But I can't wait to see what the actual arena looks like, both for the game before it at like 6:30 between Iowa and Nebraska.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a very interesting dynamic of who's in that bowl at Toyota Center. But then the Cougs game, I wonder if that will feel as much of a home game, because that's one of the better home environments in college basketball at Fertitta Center. I want to see how that compares. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get into what's popping. We'll do that next.
Ready? Our good friend and draft expert John Harris told is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, we're about to get into What's Poppin' here as we are broadcasting live from the Texans Children's Houston's Open. And we just had a little friend pop by here.
My buddy Billy Ray Brown, who I haven't seen you in so long. But
I feel like you have to say Golf Channel's Billy Ray Brown. I feel like you have to put that in there first.
Well, three-time PGA winner.
Yeah, we probably should do that as well.
Is a good one. You've been to Augusta how many times?
5.
5 times. Billy Ray Brown.
You were with me one year.
I walked 15, 16 holes with you one year because I thought I wanted to just do a column about you.
Yeah.
It must have been your first or something.
Yeah.
It must have been your first one, and I was like, this is cool. And I got to Augusta, and was it what year was your first? 90.
You're talking.
93?
92 might have been my
92.
first. Yeah, because I got in. I finished runner-up the U.S. Open there to Hal Irwin that year when he made that long putt there at Medina. Then I got in that year. So 92 was, I believe.
That must have been the year.
Isn't that sad? I can't remember the years. We're getting so old. They say 92. Most people that's listening right now, they weren't born yet.
That was the year I came into being. Good year as far as I'm concerned. I mean, when it comes down to this particular game out here, this particular weekend out here, who we liking? Who should I be looking at as we are watching?
I made him make a pick earlier.
Yeah, you know what?
I think I just went with Jason Day. I went nice and easy.
You know, there's a couple guys that are trying to get in. This is the last week, the cutoff to get into the Masters. You have a couple. Ricky Fowler's right on the verge. Ricky's really starting to play well. I spoke with Ricky a little bit yesterday, and he's trending in the right way. Needs a good week. But Cootie, the young Cootie phenom there from University of Texas, he's 51 in the world, top 50 in the world rankings get in. So I'll be watching for that. But, you know, there's a couple guys. You know, we've had so many first-time winners here at Houston. And there's a kid named Jake Knapp who bombs it. And with the way they formatted the golf course and kept the rough down, the Bombers are going to play well. That's my opinion. The Bombers are going to play well because it's a long golf course. They can let it rip. The greens are pretty receptive. They're going to try to dry the golf course out throughout the week, which I think is great. They can't overdo it. They have the LPGA coming in a couple weeks to play here, so they have to be mindset of way they want to get the golf course. But the tour officials and stuff want to get this thing nice and firm. But there's one more guy that just came back to us. He had a hand. He was part of the architect crew, Bruce Koepka.
Yeah.
He's came over from Liv. And he's really starting to play well. He's got his footing. Everything's pretty good right now. And with him having a hand in the architecture of this golf course and knows every little nuance.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, so Brooks, I'm looking at, and he's excited again to play golf. But now, when he made his debut, we were in San Diego. And so I got, his first week out, it was everyone well-wishing. I'm glad to have you back. Brooks is settled in now. He's got his footing. And I look for Brooks to have a good week, too. He played well last week. In Florida, so there's a couple guys, but I don't know why Jake Knapp is sticking.
Okay, noted.
I'll take that. I'll definitely take that.
And how about the Houston Coogs?
I know there's a home team advantage, but I was talking to a lot of, or home city advantage, if you will. I was talking to a lot of people, and they said, we were in Oklahoma City last week. I was actually doing shows last week, so I was in Oklahoma City. They said there was a Sea of Red, but it wasn't Sea of Red.
Nebraska.
It was Nebraska.
Yeah.
And they have come in downtown Houston in full force. So, but tonight's matchup, I got to tell you, I think it's with their length and their height, they're going to have trouble.
They're going to have trouble. We just talked about you. You were out here. You heard us, talking about that.
It's going to be a really good game. I don't think they want to get into a running match, but you know what? The Cougs, they're hot and cold. I mean, they'll go stretches where they don't score 3, 4, 5 minutes at a time.
Yeah.
They cannot do that against this team, even though they have a suffocating defense that can apply that pressure. I think it's going to be a lot, closer game than what a lot of people anticipate.
Yeah. Well, we know you got to get ready for your Golf Channel duties, but, man, I'm really glad. And you're a big Sports Radio 610 listener, so we're really glad.
The reason I came by was just to say, guys, I love you guys.
Hey, we appreciate it.
I got to tell you, I love the morning drive, then I go, and then you guys go in with Stoerner. You know, I can understand Stoerner, so I speak that language. So that's a great thing. But I just got to tell you two guys, get me caught up on Houston sports immediately when I get back in town. I came by to say, guys, great job.
Well, hey, we appreciate it. Hey, great job yourself, man.
Oh, you know what? The older we get, the better we work.
You still hitting them long and straight?
You know what? I hit it shorter and crooked. So I did get a new knee put in about 5.5 months ago on my right side. So, you know, I'm not that bad, but to see the kids play now, it's funny, I'm out with them every week and following the league group. It's a game that has since passed me by.
What did Bobby Jones say? I'm not familiar with that game.
I'm not, and I had trouble. You know, when I'm out on doing calls on the golf courses, I'm on the course. You know, a guy has 173. You're thinking, okay, back in my day, that was hard to just hill this. They got 800 or 900. So I'm having to, you know, readjust my thinking the way these guys. They're good. They're really good.
They're really good. Well, thanks a lot for
guys,
coming by,
John,
man.
Reg, thank you.
Billy Ray,
good job, guys.
Before we got you on air, I was just talking about, you know, utilizing our audience. I might have to utilize you as a de facto coach for me because I'm trying to break 100. That's what we're still, no, we'll get in contact.
Well, I got one thing for you.
Okay.
Everyone tries a new swing every day. If you own your own swing and practice that own swing, and if you want to break 100, don't sit on the range. Go to the putting and chipping area. And
there you go.
That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do.
All right.
That's what us older guys do.
We got to fish. I know I don't have your number, but we got to fish.
Well, we can fix that right now.
I fish quite a bit. We were in Puerto Rico a couple weeks ago, and I was fishing on the golf course, and it's filtered by, it comes off the ocean. We caught a bunch of snook, a lot of tarpon. And some
I was in Costa Rica about the same time.
Yeah, so I had a blast there. So we got to fish sometime.
Yeah, well, I'm giving you my phone so you can type in your number right there.
While y'all get that, we'll get into some of the other things that are popping here. We do obviously have opening day today for your Houston Astros. That'll happen at 3:10 versus the Los Angeles Angels. It's Jose Soriano on the bump for the Angels. Obviously, Hunter Brown is going. We do have our lineup. No Jeremy Pena.
Right.
Even though he did play on Tuesday night versus the Space Cowboys, he will not be in action tonight. So you will have Correa at shortstop. Isaac Paredes will play third. Yordan Alvarez DHing. And on top of that, I believe that we're also looking at Josh Hader, according to Dana Brown, will throw another bullpen tomorrow, and he'll face batters, quote, in mid-April. So that gives you a little bit of a timeline on what we're looking at for the closer for the Astros.
April?
That's hopeful.
Yeah.
That's wishful thinking that we
Might
have
be a
right
little
now.
too wishful, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know exactly how wishful to be with these Astros in this moment just yet.
Yeah.
Obviously, we mentioned a little bit earlier the Texans had a heavy presence at the Texas A&M Pro Day. On top of that, the Texans apparently have already have said that they will be, or at least there was reporting, I think Aaron Wilson and KPRC2 had this, are set to host Caden Proctor, Alabama tackle, for a visit, a 30 visit. We'll talk more about 30 visits at another point, but I kind of like this, man. I like the Caden Proctor of all. I know he's one of those guys at tackle that people talk about. Is he gonna have to move into guard? Either way, I like it. He might be a little bit of a project in some. And I know I say project.
Well, project in sense of position. Yeah.
Right, project in sense of like figuring out the position. I don't know that he's like a drop-in immediate starter is the point that I'm getting to. Which again, it feels like this team has positioned themselves to be in a place where a player like that. Fine, sign me up. If you need to play behind Braden Smith for a little bit before we slide you in, that's not a problem.
Like that kid a lot. I've mentioned it on the show. I think some of the things, the size you just can't replicate. With that kind of athleticism, to be able to be sort of the gadget guy for Alabama at that size is going to be that says a lot about him. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But Caden Proctor in the top 30.
A couple other things that are popping. Did you see that Pete Crow Armstrong, Cubs phenom, he ended up, they signed him up for a long-term deal. 6 years, $115 million, which I think is one of those things that you have to look up and kind of think about for the Astros, especially when you talk about the possibility of them signing someone like Jeremy Pena to a long-term deal.
I mean, is that the floor?
I mean, it's definitely the neighborhood. If it's not the floor, it's definitely the neighborhood that they have to be thinking
it's
about.
164, if I'm remembering that correctly, right?
I saw 6 years, 115.
115. Okay. Yeah. No, I think that's absolutely in play, and that's what you have to look at for Pena. But you know what? I don't think that's a surprise. I think that's about what it is. Pete Crow Armstrong, really, really good player, too.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
24 years old.
Yeah.
Mind you, 24 years old yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
That's
really?
And he is a 100 millionaire. Shout out to him. Shout out to him getting that done. But yeah, Coogs playing tonight. And then, of course, we mentioned Astros getting started here in a few hours. Looking forward to that. No Pena. Did I forget anything? That'll do it. That's what's popping. That's what's popping out here. I think I did my best.
So you're getting some East River 9.
Okay, yeah.
For your driving range.
All right, so maybe tomorrow I end up at East River 9 after the show. And if you happen to be at East River 9, maybe we get your drink. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports
Take
Radio.
Billy Ray out there.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. But I feel like he's working, right?
He's a great dude.
I think I can tell.
Always has been a great dude, even when he was playing. Just fantastic. I'll never forget walking Augusta with him, following him on his first ever trip to the Masters. It's just fantastic.
All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, how tactful was my attempt at trying to get Billy Ray to coach me up?
The thing is, a lot of times players would be like, whatever. He legit would gave you some instruction, first of all, but I think he'd legit, if he was there, go, hey, Reggie, let me help you out.
Yeah. I need to get a lesson. That's the thing, is I need to see if I can get Billy Ray to teach me and build my swing with me. I think that might be what. But maybe I'm pushing too hard. Maybe that's a little too much. We'll work on that as we go. But we are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 out at Memorial Park Golf Course for the Texas Children's Houston Open. All right, coming up next, let's get back into the Astros. I know that yesterday we were doing no stats kind of conversation about the Astros. I'm going to do some stats. Matt Kawahara of the Houston Chronicle put out a great piece in which he details some of the major stats when it comes to the Astros that could determine whether they have a great or poor season. Let's break those down next.
The NCAA tournament is here. Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Texas Children's Houston Open. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, it's been a blast out here at the Texas Children's Houston Open here in Memorial Park. You already put in an order for one of these barbecue sandwiches, didn't you?
Yeah, I got a burger.
Oh, you just got a burger? You didn't get no barbecue sandwich?
You know, I got a standard on that, and I just
Okay.
you never know.
All right.
You never know what you're getting unless you've been there. You know, they're gonna spit on my burger. They're literally like 30 feet away.
They're listening to you. Yeah, you should talk nicer about it. You're like, I got a standard. That's not good enough. But the burger will do. No, excited to be out here. Obviously, it's the Astros Golf Foundation that puts helps organize this thing. So there is synergy between this event here and opening day at Dyken Park. 3:10 is when first pitch is supposed to happen. No Jeremy Pena in the starting lineup, unfortunately. But obviously that means that Isaac Paredes gets his first ABs of the season, along with the rest of the team, which I personally enjoy.
It's going to be important.
Yeah, no, I think so. Hopefully he can put one in the Crawford boxes. But 10 numbers that will determine if the Houston Astros have 2026 season success.
Alrighty.
This is Matt Cowahar who put this together, Houston Chronicle. I would like to do this a little bit as a game here, where I give you the number, you try and tell me what the number means.
These are 10 numbers that are going to define. Is that how they put it?
Yeah, it's going to determine whether or not there's success for the Astros.
Okay.
You in?
I am in.
All right. 226 1/3 is the first one that we go to here.
Innings pitched by Hunter Brown?
Not by Hunter Brown, but by numbers, by starters number 2 through 5 over the past 2
that's a big
seasons.
number.
Yeah, that'd be a lot for him. But yeah, you definitely have the bona fide ace of Hunter Brown. Behind him, the rotation has been a little bit more up and down. Last year, we knew that there was 2 guys you could depend on, was Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez. Framber isn't here, and this is where you look at this rotation, and now you go, Burrows, Javier, Imai, and McCullers, at least to start. You're going to need some semblance of those guys to be there consistently, because outside of that, you have not gotten nearly enough of the innings from those types of dudes on the after your starter. I think it's undeniable how good of a pitcher Hunter Brown is. One of the things that's going to determine whether this is a success is if they can get consistent pitching, and if they could just have those guys be there from from 2 through 5.
I am that look on my face that you're seeing is me pondering. And
is that what that's called?
That's called me pondering, and I think that's a great.
I thought you had gas.
You never know.
Oh, you haven't had your sandwich yet.
It sneaks
After
up on
it'll
you.
be gas. Right now it's pondering.
It sneaks up on you. I think that's good. I think that's absolutely a good number that would determine their rate of success.
Okay, I think the way that we should do this is once you guess what
good
this
or bad?
is, and once I get this, do you think that the Astros will get the good side? No, do you think they'll get the good side of this, or do you think they'll get the bad side of this?
I think, to be honest, I think they'll get the bad side of it with fingers crossed that I'm wrong. Simply because
Lance McCullers is involved there. Is one of them?
Oh boy, that's a big ask right there. And you don't know. You say 2 through 5. I'm thinking 2 through 5 of these guys. One of these guys, and this is not me trying to curse anybody or anything, but just literally every team every year, at least one of the starters that you start the season with does not end the season.
Oh no, absolutely.
It's just the way baseball is. So
that's the way baseball goes. But you also, you have a Spencer Getty who you just sent down to the farm ready to go. I think that this team is actually probably well situated for that particular thing. That instance of, you need somebody to you need a 6th starter to be able to help you out. Obviously, this team will go to a 6-man rotation at points in the season. I feel good about that, whether it's Eric Getty, or if you have to get the likes of some of these other guys involved, even an AJ Blueball who's in your pen, if for some reason you decided to stretch him back out, Jason Alexander, so on and so forth. You have guys who demonstrated last year out of necessity that they could do this. Now in an instance where maybe a lesser necessity, or even out of choice, if you were decided to go there, I feel good about that. But still, that can't be 2 through 5. Maybe if that's like 4 or 5, that works a little bit better. But you need at least two of these guys to be stalwarts in your rotation, and then maybe a 4th to just be like, hey, or a 3rd rather, to just be like, all right, he holds down a good amount of it. I think that's going to be really important, because one of the things that you keep saying, when these Astros are good, what are they doing?
They are dominant on the hill, on the starting mound.
All right, here we go. Another number for you, 164.
Superpower.
164 is the number here. There's no way you get this, by the way.
Well, then I'm not going to try.
All right, weighted runs created plus for your.
What are we doing?
That's right.
What are we, Figgy?
The point being, though, Figgy, no.
Weighted what against what?
Weighted runs created plus for Yordan Alvarez. It's a plus because it's out of 100, which means 164 is good, and that's what you typically get from Yordan, right? He is super important to a Houston Astros team. Him having a healthy season. Yeah. You can really just break this down to Yordan Alvarez health is going to matter greatly. You think they get the good side of this or the bad side of this?
Maybe I'm crazy. I think they're going to get the good side of it. I think they're going to get the good side of Yordan this year. I mean, the odds are against me, but you kind of sense that he's been the one pushing to play more outfield. He's been the one saying, it's not because of playing the outfield that I've been getting hurt. He's been the one that actually, now you have to believe has taken extra care, to really get into a place physically where he can last, right?
One would hope.
So I'm actually going to say, I think he does. I think he plays the majority of the year. What'd you say? You said it yesterday. The most games he's ever played was
144.
144
in a season, and
I was going to say 150.
He had 144, I think, 4 seasons ago. 141 a couple seasons ago, or maybe that was 4 or 5 seasons ago.
Yeah.
But then last year only played 48 games. Astros finished 21st in the majors in runs scored. Right, you need to get runs across the plate, man. That's the name of the game here. Yordan is the best at doing that on this team. If you have him for more games, you are more likely to put those runs up. I feel like that's very easy math to do here. All right, 26.7% is the number, and that is the strikeout rate when it comes to Astros relievers. They struck dudes out in a big way.
Where would that number rank?
From last year?
Strikeout rate, yeah.
That was the highest in the majors.
Okay.
Last year.
That's a big ask. That's a big ask.
It is a big ask, but
Imai is a strikeout pitcher.
Relievers though.
Relievers.
We're talking pen, baby. Like that. Yeah. That's where this gets really important. And
I'm gonna say nah.
You don't think that? But maybe not first. Do you think that they're somewhere near that? Right? Do you think they're in the top? Let's say top 4th of the league, because again,
if they get in the top 4th, I would take it in a heartbeat.
One through maybe like 6 or 7. If they could stay in that place, I know that you said you take it. You think they could do that? Especially like I know that you already have added Benasus to the IL to start the season. And then Josh Hader, who we just got information earlier today, Dana Brown saying that he should be facing live hitters mid-April.
Yeah.
Thereabouts. So that's, already 2 weeks into the season, talk less of, when he actually gets back for you. But there's a lot of question marks in the pen. They did strike out hitters very well, as that stat gives you, but are they capable of carrying that over? Can they have similar success? And they're going to have a few newcomers. Ryan Weiss, Kai Tang, Roderick Munoz, they have newcomers coming in that also have to replicate that level of success.
You almost gave me the answer there. It's kind of hard to say that they will do that with the newcomers, with the injuries, and injuries plural, and the new faces. Yeah, it's going to be tough to ask that.
Next number here is we're going through the numbers that'll determine whether the Astros will have success in the 2026 season. 245, John Lopez.
And what number is that?
.245.
.245? What batting average is that?
The Astros batting average with runners in scoring position.
Whew.
23rd in baseball last year. It just has to be better this year. It absolutely.
Have you seen the bottom of the lineup?
I have seen the bottom of the lineup. I have seen that. Yeah. Today it is Christian Walker. It is, who was it as well?
Loperfido?
Loperfido's
fifth.
Loperfido's fifth.
Yeah.
I know that Jake Myers is bringing up the rear in that as well, though. But, it just needs to be significantly better. Again, we're talking about scoring runs. It was Yainer Diaz is batting 8th is what the guy that we're missing there.
Really counting on Yainer Diaz to have another good offensive year because he has to. Because clearly, there were some other shortcomings defensively that he has.
Can I tell you I'll probably just sound as optimistic as I always do. I think they will come through better on this because I think some of this was, the amount of injuries that you had. And not just, obviously, not having your frontline guys that you would like there, right? The better bats, so to say. On top of that, also, the inconsistency of having various dudes, whether they were coming up from Sugar Land or trying to make their way back from injury. I think all of that hurts you. Obviously, just generally, but especially in those big circumstances. I will say, trying to get runs when it comes to. Also, you have Correa for the full season, right? So I think Christian Walker ended up being a real focal point in that regard because he was in those positions a lot, or at least it felt like he was often in times where, hey, you've got runners in scoring position, you need to drive them in, and he didn't do that as well. At least currently, the way that the lineup is built, if it stays somewhat similar, he's in a place where I'm not looking to him as much. Now I'm looking to Isaac Paredes or maybe Carlos Correa, hopefully Jordan, to be driving in those runs when you have guys in scoring position. I feel better about those guys, and hopefully Christian Walker can now join the bunch and drive guys in. But it's got to be better than that 245.
You've got to be better, with guys that you're still trying to figure out what they are in Myers and Loperfido, et cetera. You got to be better there, and you got to be healthier. So I think, if you can promise me those two things, even just the health, I would be down with that.
Yeah, I think I feel good on that one. All right, and to that point, 123 is an OPS plus, one of your favorite type of stats.
I actually like OPS plus.
OPS plus, and that one is specifically for Isaac Paredes last season. Among the highest for the Astros was him hitting. How much does he get a chance to play? Does he stay on your roster beyond the trade deadline? I think that will be an interesting perspective on whether or not this Astros team is successful.
I'm going to say yes. I think, not only has his name been floated, he knows his name's been floated. And, he's going to have to, he's trying to prove something. And I think, he's had multiple years where he's been able to do something like that. So, I'm with that.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to deliver. He seems pretty consistent in that. Obviously, we know the park suits him well. I think that was proven very quickly in. Like, shout out to the Astros. I don't know that we give them enough credit on this because we can knock them, and we will knock them during the course of the summer as the roller coaster and the marathon of the season goes. But them getting Isaac Paredes and being like, trust us, guys, he's going to fit the park. Yeah. But he fit the park. He
sure did.
Like, it just worked out perfectly. So I think he can do that again. I think again, this is actually more of a Joe Espada stat. Are you going to be good at making sure that you get him into the lineup and get him playing time? Because when you do get him playing time, he shows up at the plate.
That's one of the questions that we didn't get to that I had on the Astros yesterday. Let me just ask it for you right now because it ties in directly with what you're talking about. Will the infield rotation work? That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Will it work?
That's a great question. That's a really good question, and I'm glad that you asked it. That is my answer. No, will it work?
Like a pilot. That's a really good question.
I'm glad that you asked it. I'm glad that we're having this discussion. It's a really important one. Next question. No, it's going to be really, really hard. Really, really hard to make it work. I mean, just playing every day, that is what dudes aspire to. There's a reason why that has been the foothold of the way that baseball is done. It's the reason why we haven't had teams that just that kind of swap guys in like hockey lineups, right? That's not really how baseball is meant to be played. And so you are doing a thing that is inherently counter to what typically works. That's a tough road to hoe.
The thing I keep going back to is it's not as if one of these five guys that you're trying to fit into four spots, you have a built-in reason to sit them more. You're a young guy. We're just trying to, to help you along. You've been, they've been injured. We're trying to keep you healthy for the postseason. We've been, all these built-in excuses to not play guys are kind of not there for these five, and they all want to play.
All right, a few more stats here that are going to determine whether the Astros have a successful season. .665 here.
Sounds like an OPS number.
It is an OPS. Good call. That's the OPS of Astros outfielders last year.
Ooh, that's a good number, too.
6th lowest in baseball.
They have to pass that.
All right, when you say have to, like they need to, but are you saying
or
have to as in they will?
Yeah.
Do you feel like they will pass that? Is that the take that you're laying out on me right now?
That's an excellent question, and I'm glad you asked. I am so glad we're having this discussion.
I feel good about Cam Smith's role in that number. It feels like he is less likely to have fingers crossed to some degree, but he's less likely to have the tumultuous, or maybe it wasn't even that tumultuous. It just hit a point where it started fading for him. He says that, he got in his head in some of it. I think there's clearly a level of mental and physical fatigue that happened in his first full major league season.
Yeah, but if you're saying outfield, it means outfield.
But exactly, right? So I think Joey Loperfido absolutely is going to factor in, but he's played a full major league season, right? I think that maybe that should help him on. But we start asking about How does Jake Myers end up looking, right, for the entirety of a baseball season? How much does Yordan Alvarez get added into the outfield and the numbers of that by whether he is healthy or not? These are the questions that are going to need to be. Even Bryce Matthews, right? How much does he show up in this? These are big things that are going to be asked. This is going to be a real pivotal one for the Astros.
It is going to be an absolutely pivotal one. Yo, BG. It's going to be an absolutely.
So I'm giving you stats. Lopez now has his granddaughter here, so I feel like I might have lost him. A couple more to consider here, numbers that you'll have to contend with to determine whether the Astros are going to be good this year. Chase rate. Chase rate is one that pops up for them. 30.5% is the chase rate of Houston hitters. Second highest. They can't afford. This is something that they've talked about. This is the second straight year. The idea of being better at identifying pitches, right, and being patient at the plate and making sure you get your pitch.
And how did that play out during spring training?
It started out pretty good. It started out good, and
started out pretty good, right, Penny? But later in the spring training, it turned into a real mess.
Yeah.
And I don't see that happening. This is what they do, and it starts with setting the tone with Altuve, who's a free swinger.
Yeah, I don't know that you're changing Altuve. With all due respect to him,
old dog, I'm not
old dog, new tricks. You know what I mean?
Absolutely not.
I wonder though if this is also something that is helped by Isaac Paredes playing more. Like, just are we going to juke the numbers a little bit by having the dudes that inherently already do this well, do it more? But then also, I wonder if ABS changed this at all.
Did you see Netflix last night missed the first ever ABS call in a major league game? They were doing a Netflix promo. They were doing
truly the worst. Truly
that
was
the
worst.
Hilarious, right, Penny? She's giving you a kiss.
Thanks, Kent. As obviously the Texas Children Houston Open is a family event. We've got John Lopez's granddaughter.
Penny is here.
Penny, I was like, Penny, this is your time to shine, baby girl. What we got? Oh, she wants the burger.
She wants the chip.
Oh, she wants the chip. Okay, very good. But yeah, so there's clearly some more statistics that come in here, but these are some of the big things that we're looking at for the Astros when it comes to whether or not this is going to be a successful season. And Ocho makes a good point here on the Base Power text line. There's so many what ifs that we're talking about with this team. And of course, just any team, you're coming to the start of the season, there's what ifs, but there's a lot of them that we've got going on here. It feels like more than
I want to get into that at some point today because we haven't made our predictions yet.
No, yeah, we'll do that at 1.
And that's part of my factor that I'm trying to wrestle with here.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, just because we're out at a golf tournament doesn't mean that we won't rather do some lunchtime confessions. Let's do those next.
Payne and Pendergast.
The win totals heading into the season are out, Seth, for Major League Baseball, and I'm under on the Astros. I'm just
your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, back at Texas Children's Houston Open. Got my first confession here. You youngsters are quite familiar with the term, he was fighting for his life.
That's right. Just like or maybe this is about what I'm thinking about.
The fighting for his life is the first thing I thought of. So Calvin Murphy.
Okay, not the same thing.
Calvin Murphy, after the Rockets' complete meltdown, complete embarrassing, humiliating, lowest point of the season game last night.
Is that all? You got any more?
was thinking the same thing. And Calvin Murphy, I'm sure he had a few choice words in mind. In fact, throughout this entire, he was asked about it by Kevin Eschenfelder. And as you listen to Calvin Murphy respond to the complete meltdown here at the end of the game, you can tell he's fighting for his life not to curse these guys up one side and down. Just listen to this. Go ahead, Piggy.
It was a defensive effort going down the stretch, obviously, that caused the Rockets their demise. There was, offensively, there were some unfortunate shots taken by the wrong people that caused the Rockets not to get a good look. The Rockets did a great job to build their teams to lead as a unit. Then going down the stretch, they went to the individual play, and it cost them.
Yeah.
And the biggest
of overtime too. 3:47 left in regulation. Minnesota led by 11, 93-82. Game ended on a 13.
Man, and the biggest tell, if you see the video, is he's got a pen in his hand, and every time he pauses, he taps the pen on the table. Like I want to call these people, I want to call these dudes a bunch of bleeping bleeps, but he was just fighting for his life not to curse on and he didn't. He was so mad. Murph was just coming out of his skin. He wanted to say a lot more than he did.
I know. And there's an understanding, right? You work for an outlet that has a responsibility to the team there. So you can also hear some of that. But this was beyond. This wasn't just I would like to have a more positive perspective. This was just I am Calvin Murphy, and the way that I would tell you about yourself in a general context is not the way that I can do this on TV.
Every time he paused, I actually heard a curse word in my head.
You just filled it in? You filled it in yourself? Yeah, that is, oof.
He's rattling that pen on the table like, Gah!
That was torture. That was legitimate torture for him.
Yes, of all people, too.
These are my confessions.
I think yesterday at the Rally House, I think I blew the budget on something that I was really feeling strongly about.
And that is?
So, obviously, after the broadcast, I spent some money.
You get my shirt?
I did get your shirt.
Good.
And that's actually part of it, because I was like, maybe this is a gift for you for your birthday. Because if you don't know, tomorrow is John Lopez's birthday. He's not very happy about that, but I'm making it known. And it's part of the reason why I want to celebrate it is because it makes him so mad.
Of course it is.
It's one of the small payments in my life. Obviously, I get a check every couple of weeks, but I also daily get little payments into my account by jabbing you and make you a little uncomfortable. It's what keeps me going, honestly. And I was thinking about for tomorrow's show on your birthday, paying for some mariachi to come through.
Oh God, no, that's too much.
Oh man, it would have been so good. Yeah. It would have been so good to have us come back from break every time with live mariachi just to celebrate your
next
birthday.
Year. Do it. I'll chip in next year.
As someone who doesn't want to do it, except I saw a whole bunch of Astros gear and I was like, you know what? Yeah. He doesn't want the mariachi anyway.
Yeah, that's right. I want my Astros gear. That's a good confession.
I think I blew what would have been a really fun bit just because I was like, That budget isn't
I'll tell you
necessary.
what, I would have embraced that. We'll do it next year. I'll chip in.
All right, very good.
Yeah.
So it's less fun if it's not a surprise. But
it'll be
sorry,
fun.
I spent all the money yesterday. Apologies.
It'll be fun.
These are my confessions.
So I gotta admit, this is my confession. Yesterday when we was talking about the whole Netflix opening day, and I think Reggie, you brought it up how the I guess the hand from the Addams Family thing, which is pretty much in the Netflix show Wednesday. When I found out that was kind of going to be part of it, was he throwing out the first pitch?
I
want to
have
say
no idea.
When I heard that, I was immediately out on this whole Netflix thing, man. I'm sorry, man. I felt like, and I think Reggie, you mentioned it earlier about them doing all of this on opening day.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be the old man or anything. I feel like this is something you do in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
Not the very first game of the regular season. And I was out of it before I even tuned in. And once I tuned in, I was just like, I don't know. I just wasn't feeling it, man. I felt like they was doing too much. Honestly, when I seen what they were pretty much doing, I was expecting the little girl from Stranger Things to come out at some point and interview a player.
Millie Bobby Brown?
Yeah, Millie Bobby Brown, or AKA 11 in Stranger Things. I'm just like, man, this is too much for the very first game of the regular season. To me, that's like the NFL doing the whole Nickelodeon thing for the very first game of the regular season. It's like, you can't do that right now.
Netflix did a good job of promoting Netflix, and I actually kind of understand. I mean, that was their biggest stage, their biggest moment, but it was a lot. It was a lot, and I think Millie Bobby Brown might be gearing up for something else right now. That's why she wasn't there.
I feel like you can even promote yourself. As
Wait.
hold
on. What Millie Bobby Brown preparing for, Lopez?
I just think she might be gearing up for something else.
For what?
Oh, okay. I know what's happening now.
Sorry,
I was
a hunch. You just dropped some news, man. Do I need to hit the breaking news?
That's a gut feeling, man.
Is that a breaking news? You
It's
sure?
a gut feeling.
You sure about that?
I'm sure about it.
All right, man.
I'm too hungry to entertain anything. I just keep looking at this mac and cheese barbecue that's in front of me. I'm like, I need to go order that in the next break. No, I think that you could probably get away with being self-promotional as long as you take the thing that you're doing seriously enough. And it felt like they didn't take the opening day of it at all.
Right.
It felt like they took the baseball serious. It just didn't feel like they took this situation of this is opening day seriously enough. At least that's how I felt.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I fell for it like a big old dummy. I fell for it. You know what I fell for? It happened today.
No.
Joe Espada talking about Josh Hader coming back mid-April. God dang it, I got so mad at myself. After we did that segment, I was like, maybe late April, early May.
But that one, it was Dana Brown.
It was Dana Brown.
And two, he said that Josh Hader could be seeing or should be seeing live batters by mid-April.
And so I immediately go, okay, live batters mid-April. So that means end of April, maybe start 1st of May, we might actually see him. And after the segment, I was like, what am I doing? Have I not
Baseball
learned?
Season, baby.
Have I not learned anything?
Baseball
Even though
season,
it's
baby.
a new crew and new
medical staff,
and athletic trainers, I was like, I am the biggest dummy in the world. This has been happening for 4 years, 3 or 4 years, and I'm like, hey, all right, mid-April. We're gonna mess around, Figgy.
Yeah, but we didn't have.
And it's gonna be been pushed back a couple of weeks. It's like a setback.
Yeah, we didn't have Dr. Brad DeWeese. That is now the director of sports medicine and performance. So no, it's gonna be all good now. Everything's good, man. My guy, Dr. Brad, got us, man. Don't even worry about it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. We're good. We're good. Don't even worry about it. Mid-April, you're going to see him. Right on April 15th, you're going to see Josh Hader.
April 15th,
right
you got
on
the day.
Right on April 15th, you're going to see Josh Hader.
So you're buying it.
Figgy,
are you still scarred?
Yeah, I am, man. Yeah, I can't just wipe away the last couple years that's been happening to these pitchers.
But I try not to be gullible in these situations. I was completely gullible. I was like, all right, not so bad. Big dummy.
These are my confessions.
I think Patrick Creighton thinks I'm the food challenge guy.
You've talked about it a couple of times. I saw that tweet. Go ahead.
I think he thinks I'm the food challenge guy because PC saw somebody on social media, I believe it was Twitter actually, that had that posted a whole bunch of McDonald's food. It's like 4 double cheeseburgers, a whole bunch of nuggets, what I'm guessing is 20 nuggets, a whole bunch of fries, and a drink. And somebody said, and basically was like, what's the first word that comes to mind? And that PC tagged pretty much a whole bunch of people at the station and said, is this a challenge that Reggie or Clint Stoerner can tackle? And this is after he had already tagged me in I don't remember which of these baseball teams.
Right.
Did
999 challenge.
Yeah, the little 999 challenge, which honestly I don't think actually counts because they have mini hot dogs and then little tiny almost the little drinks that you get in a flight.
Yeah.
So it's not a full beer, but it's just like
almost like a shot.
What looks like 4 ounces of beer. So it's 9 of those, 9 mini hot dogs. I'm like, that doesn't count. But PC twice in the last week has tagged me in like food related challenges, and I'm like, because I did that one, one time I did the 999 challenge. Now I'm the food challenge guy.
I guess. I mean,
I'm the glutton of the station. How did that happen?
Because you did the 999.
So I can't do it. I did it once, and now I'm food challenge man.
Yes.
That's how that works.
Yeah, I guess that's how that works. I didn't do it. You did.
Figgy, I'm food challenge guy?
Yeah, man. That's how I go around the station, man. Once you bring up something or do something for the first time, then they gonna look at you as the expert.
Yep.
Dang, ain't nobody else food challenge guy.
Seth could do it.
Yeah, I'm like, we can't put this on Seth. I'm food challenge guy now, huh? So I'm just supposed to gorge myself crazy amounts of food for everybody's enjoyment.
What's funny is if you never did that challenge, people wouldn't even look at you that way. They'd just go to the former athletes or the big guys at the station as the food challenge guy.
Yeah. I guess I view it as a sign of respect that they think it's a thing I can do.
You would have been the last person I probably would have guessed to be part of it. Yeah, if you never did it.
I would power rank it. I think Sean would do it more than anyone else.
He's been in an eating competition.
He's been in an eating contest. He did the big Texan, I think it's in Abilene or somewhere. Remember that big 72-ounce steak?
That's why I'm like, how am I the guy?
I think Sean
Pendergast right there.
Sean is the most willing. I think the two best might be Seth and you. You can eat.
Okay.
For a skinny dude.
I guess
one of those skinny fat guys.
I don't know if that's a credit or anything. Somebody said, Reggie, stop being so sensitive. Maybe so. I was surprised that my name was the first one that he put up there.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, I'm the guy now? That's me.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't realize that's how y'all saw me. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are your, unfortunately, you're that guy now. Yes, thank you for that text line. All right. In service of that, I'm going to go get me some barbecue mac and cheese here in the break. But coming up next, we got a Thursday, so we're still going to do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. We'll do that next.
The Drive is live and getting you ready for more. 22. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Texas Children's Houston Open. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Been a fun Thursday to this point out at the Texas Children's Houston Open. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Sorry, I feel my blood sugar dropping. That mac and barbecue
You
can't
need
get
some
here
food.
fast enough. I'm just looking at it, excited for it.
Did you go order it?
Yep.
Good.
We got the order in, so now I can focus fully on doing this radio show. And right now, that means that we're doing a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610 is the Base Power text line.
All right, fellas and lovely listeners. Are you buying this? First one is about tonight's game. Tonight's game over at the Compact Center, at the Toyota Center.
That is not where they will be playing. If they try and play there,
they'll be worshiping.
They will be on the pulpit, brother. That is not how that works.
So, Illinois coach Brad Underwood, former SFA Lumberjack head basketball coach.
K-Stater, mind you.
And a K-Stater as well.
He should have taken the K-State job.
He said he could, quote, care less that the Illini are playing Houston in Houston.
Ooh, I'm guessing also we're on the couldn't care less. We probably should make that
Yeah, I
point.
didn't want to go there, but yes.
If we're going to be the pedantic people that we could be.
Yeah.
I am going to. I'll buy that.
You buying it?
Oddly enough, obviously it's going to matter. However, Brad has been a part of teams that have gone and whooped you where you're from. I think SFA had.
He said that in the quote.
I think that's I think if I remember correctly, they had a really big win versus Texas back in the day when he was still at the helm there. Where it's like, hey man, if you've been a coach of one of those underdog type teams, one of those mid-major type teams,
he's been a JUCO coach.
You're right. You've had to have that mentality because that's what's necessary to get your guys into games. So I think he very much feels that way, especially now that you could relatively easily make an argument that, hey, this is more of a level game. I get that they're playing in what could very well be considered as home. It doesn't matter. We're capable of playing with them. So I think he fully believes that. I'm buying that.
Figgy?
Yeah, I'm selling it, actually. I think he know how good this U of H team is. And even though they're the number 2 seed, I'm sure he probably think they're better than that. And for them that they'll be playing in Houston, I think he's just saying this. I think if he had his choice, he probably wouldn't want to play Houston in Houston.
Right. So you're buying, you're selling. I'm kind of somewhere in between. I guess my answer would be I'm selling it. I do think, he doesn't really care that much, but that doesn't mean he's not going to use it. I think he's definitely using, the whole, hey, guys, this is their city, all those fans, kind of us against them type thing. So kind of in between on that one, but definitely if I had to pick, it would be sell.
But I will say they do match up well, right? They get up a lot of three-pointers, not as good of a three-point shooting team as the Cougars, interestingly enough. So I'm interested to see how that lands. But maybe most importantly, this has been a really good rebounding team, offensive rebounding team specifically in Illinois versus over the last 10 games. So that's going to be probably one of those things to watch, especially if the Cougars have one of those stretches, as Billy Ray was talking about, where you end up with those stretches where they aren't knocking down shots. If Illinois is able to just continue to rebound, especially on the offensive side, get secondary chances, that could be one of those places where you get a lead opened up or a lead closed down by Illinois.
All right, you buying or selling this? From last night, Kevin Durant said he, quote, really believes the Rockets lost because he missed a free throw at the end and he turned the ball over at the end.
I sell that.
Yeah.
I think that this is the right thing to say. Kevin Durant, obviously, if he makes free throws, they have an opportunity to tie that thing back up. They're in overtime, and the turnovers has been a consistent issue. But the problem is, you were up 13, right? The loss, maybe you could say, falls on those lines, but largely, I think the loss was also not being able to consistently get your offense, which some of that is Kevin Durant not shooting well, but it should not be. You should be able to sustain Kevin Durant not having a great first half, right? You should be able to have more, and the problem is this offense is not situated to do that. You had the ball sticking in some places, and then you played intense defense, but you didn't play it all. Well, I was going to say 48 minutes, but you had extra. You had the extra 5 as well, so you didn't play that for the entirety of the 53 game minutes that you had there. there. I think those are the things that really hit you more, and those are the things that have continued to play this Rockets team for a longer period of time.
Figgy?
Yeah, I'm selling it. I think he knows that if he was to say, kind of, I don't want to say throw the team under the bus, but if he was to point out what was really going on, was really wrong, I think that's going to make him look bad as far as the media. I think the best way for him to play this is just to put it all on me. It's all on me. And, coaches do that a lot.
Yeah.
Just it's all on me. It's my fault.
I wonder also how much of that is, you talk about he knows how it goes if he points the fingers. Depending on whether or not you believe certain things, he has done that before, and it did look really bad.
Yeah.
If we're saying that Get Off My Dickerson account was indeed a Kevin Durant burner, like we saw how that went over. So I wonder how much this is a reaction to that as well. Like, hey, I'd rather play this way because I know that doesn't look good at all.
Yeah, I can't add anything to what you both said. I am selling as well. Charles Barkley.
Oh, boy.
Former Rocket.
True.
Said this. I wish the Suns had never traded me to Houston.
I buy that, though.
Mm-hmm.
I do buy that. It hurts.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand. His time here wasn't that good.
A couple of years were good. People forget that. He started early.
Fair enough, but my point being, like, ultimately, it didn't give either side what you wanted out of that, but you could see the way Charles Barkley holds the Sixers still dear. You could see the way he holds the Suns still dear.
Really, yeah.
I think that for him, looking at it, he came to Houston and wanted to win a ring.
Mm-hmm.
If he won a ring, he wouldn't say that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, but because he didn't win a ring, it's just like, well, I could have stayed in a place where I really loved and I enjoyed being there. So I think that, I think he means that, man, and it sucks.
I went back and heard the entire thing, and he actually was like, I just loved Phoenix.
Yeah.
He just loved it. Go ahead, Figgy.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. I think all the reasons Reggie said. It seemed like he always talks about Phoenix. He always show love to Philly. It never come across that way when it comes to Houston, to the point sometimes I forget he even played in Houston.
Right.
Yeah.
I think he wants to.
Yeah, he just kind of come across. It seemed like it's never anything good about Houston or even the city.
You can hear it in some of his takes.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love says he will not feel success in the NFL until he gets to his third contract, has a gold jacket, and has made at least 5+ Pro Bowls.
Yeah, I'm selling the hell out of that. Because not only this, right? I think that he is capable of doing that. That's the fun part of this.
Mm-hmm.
He's clearly a really good talent. And when I say he's capable, I'm not saying I think he definitely will, because that's really high bar.
Yeah.
There's few people that do all of those things. The idea that you won't feel any success to then, you won't make it to then if you do not allow yourself to celebrate some of the things that you will do well along the way there. Like, you're going to burn out. These things are not made for you to just be able to, like, thug it out and tough it out all the way through. You have to be able to appreciate the milestones along the way to get you there.
Yeah.
And so if you're just going to be like, nothing is successful until I get to all those points, buddy, the professional level will beat you down.
You will be humbled quickly.
Right? The whole welcome to the NFL, welcome to the NBA, welcome to the MLB moment, those things happen fast and furious, man. There's a lot of really good dudes that doing this. And yes, you're profiling to be one of those.
Yeah.
You got to find some ways to appreciate these things along the way. Probably not meaning that literally, but I'm just saying, hey, man, it can't be I won't be happy until I get to these places. I want to get to those places. I think it's strong enough as is.
Mm-hmm. Figgy?
Yeah, I'm selling it too. I wanted to say once you get drafted, that's probably, that's a success right there alone. But I understand you could have a bad NFL career and not really go anywhere. But once he get that second contract, not the rookie contract, but the second contract, nah, man, he gonna feel totally different. He ain't gonna look at this career as, it should have been better or anything like that because I ain't get the third. But that second contract, I think he'll be changing his tune.
I agree with both of you, but I'm actually going to buy it because I actually think he believes that. He's the kind of guy that, he's really good dude, kind of nerdish, definite, has a game plan. He's probably got a 5-year and a 10-year plan, which I never put pen to paper on anything of the sort. I think he's one of those guys. So I think he actually believes that. So I'm going to actually buy what he said, even though what you both said is accurate.
All right, mess around, get drafted to the Titans, and tell me how you feel about that.
Exactly.
Right? Like, let me hear how you feel about that when you didn't play for Miss Amy for a year, even under Robert Saleh, who I think actually will do a pretty good job. Like, they're not in a place for you to be feeling like, oh man, we are locking this down. Everything is great. I think that could beat you down, man. How many times do we see dudes who have been nothing but great all through high school and college get to the pros and realize
in his mind, he thinks that
losing will hit you, man.
That's right.
That losing will weigh on you, man.
Yeah. All right, a couple more for you here. A lot of NBA today on buy and sell or sell. Adam Silver said the 65-game minimum for postseason awards is, quote, working.
I'm going to sell that because I never thought that the players not playing 65 games was about players themselves not wanting to play.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more about the wear and tear on the bodies, and two, about teams trying to make decisions on their assets of players and trying to keep them healthier for longer and not put them in danger's way or harm's way.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that this is actually affecting the decision. Only one of those really a decision. The other one is like just health. And secondly, I think also the unintended consequence of it is you're going to end up with awards of people that don't necessarily reflect who was the best in the seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And I do wonder over longer time if people will look back and go, damn, did we really feel like this was the best player and was the MVP, or was that just this thing that was a unintended consequence of something else that we were trying to
only 5 players in NBA history have won the MVP playing 65 or fewer games, and 4 of them were in shortened seasons. Like COVID or, strike.
Yeah, voters usually do a pretty good job of taking that into account anyways.
So I want to get to you, Figgy, but just since I'm here, I am selling that as well simply because it's not working. It's not. And even the secondary thing they were hoping with the 65-game minimum of game management and all that is increased attendance. Attendance has not increased these last 2 years. So, yeah, he can't really – he has to see these numbers. He can't believe it's working. Go ahead, Figgy.
Yeah, I'm selling it, too, for the same reasons y'all said. To me, I feel like they're trying to put a stop on load management and all that stuff. And I just feel like the people that do get hurt, man, are really hurt, man.
Yeah.
I just don't think people are, at this point, are literally sitting out just because they just trying to do load management. I think you got players. We saw it recently with Cade Cunningham really getting hurt.
Yeah.
And I think that's the downside of it. I see what he was trying to do, but this is a bad way to do it to me.
One more quick one here for you because it involves the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh, my favorite.
Joe Flacco said, quote, "I wish I was the guy somewhere, and teams are dumb for not having me be that guy." He's talking about being the starter. Is that your answer?
Yes. That was the entirety of my answer.
Wait, where is this coming from?
He
Joe
was
Flacco?
Joe Flacco. Had a press
Joe
conference.
Flacco. I thought you said Joe Burrow.
No, Joe Flacco.
Did you say Joe Burrow?
Maybe I did. Joe Flacco said,
Okay.
"I wish I was the guy somewhere, and teams are dumb for not having me be that guy." Go ahead, Figgy. We know Reggie's answer.
Honestly, I feel like I guess this is buying it, but I feel like this is a shot at the Browns, man. I feel like I feel like he is shooting at the Browns because
that's a great point.
Because not only did they let him go, they traded him to a division rival.
Yeah.
And look who was their starter: Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders. So
that's a great point.
I feel like that was a shot. And I agree with it. I feel like that was 100% dumb.
So I guess you're buying it. I guess I'll buy it too.
No, I'm selling that.
That he actually thinks I could be starting for the Browns, man.
Yeah.
He said teams, to be
he's
diplomatic or whatever.
Yeah, I think that was towards the Browns right there.
I'm with you. I thought you changed my mind, Figgy.
Yeah, I don't know how many teams should be going into it. All right, that's a little buy or sell here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Hey, opening day in full effect. Paul Skeens only made it 2/3 of an inning through the game. 5 earned runs to the New York Mets. Now, it's a Mets team that does have some. They have some folks that can do some things. Lindor, Soto, Bichette, Polanco starting their lineup.
Should have pitched more in the WBC.
Well, maybe that's what got him. Maybe that's what got him.
Probably shouldn't have pitched in the WBC.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Wow, Paul Skeens getting toe up in the first game. 162 though, 162 of these things. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Speaking of 162, we are on the precipice of seeing the first of 162 for your Houston Astros this year. What are the stakes to the 2026 season for the Astros? And let's get some things on whack. Let's put some predictions down. We'll talk about that next.
In the Loop.
We're talking to our guy John Harris. When you
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Texas Children's Houston Open. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, Mr. Big Voice Man. We are indeed at the Texas Children's Houston's Open here at the Memorial Park Golf Course. Lopez, where does golf rank on sports where you dress up like you feel like you're about to play?
1.
It's the top?
Yeah.
Because it feels.
See our guy over here?
Yeah, and shout out, honestly, I'm rocking with it. Like, he's got the white golf pants on. Like, he really feels like he's not just going out to play golf. He feels like he's about to go and do a PGA Tour event, and I respect that, honestly.
Got the sponsor's exemption. What would be 2 even?
Well, I mean, okay. So
baseball?
Baseball's tough. Because I started thinking about it. I'm like, you got it with the jerseys. But how often are you wearing like pants?
Yeah.
Like it's really is belt down where it gets weird, right? You go to a baseball game, you see someone wearing a jersey, you're like, cool. You see someone wearing baseball pants, you're like, that's a weirdo.
Yeah. Outside of the
right.
Managers don't even do it anymore.
Right. Which, thank God.
Yeah.
You go to a basketball game, right? Jersey. Kind of weird that you're not wearing a shirt.
Tennis.
Oh yeah, tennis is a good call. Tennis is a good call. All right, yeah, because I was like, kind of weird that you're not wearing an undershirt, but you could just wear the jersey. But you start wearing basketball shorts with it, especially matching basketball shorts, and we're looking at you a little weird.
Yeah.
Golf, put the whole outfit on, man. Go ahead, look like you about to get out here on the course yourself.
Yeah.
All right, that's what's happening here on this side of town. Downtown, we're getting ready for Astros baseball for opening day versus the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. No Jeremy Pena in the lineup for this one. But outside of because, I mean, we can get granular with this game itself, and I'm excited to see it go. But I think this serves, obviously, as the start of the season. I kind of want to talk about the season at large because we've talked about kind of spring training. We've talked about what they're doing with the infield. We've talked about what the outfield looks like. But what's at stake just generally with the 2026 season with this team? I kind of want to zoom out a little bit here, if you don't mind.
That's a great question. And I've thought about something along those same lines. My take on like the entirety of what this season is going to be for the Astros is more like this is where we really find out, which direction they're going. Because you can still squint your eyes, cross your fingers, hope for an injury-free season, and maybe not win the division because the Mariners look really good, but you can still see them getting to the postseason and making some noise, especially with the clutch guys, the Altuves and Jordans and all that. You can get there from here. You can make it happen in your imagination. I also think not reality, but another part of that is you can see a precipitous fall.
Yes.
You can see a rather staggering fall. If Hunter Brown is the only one that you can really rely on, if Hader, up and down with injuries, if it's something that lingers, something along those lines, if the bottom of the order, nobody, because that's the thing, and Ocho brought this up earlier in the show, too many, almost this and almost that, or if they this or if they that. There's a lot of them. It's a lot of ifs.
I know. The way that I call it, I've referred to it, just a whole bunch of question marks.
Yeah.
Got a whole bunch of question marks up and down, I guess, the grade sheet, so to say, for the metaphor that I'm building here. You know what the biggest thing that I was thinking about is, though? The drop-off being precipitous is a lot bigger than you probably even give it credit for, because Dana Brown, your general manager, Joe Espada, they're both in contract years, are they not? Right? This could change up
everything.
way more than we're giving it credit for. Like Dana Brown, I'm certain about the contract. I don't remember where Joe Espada is with this contract. I'll have to double check that. But I mean, you could, and suffice it to say, if you bring in a general manager, it very easily could just go, I want to get my guy in at manager. This could change quite a bit very quickly, the direction. Like, this could be the full closing of what is that particular era, this golden age of Houston Astros baseball. And you could see a very swift shift in what you're doing on top of that, right? Because I think that is a huge portion of it. As Dana Brown has, been very rosy about this, but all last year there was conversations of, do you anticipate some level of extension? And it was just like, oh, I'm here, whatever. And nothing happened during the offseason. I don't think that's nothing. I think that speaks to something. I think that Jim Creighton has been very clear that as long as as long as he is the owner of the team, the window is open. I think that those things pair together, right? I think that is like hey, I need to be competitive, and we weren't all that competitive. Yes, there was a lot of injuries, but I can't rightfully say that I'm signing you up for more years without.
And he could have
without knowing
it could
that.
have been a multi-year. You know,
right.
It could have been a lot longer. No, I'm with you. It's almost to the point where if you're like big picture Astros, if you're looking at it from the big picture, you either want one extreme or the other. You either want, like, you know what, they're still there. They got to the postseason. They did this or that. They still had some clutch. They had some guys step up, you know, whether it's Lo Perfido or whomever. Jake Myers has another good year or, you know, a better year or whatever. You're like, all right, Astros, the window's open. Or the worst thing you can do is just kind of be in the middle, like, man, they finished third in the division, but they had a couple of guys that maybe showed – because then you're kind of like
that was the Rockets' odds for me.
Yeah.
Right, the odds for the Rockets was there. I mean, obviously – I mean, I think that's what some people fear, I think, with the Texans is getting to a place where it feels like you're just kind of, you know, sitting in –
spinning your wheels a little bit.
Spinning your wheels at the first round of the playoffs. I think that's one of the things that people fear. Yeah, I hear you on that. The only thing that troubles me, though, is – do you end up with the place where you finally see all of the talent disappear? We talk about a talent drip. Another high-stakes portion of this is you've gotten to a point at the time where after having talent drip of people going, and thankfully Carlos Correa makes his way back, you still have not gotten extensions done on your two most important players. Jeremy Pena still exists in a place where, hey, are you going to get an extension done there?
Yeah.
Hunter Brown still exists in a place where you go, hey, are you going to get an extension done there? And this is where Pete Crow Armstrong getting his extension for the Cubs at the ripe old age of 24 pops up, and you go, okay, that's what was it? Was it 5 years that I said? Was that deal $115 million? Like, now that does feel like, hey, that's something that fits within the parameters of what Jim Crane would typically be willing to do. But is that something that you could get done?
Well, you have to, you know, Jim Crane, as much as, you know.
It was a 6 year, 115, sorry.
As much as, you know, he's the window open guy, as long as I'm the owner, we're going to keep it open. As much as that, he also knows, you know, there are some big decisions that have to be made. He was the owner when they tanked for 3 years. And that was the plan of getting better, and it worked like a champ, literally. So I don't see a world where they don't keep Hunter Brown, although we were talking during the break about, like, you know, is he? Are they going to keep him?
Yeah, a very interesting thing has popped up. It's the mural out there at Dyken Park was unveiled today, obviously ahead of opening day. There are 4 Astros on this mural. And we played this as a little guessing game. We already know now, so it's probably not going to be fun to do that in this moment. The 4 Astros, again, are who again? It's Jose Altuve, right? And then who
Jeremy
else?
Pena.
Jeremy Pena. And then you would think maybe Yordan Alvarez. No, not Yordan Alvarez. You would think maybe
Correa.
Hunter Brown. No. So Carlos Correa. And then Tatsuya Imai, interestingly enough. Those are the 4. Do you make anything of those 4 guys being on a mural?
Why Imai and not Hunter Brown?
I don't have – well, the only reason that I throw up there, and I don't even know why this would be the case.
Conspiracy theorists, go.
All right. The only reason why I think that – because I don't know why this would be the case would be because of the international heft. Like, he means something monetarily, I think, more than Hunter Brown does. And that says a lot because Hunter Brown is one of the few guys in my, like, the Reggie index of jerseys that I would actually buy because there's some holdover value of it, right? Have you seen the dude who goes against the jersey of the dude who's on a 1-year deal and you go, that's going to last you a long time? You're going to need to buy another one next year.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown very much strikes me because of his capability and how young he is. That's a jersey that you would anticipate you have it for a while. So, like, I think that makes money for a team. But more than that, Tatsuya Imai taps you into a whole nother market. However, how does that factor in with a mural that's in the building?
Right.
You know, that's the only thing that I have the question there. But I don't, as much as I know that there's people that are making this a conspiracy on maybe they view Tatsuya Imai as a level of future that they maybe wouldn't view Hunter Brown. I don't understand why that would be, especially because Tatsuya Imai is only on a 1-year deal right now.
Well, that's true. That's right. I forgot about that.
Like, you still have more control over Hunter Brown than you do Tatsuya Imai.
And our guy Aaron was the one who brought it up, and at first I was like, that's a little early because he still has another year on his contract, right, Hunter Brown, after this year? Or they have control?
Who, Hunter Brown?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. Let me make sure that I get this right so I'm not telling you something on my keys.
So it seems a little early to send that message or whatever, but that doesn't change that it's a little strange. You got Imai
that he's not on the yeah. So they avoided arbitration this year. You still have 2 more years of arbitration on top of this for Hunter Brown. Like he's still going to be here. But again, I think that this is we're starting to get to that point where this year the stakes of it are be good or really have to start making big time decisions on what the direction of this is. And I think that goes further than just, all right, we need to retool. I think it's who are doing the retooling or the rebuilding for the team. Because, again, Dana Brown on the final year's contract, is that under Joe Espada's managership? And then who are going to be the foundational pieces? Because Jeremy Pena, again, you're getting to a point where you don't have him under control. Same with Hunter Brown. Well, I mean, for too long, right? You don't have that extension done. And, yes, you would still have the control, but then you're starting to get into the place where it's a ticking time bomb on what the value is if you would have to trade them to get something back and get young prospects.
All right, Reggie, call your shot.
Call your shot. All right. When it comes down to what do we want to start? You want to start with team MVP? You want to start with record? You want to start with what you think they do in the playoffs? Where would you like to get?
Yeah, we can do a couple of those. Let's do a couple of those before we get to the prediction for the season. So let's start with best pitcher not named Hunter Brown. Best pitcher not named Hunter Brown.
Okay.
I mean, you know my answer already.
Yeah, I think you're going with Tatsuya Imai. I will. It'd be real wishful. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to keep hitting the hopium because the hopium will be taken out of my hand eventually, I'm sure, by the actual play. I'm going with the hopeful view that Christian Javier will be able to, get himself going. We know the stuff he's capable of. If he is healthy and if he is getting to that level. I think that this is another year removed from that Tommy John where it's reasonable to expect that he gets closer to that, and I think that puts him as your second best starter if he is getting close to what he has once been. I think that Christian Javier could be that.
Okay, that's a good one. Also ties in with the other one that popped into mind here real quick. I'll do one more after this, and then we'll call the shot on the division. Best comeback year. There are a lot of candidates. You mentioned one, Javier.
I am just going to go with the simple idea of Yordan Alvarez playing more than 50 games, right? He played 48 games last year, man. If he plays, and this is on the low end, if he plays 100 games, it looks so much different than what it was when it was last year because of the massive amount of injuries. The injury, and then he comes back and then gets injured again. Yeah, man, just off of the strength of Yordan Alvarez, when healthy, is a monster. Then just be healthy.
Don't have a lot of confidence in Javier just because of time and the surgery.
Oh, you don't?
No. I think he's going to be probably a decent pitcher, and I don't have a lot of confidence in Christian Walker. And you heard me say it earlier. I'm with you. I think Yordan is bound and determined. That doesn't mean it's going to happen, but bound and determined to prove people wrong. All right. Who wins? Division. Give us a division.
This is uncomfortable because I think that the Astros can and will make the postseason if they stay healthy. It's hard to do it, though, while I still think the Mariners win the division.
Yeah.
Like, I still think the Mariners, who finally got themselves to being a serious baseball operation last year finally, while also still having all that talent, they win and they upgraded at the trade deadline. As much as we're saying, hey, you're getting a full year of Correa, they're getting a full year of all these dudes that they went and added to that roster. And so I think that they're still going to be a good team. The problem is I look at the AL East, and there's probably 3 teams there that they could get. So obviously whoever wins the AL East plus a couple of wild cards, plus the AL Central ain't nothing to scoff at either. So you're not just – it feels like the Astros obviously – through a large portion of the season, you're competing with what you're dealing with in division, clearly. But if you are in a place where you're talking about the wild card, now you're also contending with the other teams, the second, third best teams in those other divisions, and the likes of like the Royals or the Guardians, the likes of the Yankees or the Blue Jays or the Red Sox. Those are all very, very tough teams to contend with for a wild card. I say that the Astros are capable of doing that. I'm putting them right about 90 wins.
I can't remember the last time I picked against the Astros, but I am picking against the Astros. I think Seattle's going to be really, really good.
I think so
like,
as well.
Really good. Like one of the top-tier teams in baseball. So the Mariners are going to, I think, run away with the division. I think the Astros could finish third.
After?
Rangers.
You think a bounce-back year for the Rangers, huh?
Yeah.
They have really good pitching. I'm not here to fillet the Rangers or nothing. I still think the Astros are a better team at this moment, especially when they're healthy. But they do have crazy good pitching.
Yeah.
And when we talk about stardom rotation.
Yeah. That sucks.
You say that like you aren't the one who said, you hear him say, yeah, man, that sucks. You just said it.
I'm just doing my job.
Okay. All right.
I just work here.
And the here today is the is Memorial Park Golf Course, where the Texas Children Houston.
I need to use that more often whenever I say something
here.
that's not favorable for our team. Like, hey man, I just work here.
Honestly, I love that general mentality. Look, man, that's above my pay grade. It's my favorite thing to say. One of my favorites.
Yeah.
No, not keeping Brown or Pena. We'll do the 5-year, $120 offer and then they will turn that down, and he'll say we tried. That's been the MO of the Astros with their top tier players, is putting out an offer that at least you can pass off as serious. But when you talk about the true competition in the market isn't serious, you got to hope that that's not the continuation of the way that they operate. Otherwise, you'll look up and the cupboards will be barren.
Yeah. I mean, do you feel like this team could win 90 games at the top? What's the top level of games that the Astros could win?
Ooh.
By the way, I didn't give a number. I think they probably win 82.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. It's really tough because there's a lot of ifs. That's the thing that makes it tough to project when it comes to this baseball season, right? And somebody said, man, they got me pumped for baseball. I'm excited for it as well, dear listener. But I do wonder, because there's so many question marks. If you have all of these going the positive, this could be wild. I see someone on.
Well, I said at the beginning of the segment, you can squint your eyes and see it happen again.
I see someone on the YouTube clearly on the hopium and drinking the Kool-Aid. 99 games is where they go. I don't think they're hitting 100. But I do think that if you have good things, right? If you have Cam Smith look like a legitimate star, as we have hoped that he could be. That's how many really good bats that you like. If they manage to wait in 5-6 really good bats where you go, oh, there's no real outs here. Plus, Mike Burrows, if he just looks like he has, that's what a third or fourth starter on most teams. Then you have a Imai if he makes that transition well. If you get Christian Javier back that's a lot of things that you've got going into your favor.
Right.
But it's hard. It's real hard to anticipate all the question marks going your way. And honestly, last year the way that the luck of the Astros went, I find it hard to just go like a huge pendulum swing in luck this year. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully this is a wildly lucky team in addition to being a good team or at least talented in various different places, and you end up winning 90-something games. But I find it so hard to place a high watermark on them.
It's just fun that we're here, though, man. We're going to watch baseball almost every day now.
9-3-6. Stroh's going to win the division. Y'all are going to be wrong.
I hope so.
Overlooked Mike Burrows. I don't think I overlooked Mike Burrows at all. I think that he's got good stuff. He throws, in the strike zone. I just know that there's probably a little bit more of a higher. At least I think there's a little bit more of a ceiling. I hope to be wrong in a lot of these various different ways because that'll make the summer really fun for us. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. While we're out here at the golf course, Figgy Fig back at the studio making sure that we're right. So I'm just looking forward to the opportunity to hear what we got coming up in the mixtape.
Yeah, so I think it's a season of airlines rolling out new perks. A new airline announced a new perk, and I want to know how everybody feels about this.
I already know what this perk is, and this is going to be a fun conversation. We do it next.
The NCAA tournament is 2. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. So I think this is the season of airlines just rolling out new perks, because this is probably like the third or fourth airline that just decided to come out with some type of new perk or new rule. And United decided to get in the game as they talked about their new perk for economy called United Relax Roll. So let's go to the audio right here to kind of explain what the hell this is.
A new offer for customers that's coming. The airline calls it the United Relax Row. It would turn a set of economy seats, 3 of them, into a couch option. We are told it would come with additional amenities, including a custom-fitted little mattress pad, a blanket, they call it a plush blanket, and 2 pillows. United says it would allow for a comfortable experience. That's pretty obvious on a long-haul flight. But the airline did not mention pricing, but did say the expected feature is probably going to launch sometime next year.
So I saw this on the internet, and I saw a whole bunch of people just comment like, wow, this is an amazing idea. Oh, my God, I might have to switch to United now. And I kind of kept quiet because I'm like, maybe this ain't for me, man. It's not that serious for me. And then, Reggie, I think you texted us in the group chat, and you kind of gave us your thoughts on it. What was those thoughts?
Yeah, this is some nonsense. Wait, this is some nonsense. When he said, well, they haven't given us pricing, you're taking up 3 economy seats, you best believe they're going to charge you like 3 economy seats. Because one thing, I mean, they already overbook all these flights anyways.
Yeah.
You telling me that they're willing to give up 2 extra seats for the cost of maybe 1, maybe 2? No, they're charging you for all 3 of those for the luxury of that. And I just can't imagine paying for the cost of 3 economy seats and a cot across it rather than just upgrading to business class or whatever, right? Like, I feel if we're talking about some level of comfort. No. And then, again, being able to lay down, I get it, man. It matters to some degree. I will be very upset if I can't catch a flight because it has been booked up by people doing the triple seat buy so that they can lay down. I'll be damned.
I am on the exact opposite side, and the reason is sometimes when you go international, it is unbearably uncomfortable in some of those seats. If first class or business class is booked, pay it, take a nap. To me, it would be worth it, and it'd probably be about the same as a business class ticket. So why not? I think now the qualifier is only international is something that I would
that's what I was about to say. I mean, that's all cool and dandy.
I ain't going to Dallas and getting
exactly.
I bet you people will. I bet you some of these suckers will buy a triple airplane seat to go a 2-hour flight and then make it so that can't nobody else get no seats.
And one more thing, Figgy, before you come in again, because I know you have something to say. I think pet lovers are going to get this.
Oh, look.
Pet lovers are going to buy these.
This is where I understand.
Yeah.
I might be wrong here. I will acknowledge that up front. I will be most upset if I see you laying there cuddling with your dog.
They're going to do it.
That's why we can't have the whole row. I swear.
Yeah, I think I ain't even think about the pet lovers. I could see that totally happening instead of keeping the pet all the way. I mean, tucked under the seat.
Yeah.
But also, I think this is really going to be popular with the families with the kids. So you got the mom.
Yeah, take a nap with the 3-year-old.
Yeah. I can see maybe a mom and 2 of her kids on that. But honestly, like Reggie said, if I'm gonna go that route, and I'm not that big of a deal when it comes to I need 3 seats and all that stuff. I'm pretty fine with just taking 1 seat. But if that's the case, if it's just me and my wife, like, I'd rather just try to get a business class instead of y'all just using 3 seats and just putting a little bootleg-looking mattress right there. Like, at that point, it's like, man, we just here trying to get the point A to point B. Like, I'm not trying to do all that. If it's international, then that might be a little different. We can have that conversation. But if it's just trying to go to L.A. or something, I'm not doing all that. Maybe I'm the outlier on this one because I don't really complain about the flights that much when it comes to that. But I'm like, man, y'all just gonna take up 3 seats and put a little bootleg mattress right there and charge people. I know, Reggie, you said they definitely gonna charge you for the seats. Yeah. I think it might be a little more than that. I think they're gonna put in that little mattress. They're gonna probably tax probably like another $100 on the mattress. If you want a pillow, probably tax another $100. So I don't know if this is going to be worth it to me.
Well, I don't think that we have to worry that much because if I know human beings well enough, there are going to be some people that ruin the fun for everyone, and you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Mile High Club?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Mile High Club's going to be popping.
832 might hear some clapping from the back. That's right. That's right.
I want 3 seats, and can they be in row 34?
Yeah. I know people well enough. Someone is going to ruin the fun for everyone, and United's going to realize, we forgot. We can't have that. Yeah. And this is going to be done in, I'm saying, 3 months flat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
Yeah, just wait for next year's spring break. You probably see it on the way to Houston. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Got a couple questions for y'all. Do y'all feel like y'all are addicted to y'all social medias, and do y'all want to make millions of dollars for it?
Probably addicted to the social media, in part because of the job, but yeah, I'm probably addicted to it.
Yes, I don't know. Can you be partially addicted?
I don't know. I don't think so.
If that's not the case, then no, I put it down a lot of times when I get home.
Well, somebody actually went through a trial, and they came out on top because of their addiction for social media. So let's go to NBC LA with this story.
Good morning. We're coming on the air to bring you breaking news. A verdict has been reached in the landmark social media trial. We've been covering, as you know, this case for weeks in downtown LA.
This is a state case. Just minutes ago, a jury finding both Meta and YouTube negligent in this case. Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, as well as Google, the parent company of YouTube, were both accused of fueling a mental health crisis in children. The plaintiff in this case, a 20-year-old woman at the center of this lawsuit. Her identity has been concealed by the court. She said that tech companies use predatory tactics to hook children onto their apps.
Yeah, so initially the owners of TikTok and Snapchat were part of this trial, but they chose to settle with the plaintiff. Those settlements have been kept confidential. The court's decision could set a legal precedent for hundreds of similar pending lawsuits.
So just hundreds for now.
Yeah, so 713-572-4610. If you're an attorney out there, I'm looking to get some millions on this, man.
Hey, I gotta hop on this train.
Hit me up. Hey, if y'all two want to hop on, hey, come on, let's get this millions.
Yeah, let's hop on a class action.
Yeah. I'm just mentally out of it because of social media, man. and these apps that keep getting me, man. So let's make this million.
I want to see Figgy testify. Man, I'm addicted. Oh, it's awful.
I'll drop a couple tears too.
They're preying on me.
Yeah.
I mean, they do. Of course they do. That has been the point. Like the whole idea is to create. It's the reason why I never got on TikTok. Like I think you guys maybe have asked me at some point, oh, y'all got TikTok? I'm like, no, because I have seen the time sink that it is.
Yeah.
Right? I've seen people for whom they open up the TikTok app, they close it, and it's been 3 hours, and they thought that they just blinked. And I'm like, I can't afford that. I'm already using.
You got enough on your plate.
I'm using up enough of my time, and I'm not doing it efficiently enough as is. Right? I can't afford to see 2 hours go when I blink, and that's because of the way that they build these things, right? They will tell you this. Well, I don't know if they'll tell you it now, considering it's probably part of discovery. Yeah. But I mean, like that's the whole idea. The idea is to lock people in on the app so they can sell them ads or whatever. So yeah, man, man, go ahead and sign me up. Let me get in that class action. It's basically.
What the hell? I'll get in there with you.
Yeah, no, I would love to get in there.
Is that Serena Williams over there? That's crazy.
That's not Serena Williams.
Okay.
Hey, you're profiling.
Am I?
Yeah.
Honestly, it was all right. Let me just be quiet. Anyways, mixtape continues.
Is she with a white man?
No. No, she is not.
Okay, no, I was just saying
that is not Alexis Ohanian.
Okay, she married to a white guy. So
she is.
If she's not, then maybe that's not her. I don't know. All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Happy opening day for the Astros, and in the spirit of that, it is a Throwback Thursday. Let's take it back to when ABC 13 was out at opening day for the Astros. at Enron Field for their opening day. The first ever opening day at Enron Field.
Our top story on Eyewitness News tonight, the long-awaited Enron Field is a hit with the fans.
The ballpark is beautiful. Sure, Enron Field is open, and it was glorious out here tonight. Astros come from behind, win 6-5 to beat the New York Yankees. We'll talk about that later, but the game wasn't the thing tonight. It took a backseat to the grand opening of this beautiful new ballpark.
You certainly will not go hungry at Enron Field. Let me see if I can ask a fan, how is the food?
Man, they were so hyped.
They were just saying anything. That's how you know that they knew this was a banger, because the news went out there. They didn't even have questions. She was like, "You're not gonna go hungry." Yes, it's a sporting event. They sell food at all of these. She's like, "How was the food?" Yeah. What? What kind of question is that?
That was the late great Bob Allen, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
It was.
Yeah. So happy opening day, and I ain't gonna lie to you. Just watching that, seeing how excited people were just to be in the new stadium and the new field and all that. I kind of want to experience that, man. I ain't pointing no elbows towards the Houston Texans. But, I would love to experience just walking into a brand new stadium.
Yeah.
First game, opening day, maybe NBA type stuff. Just walk in for the first time, like, wow, this is new. And this
everybody was kicking the tires that day, man.
Yeah, it looked like they were having a blast too, man.
The airline story made me think a really bad thing of, I wonder who christened Enron Field first.
As in what?
You know what don't make me say it. I already told you I was disappointed in my mind going there.
They call them family bathrooms, don't they?
All right. Yep.
All right.
Okay, Faye. I was like, look, man, I thought we had something else.
I was trying to think of it.
No, I just wanted to not continue talking about that.
But you brought it up.
I know.
You want to have some fun? Just stand outside the family bathroom for a while.
Okay.
At any of these places.
Do y'all think it was fans or maybe employees?
That's a good question. Actually, it is a good question that I don't want to entertain. But yes,
it's got to be fans, because they're more likely to be drunk.
That's a good point.
I would say employees, man. Don't sleep on those employees, man.
Like, hey, man, nobody's here right now.
Hey, you got to find the Reddit of the doctors and the nurses, man. They be giving up all the tea.
Yeah, that's a good one. That really is true.
Talk about Grey's Anatomy.
That is a quarter century, man.
It was a wild one.
A quarter century ago.
I actually was not covering that game, so I bought tickets. And we were up on the 600 level. I got them late, so we were way up on the 600 level. I took the whole family just so hey, they can say they went to the first game at Enron.
Who was the starting pitchers for that game?
I can't remember. Do you know?
Nah, I have no clue. I just thought about that.
I can't remember.
Find it.
But one thing I did do, they gave away commemorative baseballs to every fan, and I saved mine in the package. So I have a baseball. I think you might have seen it. It's in my office from the first game ever at now Dyken Park at Enron. It has the Enron logo. It's still in the plastic wrap in the box. That was kind of cool. I still have that on my desk.
It was a scoreless game into the sixth. Is that what that was? Was it 4-1 Phillies?
You could have told me anything. Yeah, you could have told me anything.
Okay. All right. So we don't have to remember it fondly.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. It was
there. But we were there, the whole kids and everything.
I bet you were. All right. That's the mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Go ahead and hit them up at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy. All right. Let's finish things out here at the Texas Children's Houston Open coming up next as we get ready to hand things over to the fellas of the drive.
Rockets great Tracy McGrady shared his frustration. is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Texas Children's Houston Open. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Man, it's been fun out here today at the Texas Children's Houston Open. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on ones and twos. And thank you for rolling with us all day long. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellows of the drive here in a second, and excited to see just how Ron is talking after getting a root canal.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You're good the next day.
Are you?
I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I genuinely don't know. Gosh, I'm about to sound like such a jerk. I apologize ahead of time.
Well, I have great teeth.
I really do. Great teeth, great vision, usually pretty good. Like, I'm really lucky.
Well, I had mine this year. I told you. It wasn't because of cavity. I had a cracked tooth.
Ah, yeah, you did say that.
Yeah. I could, right here. And, yeah, a little sore the first day. You're good the second day.
Okay,
of course,
so,
I'm a genetic freak.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We're built different,
yeah.
I think is the way that you say that. So, yeah, excited to talk to the fellas. Really even more excited, with all due respect to them, to see some Astros baseball. We made mention that Jeremy Pena not in the lineup, even though he did play for the Astros versus the Space Cowboys in their exhibition on Tuesday. Joe Espada actually talked about this to the media, saying that the team has to, quote, be smart on how we ramp him up at the beginning of the season. Apparently he had 8 to 10 at-bats simulated at the park yesterday. So, I mean, it's not like he can't go, but it seems like they're just trying to be really careful with him as he returns. I wonder what it's not a muscle.
Yeah.
Right. If it was a muscle, that'd be one thing. It's like, can he play with the fracture in his finger, or can he not? I don't know what the ramp up would be per se. Or am I being callous here?
No, I don't think you are. I think it's, well, one maybe is just comfort in his swing. You know,
yeah, but if he had 8 to 10 at bats, he had to come. He was comfortable enough to go through 2 games worth of at bats, maybe 3 games worth of at bats in a day. Mm-hmm. So he can't do it the next day.
And it might also be, and this is where I was going at first here, is they have the luxury to be more careful now.
They do. That is fair.
And that is maybe maybe that's a sign of things to come. Anytime there's some sort of, hey, let's make sure everybody's healthy here. You know, let's make sure that nobody gets any setbacks.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a fair counterpoint to mine, but that was what they gave us on the Jeremy Pena not being out there. I still am pretty fond of the lineup. Ultimately, Dana Brown talking again. Everybody's getting ready for the game to get going at Dyken Park. 3:10 is when we're waiting on it. I'm looking forward to how the guys, the guys on the drive, they love them some baseball too, especially when it's live. So I'm excited to hear them broadcast with that particular circumstance. But Dana Brown said that what they're looking for from Zach Cole. Remember, Zach Cole doesn't make the opening day roster, but he's one of the left-handed guys, one of those guys that could filter into the outfield the outfield. Said that they want Zach Cole to make more contact in the zone while in AAA. Quote, I feel like he's right there on the brink. So that very much feels like, and to be expected, that he should be factoring into this, especially as another left-handed bat, but contact in the zone feels like just something generally that this team needs to work on, but him in particular, because strikeouts was a big issue for him.
Yeah, he chases, and that was one of their, one of the things they definitely wanted to get done this spring was to be able to be more disciplined in the zone and as a team. And so, yeah, the last thing you need is to set him back early like that.
All right, I wonder how you are going to respond to this. This is, again, Joe Espada talking ahead of this game. He said the roster is configured so he can give Yainer Diaz full days off instead of using him at DH on days he doesn't catch.
I don't mind it. I think that's maybe just convenience out of necessity, because they have sort of so many options to be at DH. But is Yainer, how much did he bat DH? It was a lot last year, wasn't it, Yainer?
Yeah, I mean, but that also felt like, just again, he was a dude, one of the bats that they trusted for whatever that means, and there was not a lot of bats that they could trust over the course, or at least that they trusted as much as his, due to the number of injuries, which is not quite the case when you talk about the infield options and DH options this year. But I mean, I'm still in a place where.
So what's the DH rotation? Jordan,
Altuve. I imagine if you need to get a day off for, I think Christian Walker could fit in there as well, because Paredes playing first is very easy to happen. Yeah, I think it's probably those guys. I think it's probably almost exclusively.
And you don't want a lot more
guys.
than 3.
Yeah, I think it's probably exclusively those guys. Definitely none of the outfield guys you end up in there. Maybe in the odd day of Correa
Could, yeah,
but
here and there.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's going to be uncomfortable for those guys because there's not going to be as many of those half days off as you typically have as a team where you go, we want to get you off your feet, but still keep you swinging the bat. I feel like with those guys in the infield, it goes from you get a half day off to you're just going to have to sit, man.
Yeah.
We're just going to need you to fully sit on this day and be cool with that. Man, Joe Spada's got quite a managing task ahead of him. Now, day one, game one today, it's easy, but pretty soon here, we're going to start talking about how he manages this.
What are the odds that Paredes gets traded, or someone, but we're thinking him, by the trade deadline?
Oh, I think it's high.
High, I do too.
I still think it's really high. Because not only do you have the possibility of your young guys that you're talking about, Loperfido, Cam Smith, even possibly. Jake Myers himself also still has the possibility of not delivering in the same way that he did last year. You have the possibility of just your outfield not being solid enough and you going, damn, we still need to go get it.
Yeah.
Right now, your left-handed options are question mark, right? Yordan Alvarez and...
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
If Zach Cole comes up and if he actually does the thing of doesn't strike out and is able to get contact in the zone, that's a big old if that I'm not betting on right now. So you might need to go get a left-handed bat. Plus, there's just the genuine possibility that maybe you're not that good and you go, let's cut bait and let's get what we can get.
Yeah.
I think all of that portends to probably being near 50%.
If you're good, you might need a starting pitcher or reliever. If you're bad, you might be able to sell.
Yeah.
So either way, the likelihood is high that Paredes might be.
It feels really high.
Yeah, yeah.
It feels really high. So, I mean, I'm going to appreciate him while he's here, but it does feel like you probably could part ways with Eastside.
I agree.
Yeah. So, man, we're looking forward to some baseball today, some day baseball as God intended, honestly. All right. Do you think Houston pulls off a sweep today?
A sweep in the series?
Well, a sweep just today when it comes to getting the win both between the
Cubs yeah. Yeah,
I mean, do you think they pull off a sweep in the opening series?
No,
it's a 4-game set?
That's why I was asking. It's like, no, that's asking a lot out of the chute. But I absolutely believe, U of H. I think it's going to be a terrific game. I am very much looking forward to this. I could see it coming down to a last shot, even.
Yeah.
But it's definitely the last minute or two. But I do think Houston has that little something, and they look a little different. We talked about how they improved in the postseason, and the Astros simply because you have your best pitcher going against a meh.
Yeah. Would you agree from the 713 that says it would make more sense to trade Jeremy Pena than it would Isaac Paredes?
No.
Yeah, I don't think I can get there either.
Yeah.
Even though we were just talking about this season does feel like part of the stakes is you haven't gotten these extensions on neither Hunter Brown nor Jeremy Pena, but that feels like that becomes into focus after this season if you aren't able to get some things done. So, that's what we're looking at today, 3:10. I just cannot wait to get this thing going. I'm still amazed that Paul Skeens. I shouldn't be. I mean, it's baseball. It's one of those days. It just happens to be the first one. It's just Paul Skeens is of a certain caliber. I wouldn't have expected him to not make it out the first.
Right. No, I totally agree with. And in the first game, when you're supposed to be ramped up and ready, and you've, built everything up to that moment, and then you get rocked like that.
Wild stuff.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Always appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas, who I really hope are there. It'd be real disappointing if they weren't.
Well, they kind of here.
All right, they're kind of here. All right. All right, my metro. What are you just knocking stuff over now?
I just knocked over something.
All right, very good. See, you're clearly
done. All right, they good to go now.
All right, wait, real quick before we get to the fellas. When we're done here, are you about to go home or are you about to go watch some golf?
I'm going to go home today. I was going to go watch with my son and my granddaughter, but they left already.
Oh, okay. So that's okay. Yeah. So just I'm chopped liver, I guess. All right, very good.
You are.
We turn it back to the station, courtesy of D&M All Leasing for a little crosstalk with the fellas. Fellas, how you doing?
Not too bad, fellas. Not too bad.
All right, okay.
Big day here in Houston.
Man, very much so, very much so. What are you most excited about, fellas?
I mean, you know me, man. I'm ready for March Madness. I've been able. I needed that week to get over it, and then I'm ready for Houston. This is a big one tonight.
Coogs.
And there is. I've said it since 2 weeks ago, and damn sure last week when Florida lost. They really don't have any excuses. Like this will be, to me, a failure if they don't make it to the Final Four through all of the gifts they've been given. But with those gifts, there does come a little pressure with those gifts, playing at home, and to me and I think Illinois is a really good team, but still I think most people would say it's the best team in this little 2-game set. They should win, but there's a little pressure there. There's a little pressure there. And Illinois has got great size and a big time player that's a top 6 pick too. So this will be fun tonight.
Yeah, they board the ball really well, which I think is interesting here. But it's funny you mentioned pressure because in a weird way, with the squad that is more dependent on young guys than some of the other ones in recent Kelvin Sampson history, they feel like they handle pressure better now than they did in the last couple of years.
Yeah, hope for them. I don't know if they've been in this one. That pressure, boy, they get down 5 or something in the second half. That's a whole different type of thing when you're at home and then the rest of them other Big Ten teams ganging up. I'm really intrigued to see what the house looks like with teams like Nebraska.
Nebraska's all over town.
Yeah, they are. They felt, like I said it to Clint, they feel like Indiana from all the college football playoff steps. That this the first time they'd never had anything. So they all coming out.
A little Cinderella run there, huh? And they feel like hey, look, I've been there. Being an Arkansas fan, you make a run like that, you it ain't one of those I'll catch you next year type of things.
I don't know.
It's one of them I need to go see it because I don't know if it's going to happen again.
This is worse than anything Arkansas.
Well, just in general, the mindset of the people that are here, it's like, one, you've never been, at least from a basketball perspective. It's been a while since you've been worth a damn in football. And so it just is. As a fan, you're starved. And now all of a sudden you get a shot and you're like, hell yeah, we're going. Houston? Yeah, I believe 85 degrees. I know 85 keeps Tyler out of the don't want him to close the roof at 85, but Nebraska comes down here and thinks 85 in Texas? Come on, baby.
How did he get Tommy Frazier and Lawrence Phillips to leave?
Come on, you know the answer to that.
Same way Saban got every 5-star in America.
Yeah, you know the answer.
I know. But, John, that wasn't the only place that was paying. Come on, man.
Yeah.
I mean, good God, he got him to come from Florida to what was their recruiting? Well, they was giving those white girls hell. Yeah. Oh, they was giving them white women hell.
It was corn-fed.
Lincoln,
corn-fed, boy.
I'm telling you.
Also, the less fun portion of it is Nebraska was also very fast and loose with the academic standards in those days, so I think that also helped them out a decent amount.
But if you remember that Tommy Frazier team had like 9 starters from Florida.
Yes.
They just entrenched themselves there.
They couldn't. Bobby couldn't win them.
That means they had a good group of hostesses.
I bet they did.
Man, how you get past Bobby? Bobby was loose. Bobby Bowden was loose in Tallahassee. We still know Miami was still a little wild out there. They could have used him.
You're not wrong.
He pulled that off. Here, man, come to Lincoln.
Hey, man.
Lincoln
in the summer.
Hey, fellas, that was my first job offer. I got a job offer to do afternoons in Lincoln. Ooh. Courtney said, you can go by yourself.
Oh, that's great.
She said, you can commute. You can go by yourself.
You can commute
from Kansas City to Lincoln, Nebraska.
Yeah.
Hey, Ron don't like old Lincoln, man. He didn't like Nebraska. Lincoln, Nebraska, Omaha, Nebraska. He ain't lost nothing.
I don't have a problem with Omaha. I just have a problem that Omaha gets these huge events that's not a reward to go to Omaha. Like these kids play college baseball and they have been brainwashed into thinking Omaha,
baby.
Let's go to Omaha. No, go to Vegas. Can we play one in New Orleans? Yeah. Omaha.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you, man. Look, man. Shout out to that portion of the country. I've lived there. You have as well, Ron. But hey, man, if you get an opportunity to go for a trip, I feel like there's other destinations that I think would make you happier.
What the hell's going on, Reg?
What you mean?
Reg, did you get out in the streets last night? You got a little headbanger or something right now? You trying to? You tired?
Must be something on the transmission here.
Yeah, it might just be the audio. Also, though, when we started
Lopez sounds like his same old ass, and he's wanting ready to go fish. Can't wait to get out there and go fishing. Lopez is Lopez. I don't know, Reg. Sounds like you may be a little nasally.
Oh, maybe that's the case.
You get out in them streets on a Wednesday night?
Oh no, honestly, not at all. Some of it was we got out here to the golf tournament, and I realized, I might need to, monitor my voice level. I need to act like I've been somewhere before.
Yeah, good point. Good. That fits.
Act like I got some coof.
Oh, you know what I'm saying?
That's
hell with that, dog. Hell with that. Speak your normal tone.
Look, man, I already got some eyes at me for various different reasons. I don't need more on them for that. But anyways, it's been very fun out here today. I'm looking forward to you fine fellas getting going and Astros baseball for 162. Fellas, have a fantastic show, all right?
All right, man. We appreciate
there you go.
You got it, bud.
D&M Auto Leasing, we appreciate y'all giving us an opportunity to crosstalk. You listen to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right. Oh yeah, man. That's why he backed off of it. The drive is live.
It all makes
By the
sense.
way, do you all know what he said? When he said, "I've already had some eyes"?
Yes.
What was that about? I don't know what that was about.
I mean, I have a guess. I don't know.
Because
for sure.
he made it clear it wasn't just the volume. What else was it?
Probably because he's wearing a T-shirt.
Oh, you think so?
I don't know.
You think so?
I don't.
I was trying to figure out. He said I wasn't picking up what he was putting down.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
I'm wearing a T-shirt on Saturday. I'll tell you that.
I didn't know if he's because listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna try to put him over like that. But I've seen Reggie. Reggie stopped a young lady at I think it was Minute Maid at that time. He stopped a lady in her tracks, walking, and she almost held up and had a bunch of people running into her.
He's a handsome fella.
He went over. He put a smile on her.
She's ready to put it on the line, huh?
He's got a winning smile.
He walked past. He put a little smile on her. This young lady stopped in her tracks. I mean, held up, and she watched him all the way down. I don't know. And Reg just like I still got it. I don't know what that was. I don't know. Maybe I thought that's what he was talking about. A couple of people that hit him, put some eyes on him.
Well, I mean, Reggie's looked at that left hand first before he stops them in their tracks. Make sure they ain't got a hubby following them.
Oh.
Well, usually they don't take too kindly to that, T.
I mean, if she's looking.
Tyler said, why? Coming up, a lot to get to. A big day in Houston. The Houston Open, where those fellas were just at, is happening, as well as a little bit later on, 3:10. Unless you ain't got to go nowhere, we will keep you updated. We'll get you ready for the Astros. They take on the Angels. Kikuchi is not pitching today.
Who?
Kikuchi.
Oh.
Is not pitching today. That would have been
Kikuchi tonight.
It would
saving that Kikuchi, huh?
That's right. And also, a little bit later on, sometime after 9 o'clock, if you're getting out there, maybe take a nap right now or just get drunker. But the Houston Cougars, they are in the Sweet 16. They're going to host the Fighting Illini. Say it, Tyler.
The Fighting Illini?
All right. I remember that.
I did struggle with that
at
one
point
point.
For you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Illinois Fighting Illini is a tough one for Tyler for some reason. But he was in there on game day, ready to go. Didn't even get a chance to think about it, just rolled with it. But they've got them later on tonight. So a lot to get to. Also, in the 3 o'clock hour, be listening. I saw some people reaching out to me about the root canal. I appreciate it. I will tell you in the 3 o'clock hour how my root canal turned into a trip to the ER. I was in the ER yesterday till about 5 o'clock. Root canal appointment started at 1:30.
And you're still here today. That's a pro right
I
there.
am still here today. Still in need of a root canal surgery. But
still needing to getting numbed up again.
Yeah, I got numbed up. I got ready to roll, but ended up in the ER. So we'll I don't know if that's a fair tease right there, but we'll let you know about that a little bit later on in the 3 o'clock hour. But Clint, the Astros, they get rolling here a bit, and I've been looking around, and I know we'll get to the World Series odds of where they are. We're used to them being in the top 10, top 5 normally since we've been around here. But I've been looking around. I looked at MLB.com, and they did their opening day power rankings, Clint. And the Astros were 17th. Again, just like we talked about with the lineup the other day, and now we're looking at this. And Tyler, Clint, I am seeing a lot of this, 17th, 15th. Their World Series odds are lower than we're accustomed to. It seems like a lot, and I've seen a lot of people who have made predictions don't have the Astros making the playoffs. And this is now where they get a bunch of teams in the postseason now. I guess my question to you and the people, are we too close to this? Are we overvaluing the Astros this season?
No chance. For me, no.
17th feels like, whoa.
I mean, I don't care if you're talking about the lineup. I think they're low on the lineup. I think the odds are bad. I don't think any of this makes sense. I mean, if you look at what the Astros did last year, right? They had the second most total days missed due to injury, second only to the Dodgers, right? Including long-term injuries to Alvarez, Paredes, Pena, and Josh Hader, all while losing 3 starters to Tommy John surgery. And guess what? Most of the season, they led the division, and they missed out on a final AL wildcard spot due to a tiebreaker. If you can accomplish that while also dealing with all the injuries to the degree that the Astros did, I got to believe a healthy Astros team, yes, minus Fromber, but plus health, and we'll see what the starting rotation does. I got to believe that squad right there is a playoff contending team.
Yeah.
I got to believe that team right there that has been one of, if not the best organization in baseball over the last 10 years, say, give or take. I got to believe that squad right there still has a chance.
I'll see you in October.
Yeah, definitely has a chance. I don't know. Like I look at this and I am dumbfounded. Like the rest of the AL, the AL West, they have the Astros third in this. They've got the Mariners is the third best team overall. They got the power rankings. They had the Mariners third behind the Dodgers and Blue Jays, and then they have the Rangers 16th, right?
Was that a laugh or was that a sniff?
Sorry.
All of it.
Sorry.
They've got the Rangers 16th one spot ahead of the Astros, and then the A's 22nd, the Angels, who they will play later on today, the 27th rated team. I mean, I look at some things and I understand it. I feel like people really are looking at the age of a lot of the main threats and feel like we're about to see a drop. But I will admit, they do have a fair amount of questions and a lot more questions than they have had over the past couple of years. I think the pitching staff is a very fair question to wonder about. You know what you're getting from the guy who's going to go today. It's just there are a lot of questions coming behind it. So I can get that. The outfield is one piece. But you can look at the outfield, but they got a bunch of other pieces around the way. Like we look at the starting lineup today. Now, Jeremy Pena is not in there today, although he hit a damn home run when he played against the Space Cowboys. I thought that meant it was a shoe-in for him to start opening day, but he's not going. But you throw him in the mix, and and Altuve and Alvarez and Paredes and Correa and Diaz and Walker and what they've done in the past. Like it feels like a stronger team than a team that would finish 17th. That is the 17th best team in baseball power rankings.
Hold on to them receipts.
Yeah, you'll potentially hold on to them, or
the disrespect
or these questions. I'm not saying these questions aren't fair. I do think the aging thing is a little unfair, right? I feel like Altuve's got to show us he's fallen off a cliff before we just say he's going to fall off a cliff because he has turned a certain age. I feel like we gotta look at a Correa in the same vein, right? Christian Walker, we'll see, but I maybe we're too close, but 17th feels like I just said 17th best team. Really?
Yeah, I don't think it's accurate. I don't think it like I said, I think you look back last year and I don't know what does that just miss in the playoffs? What does that put them at? 15? Tiebreaker at the end.
Yeah.
With all those injuries, they were 15, and now Fromber's gone, but everybody else is back healthy, and you've got some youngsters that look like, or some others that look like they're going to be able to complete a starting rotation, and you're 17. No, I don't see it, man. I'm going to lean into the clubhouse. I'm going to lean into the leadership. I'm going to lean into the history. And I'm with you. I got to see Father Time jump on Altuve in a way that it's noticeable. I got to see Father Time jump on Correa in a way that it's noticeable. I got to see Father Time jump on Christian Walker in a way that it's noticeable to where we all of a sudden we're going, golly, this guy just fell off.
Yeah, he was not Abreu.
Yeah, there's some PTSD with the Astros after the last two situations at first base. But you look at what Christian Walker by the end of the year, he was swinging it better. And again, you don't have to have Christian Walker be the 3 or 4 hole hitter. I mean, if he's 5 or 6, so be it. You've got guys that are going to be swinging it above him. So I don't know, man. I don't see it, and maybe it'll hit me in the face. Look, Father Time has jumped on the back of some players that I've been big fans of before, and I didn't see it coming. It could happen, but it's hard for me to think a guy you were sticking out in left field and played as well as he did last year, not in left field, but played as well as he did last year, all of a sudden isn't going to be able to play second base and swing the bat anymore.
I look at it, and you start thinking about all the different pieces of the team. And I know baseball is more than this because you have to have contributions from more than the one, but they have like an elite player somewhere in almost every spot that you would think of. The rotation. They have an elite player in the rotation in Hunter Brown. The bullpen. I think when he's healthy, I think their closer is an elite closer. Hell, I think Abreu is an elite setup man. I think he's an elite reliever. I think they got 2 elite relievers. Yordan Alvarez is one of the best hitters in baseball, right? And that's not even talking about what Pena has shown and what Altuve has shown and, Correa in the past, Paredes, like all of it. But they've got one of the best pitchers in baseball, one of the best hitters in baseball, one of the best closers in baseball. Like every spot and every space you look at, they have elite players. That one, not to mention the other stuff that comes with the Astros, that is just odd for me to get to. Like, man, we don't even think you guys are top half of the league. 17 is not top half.
Yeah.
That is an odd thing. Maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll be proven wrong. Maybe we'll look at it and think we were too close to watching the situation. But I don't know. As you said, man, I've got it. What the Astros playoff odds or World Series odds somewhere between plus 2,500, plus 2,700 around there, which I've seen is like 11th or 12th in terms of odds. So at least Vegas maybe looks at it a little bit differently than some of the publications do. But.
Well, I just think their lineup is going to be is going to be long, and it's going to be able to cause some problems. I mean, obviously, a lot of this hinges on that 2, 3, 4 starter in the rotation. We know I got a pretty even a subpar Hunter Brown is going to be good enough to lead the rotation. I mean, but what does that 2, 3, 4 starter look like? Can they stay healthy? I don't look. This team can't withstand losing 3 starters to Tommy John.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I mean, this team's not going to be a team that can withstand, being the second, players missing the second most days only to the Dodgers and still be even in playoff contention. They're not going to be able to do that. But if they stay healthy, and a couple of those pitchers step up, I don't care who they are. A couple of those pitchers step up and are consistent. The Astros are going to be a problem. I don't think they're viewed or even have the luxuries that they once had. Which I hope like hell Joe Espada, knows that, and the Astros brass knows that, but I don't think they have that. I think they got to approach this thing as if they're trying to win it game in, game out. But we'll see how they handle things moving forward.
Text line coming in. The Rangers are trash. Tyler, thank you for getting involved on the text line. You can get involved on the text line like Tyler on the Base Power text line 713-572-4610.
Tyler did that?
It just seems like a Tyler text.
Sounds like me.
Addition by subtraction, by letting Framber walk also. His attitude single-handedly cost them the postseason last year. Well, I will disagree with you on that front. I do think that they are rated pretty 17. All that feels low to me. I can't get with the Framber thing. I understand your thinking there a bit. First off, Framber did not single-handedly cost them the postseason. He probably did more to help them to be in it. With the way he pitched, and he was out there damn near every single day.
Look, the ability to replace Framber is going to be big.
That's a big.
It's one of the. I mean, you can view it one of two ways. I mean, replacing Framber, or just can you have is Tetsuya Aima? Is he real? Is Mike Burrows real? Is Lance McCullers or Christian Javier real?
Can you raise the floor of the whole rotation?
Yeah. Are you deeper and the floor higher, or can one of those guys step up and do some Framber-like things? I mean, it would be obviously a huge step for those guys, but we'll see. I mean, how they handle not having Framber with Hunter Brown is going to be fascinating to watch for sure.
Yeah, like I'd say this to that texter, like Tyler, how many games do you think they played where there were 5 legit Space Cowboys in the lineup? Like, how many games they play last year? How many games?
Especially that second half of the season.
I bet it was 75. No, maybe not. You said over half the lineup?
Like they had 5.
I bet it was 30.
5 guys in.
I bet it was 30.
Like there was like, hell, Trammell became an everyday center fielder there for a second. They had your guy Jacob Melton
trotted out there a lot.
I knew you were going to Jacob Melton.
I mean, we ain't talked about the pitchers yet.
Salazar, he was out there getting hit. Yeah, that Bryce was out there.
Mm-hmm.
They had a lot of games where those there were a bunch of Space Cowboys that were out there. I think that might have had something to do with it. I think
maybe a little bit.
I think Jordan missing over 100 ball games.
What was the other fella's name? Black dude, center fielder.
Taylor Trammell, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's
Trammell, Jacob Melton was in there. Yeah, they were. Yeah, they had. I'm sure there are other Space Cowboys that I'm completely. Didn't Shea get him some run up there for a few games?
Well, I know DeZenzo did before he got hurt, didn't he? He got a little run at first base, I think.
Nuts, yeah.
He's nuts.
There you go. D. All right, coming up as we continue. I feel like we've had this conversation a lot, but it feels like it was. Was last night rock bottom for the Houston Rockets? Tyler is nodding his head. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see. Was last night rock bottom? We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, y'all, look, the tournament, it's back.
Yes.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it's opening day here in Houston, and not just opening day, a crazy sports day here in one of the greatest cities in this country. Starting, got a little golf action. the Texans Children's Hospital Houston Open. And then here in about an hour, a little under an hour or so, at the Daikin, the Astros get their quest to get back to the postseason started as they face Mike Trout, the healthy Mike Trout. And
won't be long.
And Kikuchi. And the Astros face the Angels coming up at the Daikin a little bit later on.
Welcome home.
Today, we'll keep you updated throughout on what's happening in that game as Hunter Brown takes the mound as opening day gets started. And a little bit later on here in the city at the Toyota Center, the South Regional is madness. Couple of really good games. Nebraska, Iowa gets kicked off first. And then your Houston Cougars will take on Illinois. And the nightcap should be a fun day here in Houston. All right, Clint, what was not a fun night in Houston was last night. And 713-572-4610, those of you on the Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch, was last night. I mean, it's been rough at times. There was the Knicks debacle where you go into it up 17 in the fourth quarter and you lose that game. There was you couldn't just last week. They just got swept at home in 3 days by the Lakers. There have been several games. They got shellacked on national television back-to-back times against the Nuggets and against the Spurs, who they can't seem to handle. Was last night rock bottom?
I know for this Rockets fan it was. I mean, rock bottom. And I mean, that bottom of that river is solid rock, too. We ain't talking about that mushy stuff out there in the Bay. We talking about rock-ass bottom. Yeah, I mean, look, that is it's a crying-ass shame what we watched last night. Them boys, Ron, were up 13 points under 3 minutes. Up 13 under 3 minutes. And the amount of bad basketball that we saw the next 3 minutes, really 3 minutes and some, is a crying-ass shame. Because if we're being honest, the way regulation ended was a crying-ass shame. Şengün was balling, but that whatever Durant pulled, it's unacceptable, man. I mean, you look down. Let's talk about the last 3 minutes of the ballgame. Up 13, inside 3 minutes. We saw multiple blown defenses where guys didn't know who they had that gave open lane drives to the rim, layups, or wide-ass open threes. And two that I remember vividly was Şengün and Durant. Blown defenses, just flat-ass, don't know who you got in a man-to-man situation. And a couple of them came with the ball out of bounds, ball being thrown from out of bounds. It wasn't even like transition. It was off of dead balls. Like, so you got terrible defense, blown defenses. For some reason in that 3 minute span, we felt like we needed to have four different guys bringing the ball up the floor. We got Şengün getting pressed at the three-quarter spot and not being able to get it across the board. Turnover, 8-second violation. You got Kevin Durant who came alive late, but you got Kevin Durant handling the ball just over midcourt, turning it over time and time again, proving it. He is not a ball handler at that point on the floor at this point in his career when the defense decides to stiffen up. I mean, him turning the ball over multiple times down the stretch in critical moments, standing at the top of the key, trying to pass the ball to Şengün is a mess.
While they're that close to each other and trying to pass the ball.
Bro, it is absolutely unacceptable. They got outcoached. The scheme was a joke. You look games on the line and what you go to is ISO ball with Şengün on Randall. And Şengün balled out. Don't get me wrong.
I was going to say I got to give him credit.
No.
Şengün, he was good. He was bleeding and everything defensively.
I'm giving Şengün took that thing over in regulation, and if Durant doesn't pull his crap at the end of regulation, they never get there. That game they should have got a shot and shouldn't have forced Şengün to go down there and play great defense and bust his lip up.
KD did help them erase the 11-point deficit they were in with 3:45 left.
No, I get it. Look, they're all good. Durant's a good player. I'm not trying to sit here and tell you that he's not a great scorer. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But him handling the ball at the top of the key, trying to facilitate, is a bad plan. Four different guys carrying the ball down the floor when you are clearly reeling. You gave up 15 straight points to lose that game. You are clearly reeling, and your answer is, let's just try a different guy dribbling the ball up the floor instead of the guards. The one time you let Shepard lead it up before, it ended up in an open shot. Like, it just – I think Ime Udoka, it's a fireable offense. What we've watched the last 2 weeks, it's a fireable offense. If you ain't coaching them no better than that right there, they ain't ready to play. You get out coached in any critical situation in basketball. You're sitting over there disgusted, look like cussing guys for not doing certain things. They're your players. Call a timeout and coach them up. I mean, yes, that was an absolute joke what I watched. And if you just – these are my notes in the last 3 minutes, Ron. I mean, Şengün gets lost on defense with the game on the line down there standing under the bucket. Gets lost. I mean, it's just – it is piss poor. By the way, while he's over there celebrating because one of the Minnesota fellas got kicked out of the game for mouthing off to the referee, fist pumping that, man. Get the hell out of here.
And you got an assist by Scott Foster. But Scott Foster probably needs to be there needs to be consequence, because that's the other part is, honest to God, Naz Reid should have never been ejected for whatever. I
don't know what he said.
It looked like he said. He was still moving, and then Scott Foster threw him out of the game. But I'm not gonna lie to you, Clint. I thought, wow, this could be one of those games that is kind of one of those galvanizing games. Let's get together. We're down by 11 with 3:45 left. We come back. We took the lead. Then we get it and force it to overtime. They got Rudy fouled out. Even though there was no Edwards, I want to also make sure we.
There was no Rudy and no what's my man's name?
By the time they got up 13, but even the whole game, even though up to that point, Clint,
up 13, they're missing 3 starters.
Even up to that point, there was no Anthony Edwards. We still understand that is a completely different team without Anthony Edwards on it. But even with that, to beat down, to come back on the road, they force OT, and then they get up 13, and you're like, all right. This could be one that gets them together, that pulls them together. And then I think it became the day where everybody in the city officially gave up on this team. I think it became that,
and rightfully so. This wasn't Curry just getting hot from half court and eating up a 13-point lead in 3 minutes. This was literally is Big Boy. What's Big Dude's name that got kicked out again? What's his name?
Oh, Naz Reid.
Is Naz Reid is he a starter for them?
No, but kind of. He's
big time
like a
role
six-man of the year type of.
3 of their top 6 players were not on the floor when you just let a 13-point lead disappear. Like, by the way, the whole time in overtime, the entire time, the commentators. This is what baffles me is the commentator. I'm not one of these commentators who are right all the time. Up 13, under 3. Hey man, let's slow the pace down a little bit. Barry's shooting long-range threes with 13 seconds on the shot clock. Like they didn't start stalling until they had shrunk that lead by 5 or 7 points. It was just piss poor, man. Basketball IQ from the head coach and the superstar player, I mean, zero, rock bottom.
Everybody. It's almost impossible that they pulled that off. Like, to get up 13 in a 5-minute overtime period and to lose, it's
That's a good point. They went up 13 in the first 2 minutes and down 15 in the last 3
minutes. They had 5 minutes.
That was a 27-point swing in overtime.
It's almost impossible to get to that. All right, the Astros are getting ready to start their season.
Pissy po, M.A. Pissy.
And listen, I don't want people to be upset. Tyler said to me, "It's opening day, Ron. We gotta hear the lineup." And it's opening day.
He ain't ready.
Oh, I'm ready.
He ain't gonna do it.
Pull that belt tight.
He got numb gums.
We'll do the
He ain't doing it.
We'll do the lineups coming up next.
Oh, I tell you what you need to make sure you're doing next is getting that rig down to that nearest Jiffy Lube and getting that oil change, man. The good thing is there's 60 locations in.
Iron Sports Social, your new game day headquarters. Join Clint and Rob.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. The Astros, they are getting ready to start their season, and they will take on your Astros will take on the Los Angeles Angels, who are predicted to finish last in the division. But we shall see.
And Mike Trout will play in 84 games this year.
Just over half, huh?
I don't know that that's true. Maybe this is his year. How old is he?
I don't know, but in dog years, he's like 95.
I don't think it's mattered, right?
I don't think.
Poor guy.
He's.
I very rarely do I feel for a guy that's made $300 million in his career. I just, boy, that being a Philly guy? Being a Philly guy that has to go out there and play ball in California and lose, stay injured.
Yeah, he's been in the playoffs.
Has he?
Yeah. Royals took him out.
What do you think a guy like that could do if he's with a team that lived in the playoffs?
I think he's a big reason why they haven't been able to live in the playoffs.
His injuries?
Yeah. Like the couple of years that he stayed healthy, they've had some success, but he has a hard time getting there. Tyler is getting himself fired up. Here, give me that remote.
Bobby Dynamite was getting me hyped, man, up on that train, pumping up the crowd. Got Orbit running around Dyken Park, waving that flag.
Go time? Is it go time already?
It's almost go time. We're getting close.
What the hell?
Orbit's got a big-ass flag he's waving right now that says, "Chase the fight."
It says, you know what? I will. We do have the lineups to get to. I just
hit that Houston Open for a couple minutes, man.
Hit the Houston Open here.
See what we got going on. Big day in Houston, man. Don't forget about the golfers, man.
What do you think about that? The Astros 2026 slogan: "Chase the fight."
Not a fan.
Pretty lame.
Oh, wow, you went lame.
It's pretty lame / corny / disappointing. It's one of the worst they've had in recent years.
They should have been like #be patient.
God, see, I don't like that either.
Well, I don't like it. I'm joking, guys. At least it fits their approach at the plate.
Oh, I got you now.
Yeah, because when you said be patient, I'm thinking, hey fans, this ain't it, guys.
Chase the fight. What the hell does chase the fight mean?
I don't know.
Nobody knows.
Chase the fight,
but it keeps the people going.
Base Power text line 713-572-46.
I'm gonna tell you, nobody can mess
Chase the fight.
Nobody can mess up a uniform like a baseball player with bad shoes,
or wearing their pants like slacks.
Wearing their pants like slacks,
long and baggy.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in the high knee pants.
Them little old chicken legs you got, you better pull them jokers all around your ankle too now.
Never did when I played. It's always up to the knee.
They called you twin fungos.
That Mike Trout boy, he looks the part, doesn't he? Until it breaks down.
Until he's in the hospital bed.
Just injured, man. You ain't got to put him in the hospital bed, man.
I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
It feels like you just did. Chase the fight. Yeah, I don't.
I'm not a fan. I don't understand. I need the background.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're going to be a scrappy team that's going to fight to chase. Like, what have the
previous ones been?
I don't know, but I wanted it to. I would have hoped it had been something more like, "Hey, we're taking back what's ours." Going after the crown.
Yeah, what are we doing? Are we announcing the whole team on opening day?
Yeah.
The hell is going on here?
Mm-hmm. Getting us the starters, didn't it?
No wonder they don't come in the stadium.
He came out a little early, didn't he? Oh, there you go. Hey, wait for your name. But I'm not a fan of it. Like, it should be like something about this is ours again. Give it.
Well, on one previous year was one, I can't remember which, I don't know what order, but I know one of them was take it back. Kind of like what you're saying.
Something like that, yeah.
There was
that was after you lost you won the World Series, then you lost, and then it was take it back. It was taking back the World Series, take back everything.
Yeah.
For the H?
There was one.
Yeah. That may have been last year's. I can't remember.
I mean, we got it.
We are Texans.
Built for this last year.
Built for this? That's good. That's good.
Yeah. Our time, I don't know. Just want to go down the line here. What was 24?
So 2020
Relentless was 24. You remember that? Relentless?
Yeah.
You didn't like that. You didn't love that one either.
I like it a lot more than Chase the Fight.
Chase the Fight. I'm with you. I'm loving that. Chase
2019 was Take It Back. 2018 was Never Settle. 2020 was For the H.
I like 2023. Ready for rain. Ready to rain. Like that.
I like. That was after winning it in 22,
now
right?
We're just chasing the fight.
Chase the fight. I need. I mean, before I judge, I need to know what. I need to know where it came from. I need to know what we're doing here. There it is. Chase the fight right there. It looks good. Big bold letters.
Baby. It's a fight to chase, huh?
Good God. Do they need to? They don't need to announce every one of the Angels players.
Somebody texted in and just said healthy.
Yeah.
Their slogan, #healthy. Oh God, yeah. We'll see.
I mean, we're introducing.
I thought
trainers.
Rafael Stone was coming out there.
No, right. He got that bald head
Rafael
though.
Stone out there.
I mean, we're announcing. I did not know. I didn't know opening day we had the whole
They
staff
got to get the
out there.
training staff out there. They got to announce the training staff.
There's no way they're comfortable. For the record, there's no way those guys are comfortable in the spotlight, high-fiving Orbit in polos and slacks. No chance those guys are comfortable with that. They wish they
have
just
run into somebody.
Now this fella is.
This guy's great.
Oh,
great
no
hair.
question.
Wow,
he is.
That is championship. Is that Rob Lowe?
I think he was in ER.
She is not comfortable.
She's kind of hot.
She went on the wrong side. That's that blonde-headed strength coach Tyler's trying to. She is a strength coach.
I thought you were going to try to be subtle.
I've been looking for a primary doctor. I'm just saying.
No, strength coach.
Oh my God! What size hat?
That dude's head was bigger than mine.
All joking aside, this is probably the most important group in the whole organization.
Yeah, I mean, you ain't lying.
The training staff.
If you're joining us, we've got the game on. Here he is. The
WBC.
Venezuela right there. Give him a hand.
Big Venezuela
They're bringing everybody out there. No, you don't want to do this much running, did you? All right, man. Listen, it's opening day.
His hip flexors are tight.
Oh, all the way. This guy had the 76, had to wear these glasses. But he got them dunks on, though. There he is. All right, there he's back. 2-3's back. All right, it's opening day, Tyler. And I don't do this often. This is a special thing. Right? This is not every day. But we got to do the starting lineups. Give me my damn music, Tyler. Whoa, here we go. We may not be chasing the fight. Damn it, that does not sound good. I tried. We're not chasing the fight, but we're going to put our foot all in your asses. That's what the Astros fans have said to themselves.
Foot to ass.
There we go. Foot to ass.
Hashtag foot to ass.
To hell with chase the fight. Hashtag foot to ass. Not boots. We're not stealing it from you, The Rock, but foot to asses right now. Let's kick it off. And starting in his rightful place. And leading off. And playing second base. Not left. Second base. He may be 5'6", but he carries the big stick. The second baseman, Mr. Astro, Jose Altuve. And batting second, please stay healthy. Please, damn it, stay healthy. They love it when they call me Big Papa. He said they love it when they call me Big Papa. But he is still tipping, but hopefully his knees are okay. The designated hitter, Yordan Alvarez. And batting third. We don't know how long he'll be in the lineup or if he will every day, but he is playing third tonight. Don't you dare call him Isaac. It is Isak Paredes and the cleanup hitter. See, some of y'all may call him Carlos, but not around here on the damn drive. He is the captain, the leader. It is Los Correa.
If you don't know the facts, then
you
you gotta shut up.
There you go. You gotta shut it up. All right, batting fifth, left fielder Joey Loperfield. And batting sixth, Cam Oh, Cam, please do something, son. Your time is, you got about 2 months or your ass is going to Sugarland. The right fielder, Cam Smith. And batting 7th, which is a slap in the face to him and his family and the back of his baseball card. He is number 8 in your program, but number 26 in your heart. Get it? He's probably the player everyone dislikes the most. The first baseman, Christian Walker.
Get all this little funk.
And batting 8th, another slap in the face. A guy who we thought was going to be in the middle of the order. The catcher. He may not throw like a catcher, but he damn sure doesn't run like one either. Yider Diaz. And batting 9th, this man wears the bronze. Don't you dare try to take him. He doesn't mess with gold. He doesn't mess with silver, but he wears the damn bronze. The center fielder and lover of Patrick Creighton. Patrick loves him, not a lover. They're not intertwined sexually, but a lover for Patrick Creighton. Jake Myers.
Khakis.
There is your Houston Astros opening day, led by the captain, Joe Espada. I need a damn drink.
Welcome home.
Payne and Pendergast.
The win totals heading into the season are out, Seth, for Major League Baseball, and I'm under on the Astros. I'm just not bullish on the season as a whole. I know you said that I'm feeling optimism about the pitching staff, but I just don't know that top to bottom this is a team that's talented enough to compete in the American League. They'll compete to get into the postseason. I don't know if they're good enough to actually do it.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
80s coach.
West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I don't know about you guys. I'm out here ready to chase the fight now. Couldn't even get it out. It's not getting better, man. I'm trying to talk myself into it.
Chase that damn fight.
How many people you think that went through? It's got to have been a lot of people several people that went through. Chase that fight, baby.
I mean, there had to be a late start. They probably forgot about it. You know, some teams don't do the hashtag. Some teams don't. So they probably decided. Well, they probably decided late. Hey guys, we only got a week. We only got a couple days, but let's get this hashtag. Let's get this little mantra going here. Social team. Where we at? So I think there's probably a late start, and then there was a real struggle to find anything that hit. And this is a settle.
You think it's a settle?
What is it again? Chase the fight?
Yeah.
Ironically, 1 year it was never settled.
Was it never settled?
You know how, all joking aside,
I just think there could have been 10 better. I think we could get the text line to give us 5 better right now.
Well, I mean, the fact that they don't have, I don't know why we got to change it every year.
Well,
the really good ones on social media, they don't change.
I feel like you don't change if you win a championship.
Oh, is that it?
No, they changed it, but I feel like you just keep.
I mean, no, but if you win one, you think that's when you can keep it.
Yeah.
Like Chiefs Kingdom is it, right? And the logo comes up on any
Yeah,
social.
but that's not a slogan. That's almost just like the name. That's just like a nickname for the fans, I guess.
Well, that's what they all should be. Whatever it is,
it's like the 12th man is what Chiefs Kingdom.
Well, and that's exactly what it should. 12th man should come up the little Aggie logo next to it. That should be a social media. A&M should pay $10 million and buy it, and that would be
them and the Seahawks.
We do have the money. No, those are the 12s.
Fair. You know, if you want to do for the H, if I were the Rockets, I would probably do for the H or something along those lines. Even though the Rockets had a good one a couple years ago, I don't remember what it was, but they had a couple. But we are Texans. That's strong. I don't know. I think there's. I greatly appreciate a good hashtag. When you find one, I think you should keep it.
Find a real good one.
Yeah. I mean, I think you should.
They're changing it up, yeah. They get going here in just a few minutes. Stay with us. We'll keep you updated. By the way, we were talking about a lot of it's. I think most everything I've read, most are not looking at the Astros as a team that. I think most are looking at the Astros as a team that will compete to make the playoffs, but it feels like many people feel like they'll fall short. That's what it seems. We're used to the Astros being a team that will compete to get to a World Series. It feels like people are thinking they're in a space that they'll compete for the playoffs. And I just wonder, and Tyler, you've been here forever as an Astros fan. You too, Clint, as you have said, what you were a buddy?
Astro buddy.
You were an Astro
Billy
buddy
Dorn?
back in the day? There you go.
Billy Dorn, Greg Hatcher. Not Greg Hatcher. What was Hatcher's first name?
I do this because I know.
What was Hatcher's first name, man?
Billy.
Billy
Hatcher. I know Tyler is going to. He's going to roll out
Jose
with these
Cruz,
names.
Mike Scott.
He can't help himself. Every time you make him say Astro buddy, you then have to roll out those names. Every time, and I do it every time I know it.
What was Bass? Is Kevin Bass?
He has to do it.
Yeah, Dickie Thon. Glenn Davis, Alan Ashby.
Dickie Thon had to be one of your favorites.
Oh, Billy Dorn was the guy.
Back in Monday. But
who am I leaving off? I'm leaving off some greats.
But you've been a fan for a long time, and you've been a fan of these golden years of the Astros.
Yes, sir.
And I think always something that you just added to the Astros was the intangibles that they would have an edge over
Ken
teams.
Caminetti?
Ken Caminetti, rest in peace. They would have an edge many, many times over their opponents before they play. Like, Seattle couldn't handle them. The Angels struggled. There are a lot of teams that struggled. The Rangers, for a while, struggled with them. And that was also something you would always add, that culture, that winning. They just know how to win.
That's right.
You still think that applies to the Astros, these Astros in 2026, that they still have that, the intangibles, or do you think that edge and advantage is gone now?
Oh, I think it's still there.
I think the pillars for the Astros that keep it there are still here. So, yes, I think it's still there 100%. Correa, Altuve, all them.
Yeah, I think Joe Espada was part of that, or some of it.
Because they were dropping like flies, right?
Yeah.
Correa's back now, but there was Bregman that was out the door, and Verlander that was out there.
Yeah, but I think Hunter Brown, I think he carries the torch. I think when you bring Correa back, obviously that's powerful. I think obviously with the with Altuve still being a big part of what's going on, I think that's big. And so I think they still have it. I think there's still something there about the Astro way of just how that chemistry in the clubhouse and how you operate on a day-to-day basis, how tight the team is, how just doing right is just part of the DNA of in Houston. I think Christian Walker embodies it. I think there's some young players that embody it and can carry it forward. So I think it's still there.
Okay, yeah, because that is along with the players they had. That was always a little extra, like that little extra. They know how to. They just know. They'll figure it out. There was that. They'll figure something out, right?
There's just a full expectation that they'll be there in the end, whether you're talking about the season or you're talking about a playoff series.
And everybody knew it. Yeah. Everybody all around baseball knew it. Like I know Seth's always talked about, like they'll figure out a way to, whatever pitching is there, they'll figure out how to get that pitching. I don't know if I'm as confident in that as I have when I first got here, but I'm with you. I think they still have with Altuve, Correa, those two guys right there.
Joe being there is big.
And Joe being there. Some of those guys in the back end as well, the bullpen. I think a lot of those, like Christian Javier has been here. Lance is Lance, but he's also, I mean, Lance has been here since he was there in 15 when they were in the postseason. He's there at the very beginning of this thing. So, yeah, I think – now, I don't think that teams are as intimidated by them as much. Like, I don't think that they have a decided mental advantage over the Mariners when they walk in and play the Mariners anymore.
No, I agree.
I don't think they have that with the Rangers.
Agreed.
The last.
I mean, hell, you've lost to the Rangers. I mean,
the
Rangers have won a World Series since then, hadn't they?
Yeah, they beat you in the ALCS. Because I used to think they were the boogeyman. They would get those. Mm-hmm. But I still think for them within their culture, they'll figure things out. Because even this, like you said with Joe, as Joe is their manager, they dug themselves out of a big hole before where they just figured things out.
Well, I think that it's a big year for that, Ron. I mean, I think this is a year where you said boogeyman. I think this is a year where the boogeyman goes by the wayside, or you can bring his ass back to life. You know what I mean? Like this is a big year relative to that. Like if this is a pivotal year of do you push the Astros back to the top of the division? Do you push the Astros back to the team that has that added advantage of the clubhouse and just that DNA? We win championships, or do you fall further and further from the years when you won it from 2022? Yeah. And do you kind of just fade from that kind of perception? I think it's a big year for that.
Yeah. This guy Hunter Brown's about to start things off, and his starts are going to be extremely important every fifth day because those are the ones that they've got to perform well and try to win ball games. He'll probably go up against a lot of other teams' aces, but those are ones they've got to really perform well. By the way, I hope he's taking the next step. The next step for him to me is length in games. I hope that we start to see that because he would be nails 6, but he many times came out around the 6.
Yeah.
Can he stretch that to the 7th? Like that's the next step for him is the innings. And with Fromber gone, that's like when that texter said earlier about Fromber. That was the big thing about Fromber is, man, that dude was not only out there every fifth day, but he's always at the top of the American League in innings. He is pitching, and he's anywhere 190 to 200 range in terms of innings. So that's the next step to me for Hunter Brown, is to see if he can be in the game longer. Now, he may strike out a bunch of folks, but can he get to contact and stay in games longer? But we will keep you updated as the Astros kick off their season right now. We'll keep you updated throughout any scores, anything like that. Tyler will let you hear those as well. All right. I don't mean to scare you guys, but I wonder, have you guys caught this yet? I think we may see the Texans' next weapon. I think we may see the Houston Texans' next weapon, Clint.
The Houston Texans.
I'm gonna need you to share this with me.
Have you seen it? Have you caught this?
Hannah McNair?
No.
Oh.
There's a wide receiver out there. Had him a pro day yesterday, and he was very impressive. 5'11 and a half, 204 pounds. Big hands, good size arms, good wingspan. Ran a 4.5 in the 40. 32-inch vert.
Did he show out in the blocking drills or what?
Tyron Montgomery.
What school is he from, Ron?
John Carroll University.
That's it. Oh, that is great. They got him one in there.
Listen, there is no way that he's not a Texan. There is no. I don't know where he is. He is slated to go late in the draft, in maybe the 5th, 6th, 7th round. What does that look like? 5'11", 204.
That big Nick energy.
There you go, Hannah. There is no way. He is eyeing him. There is no way. He's also from the Woodlands too. He's local. Tyron Montgomery. I mean, be on the lookout for John Carroll. If they get a John Carroll player in here,
if he doesn't get drafted, if he doesn't, is he even on the draft boards? I don't know idea who.
I've seen him as 5th, 6th, 7th round, late round.
So there's a chance he goes free agent. If he goes free agent,
there's no chance. There's no chance he's not in Texas.
That's what I'm saying. What are the odds?
There is no chance.
Can't let that guy slip.
They're not gonna let him slip to free agents. Are you crazy? What? How many picks do they have late in the draft? They'll get there. There is no way. I gotta believe there is no team who's watched him more than the Texans.
Bad MFer.
There's no team.
Was Casario at the pro day?
I don't have.
I'm gonna guess he went to somebody else's pro day, right? John Carroll didn't have a pro day.
No, he went to Toledo's.
Okay, Toledo's.
Oh God, Clint! I just looked up here, Tyler. It looked like Mike Trout was walking with a limp back after he just hit that ball.
I mean, would that shock you?
I'm not saying he did. It looked like he did just a bit. Honest to God, I'm keeping my eyes. If I hear Tyler, and with pick 256, the Houston Texans select Tyron Montgomery, John Carroll University.
Texans are on the clock.
There's no way. There is no way that half of them joke. How many John Carroll guys do they have a part of this organization? It's got to be
73 or something.
It's north of 3, and there's more.
Got to be.
I'm talking on the coaching staff.
On the coaching staff? Oh yeah, absolutely.
Or I guess the coaching staff and Nick.
Now, if you add in former Patriots, that number gets very big.
I want to. You're right. I want to. What do you think?
Was Ben McDaniel his receiver there? Was that Nick Caserio's receiver there?
Together when they were.
Yeah, didn't Nick? Isn't one of the guys? One of the coaches somewhere was one of Nick's receivers or something, wasn't he?
That sounds vaguely familiar. Yeah.
God, I want to hear his strengths and weaknesses. What do you think? I bet you they fit him. I mean, God, come on, give me his. I just want to know what the write up is for him. He's just not good enough. They didn't have a write up for him, man. I just want to know what his strengths and weaknesses are. Tough minded.
I guarantee them boys over in that building know, man. John Carroll's a magic word now.
When I saw Aaron tweet that out.
Aaron Wilson did?
Aaron Wilson tweet that out that he was at very impressive at Toledo.
Dixon, my
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I wonder if old Myaz was there. Was he running too?
Dixon, my
Was he running too? Can you comp the two for me?
They're both very sought-after prospects.
Yeah,
That's all I know.
Dixon, my
Yeah, man. Can you comp those guys for me?
I'm sorry.
How big are those guys' hands?
I don't know what my ass is, but
Dixon,
but Montgomery's 8 7/8. I mean, good sized hands, baby.
All that matters is Dixon is swarmy, baby.
I'm telling you though, I have
fitting good.
They have me locked and loaded for that third day of the draft, just for this. I mean, if I would put it past them to move up to get him.
Hold on, son.
Come on, man. You're getting carried away.
I am not getting carried away. I would not put it past him to move up earlier in the 6th round to go get him. We got to have him. We need another weapon. Somebody.
I got a lab to keep from crying.
They're gonna go get him. John Carroll in the house, baby. Quit playing around with that. All right, we will keep you updated on the Astros as they get rolling here on their season. Hunter Brown's on the bump. And if you missed it, Field Yates not only did the first round, Clint, but he went through all of the first 3 picks for the Houston Texans. And I wonder if many of you would be surprised in the direction he went in terms of who we had the Texans going with their first 3 picks, which is a first and 2 twos. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, I don't know which direction the Texans are fixing to go with these picks.
Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Dixon, my
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, the Daikin is in play right now.
Welcome home.
Jordan, you believe that would have been a home run in an outdoor park?
I mean, I need him to back the camera off. Jordan just hit the ball, and it late in its trajectory, it hit the ceiling. This wasn't hit the ball straight up. It was in the outfield. It ended up shooting directly in foul territory, probably, I'm going to guess, 10 yards, on the home plate side of the foul pole. So, I mean, it shot directly right, and it was already that far. I mean, I feel like that ball would have been long gone in an outdoor park. I mean, long gone. He literally hit it over one of the metal beams that holds up the ceiling. Look where that's at. I mean, that ball would have been hell yes, absolutely. That ball would have been out of any outdoor park. That ball would have been out of the park. It'd be floating in the water in San Francisco. They still got that?
Yeah, they do.
Somebody in a canoe.
Jameis Winston, I believe, was out there in a canoe.
Somebody in a canoe would be fetching that thing right now.
Seriously, yesterday. He was. Netflix brought in Jameis Winston on their baseball.
That's good for Jameis. That's exactly what he
And then L. Duncan did God's work. He was out there near the water, and L said to him, well, I'll address the elephant in the room. What was your dealing with the crabs out there today?
No, she didn't.
She sure as hell did.
Did he? She had to ask. She had to ask permission.
He said, "Well, I mean, many of you
a little harder to catch than them ones in that grocery store."
He said, "Many of you know my history with crabs, and I will just say, because Barry Bonds was on set, he said, I will just say, since Barry Bonds retired, I've heard that those crabs have gone up, has skyrocketed in price." And
he should have said that. A little harder to catch than them ones in that grocery store.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a hell of a deal, too. Didn't know how they were going to handle that.
Yeah.
Jordan Alvarez hit a ball that
strike.
I mean, there's no
foul.
Yeah. I mean, but you can't. That ball was well fair.
I almost feel like it
and
should
leaving
be
the park, like a no pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's wild.
He's fouled off the last two anyway, so doesn't matter. But the Astros, he ends up striking out. The Astros, they are in a 0-0 tie right here, bottom of the first. Hunter Brown, 3 strikeouts in the first inning, 1 walk to Mike Trout, but 3 strikeouts. So if you had the over on strikeouts, you're in a pretty good spot.
Hey, I don't know who's counting out there. I know it's week 1, and we got 162 of these joints.
Yep.
Soriano's thrown 8 pitches. The Astros have taken 2.
At least Jordan
it's not ideal.
At least Jordan saw 6 pitches.
Jordan went up there hacking now.
At least he saw 6 pitches. Well, hell, so did this guy will take them. So did Altuve. If you wouldn't be surprised, he saw 1. Man, he tied him up, man.
Come on, Hamstring.
Starters out here just throwing 98.
Come on, high hammy, get it right.
All right, Clint Field Yates he went through all of the first 2 rounds, which means 3 picks for the Houston Texans, and we've seen some of these names before. But I'm curious the thought of you and the people. How much does it differ now that we've seen what they've done in free agency with these names? Their first 3 picks, they've got pick 28, 38, 59. I don't know about you, Clint. Something tells me that they're not going to pick all 3 of those. Something tells me they're going to move in some form or fashion with those picks. But right now, picks 28, 38, and 59, and they go defensive tackle Peter Woods from Clemson. We've seen that a lot. And then his teammate picked 38. We've seen this at 28 a lot, Blake Miller, the tackle. So he's dropping into the second round. And then pick 59, Kyle Lewis, a linebacker. So they go D-tackle, offensive tackle, and then interior linebacker. So this is not an edge rusher of some sorts. Your thoughts with those, and I know you probably know the first 2 pretty well. Maybe some aren't as familiar with Kyle Lewis. But your thoughts about those those positions if that's the route they went with their top three. These are their three premium picks. These are all first and second round picks.
I like the best available D tackle. That's really the only spot on defense where I would like them to go. If they get a guy that is immediately in the rotation and potentially could work his way into a starter on this defense within the first month or half of the season, that would be absolutely tremendous. Grand slam with that pick 28 right there. I would absolutely love that. I'm gonna tell you, man. The O-line stuff is interesting to me. I think what I would like to see, and now this is in no way, shape, or form entering their mind, but this is what I'd like to see. I'd like to see them go after even if it's one of these tackles that I hear John Harris talking about, tackles that in the league they
I had to move down to guard.
Yeah, they transitioned to guard in the league. The prospects that were tackles in college, but in the league they are trending towards being a guard. But a super athletic guy that is a wide load, that's a thumper that you could use as that sixth offensive lineman.
What about not Blake Fisher?
No, Blake can be around. I mean, there would be. It would be nice. That way you get value out of that guy. You're going to use him a lot. They used the sixth offensive lineman last year more than I think anybody in the league. Trent Brown is not a guy you want to do that with his badass knees. I don't.
He does move people, though.
He does. I don't think Blake Fisher's going to be there. But I would like to see it be a guy that they can use more in the move game. You know what I mean? Like, I understand if you're just going to attach him to a tackle, then Trent Brown could do that. But I want to see more of the like Dan Skipper was super athletic in Denver. I'm sorry, in Detroit. They also used what's the big boy they used in Detroit? I know Skip did some of it. What was the big boy they used? He was a Hawaiian or what was his name? Big dude.
Sewell, it wasn't Sewell. Sewell's a starter, so somebody.
No, Sewell was one they used early on. He was one they used in that. I mean, he would absolutely destroy people coming up. On like that split zone where they kick out the backside guy. He would murder guys. Like something like that would be really good because it's not just a developmental guy where you get him in there and hey man, let's see if you can earn a backup role and maybe play in 3 years from now. But you get him in there and he contributes. You keep him super engaged from the word go. Because he's contributing. Now, obviously, if he's good enough to start and play and compete for a starting job, that's one thing. But I think if they go O-line, I'd like for it to be one of those guys.
Yeah, I think the defensive tackle one, to me, really here, first off, the Texans have put themselves, whether you agree with the moves or not, the Texans have put themselves in a position where it's almost hard to get pissed at a move that they would make or to look at. Like, this isn't like what you said a couple of years ago where you're like, if they draft a tackle early, like, I'm going to be pissed.
It was Blake Fisher.
And they drafted Blake. I know.
How'd that work out? Still got tackle problems.
It's still not over.
Still got tackle problems.
It's got the third season that they've paid money over him by two guys, but whatever. But, like, I don't think it's a situation like that. But I still am a believer, and I know that the Texans have a really strong roster. Like, that's one thing about the Texans roster is, and this feels very much like a Nick Caserio, that their floor is really low, or really high, excuse me.
Yes,
they have
agreed.
high, their floor is high. They have really solid people at every spot. My only thing is, first and second round picks in today's game, you're competing. Like, it feels weird if they're not in some way a contributor. And I look at Blake Miller, and now I'm glad you brought that up so that could put that in a way could put a player like that as a contributor right off the bat. But to me, it's like you look and you're like, if everything goes right, like your pick 38 won't play.
Right.
You know what I mean?
If you hit on your free agents,
then you paid Smith $13 million this year or whatever. You want him to play.
Sure.
To play and play all the time. Usually you're like, all right, we're going to draft a tackle there at 38, which is a premium pick. This is a spot where people could start on your team. And then Kyle Lewis, another second-round pick, linebacker, I guess, but I mean, they got speed, they got Toa, they got Aziz. Like, I'm trying to figure out, how much,
how much run that guy's
going to get, right? he's going to probably get a lot of run on special teams. And that's a second-round pick. That's none of these would be anything you're like, oh, wow, they have just screwed up because they put themselves in a good position, and maybe Kyle Lewis is somebody they're bringing in to move forward. But you would just want those 3 picks or guys that you know can contribute, and it feels like if everything went right, only one of these guys would be a real contributor, and that's Woods.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
I mean, if it did, like if everything went right, nobody got hurt, I don't know how Kyle Lewis, a linebacker, gets on the field.
Well, I mean, as a Texans fan, it'd be great if nobody got hurt, and as a Texans fan, it'd be great if you got real quality depth and they're cheap. That'd be great. But I'm just at a spot with the Texans where I especially 2 of those top 3 picks, I think need to be guys that are Higgins or Ariante Ursery or Woody Marks, and we know who they are.
That's what I say. If it's a skilled player that's one of these, I know they're probably going to have an opportunity to contribute.
Yeah.
Hell, if it was a pass rusher, you know what I mean? I feel like a pass rusher probably has a chance to contribute. A center probably has a chance to contribute. That would be my only thing. It's not that I hate it, or I think it's just you get first and second round draft picks, it feels like they should contribute for you, and I'm wondering if a linebacker and a tackle would for you. All right, coming up, we'll get you updated on the Astros, and a big one also tonight for the Houston Cougars. Kelvin Sampson, a big opportunity over the next couple of days. We'll discuss that next.
In the Loop.
We're talking to our guy, John Harris. When you look at the roster as currently situated, where are the areas of concern that still exist for you?
If we start offensively, you have enough players that when they get the ball in their hands, they put pressure on defenses. And then I think defensively, to me, it's depth.
It's Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, localizing your lunch break 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. West M Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial. It's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Raise your hand if you're excited about feeling old and tired sooner than you thought you would, right? I didn't think so. Not many of y'all out there. Look, ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are. But I've got good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life full speed. And the best part, it didn't happen in an operating room now. Look, with QC Kinetics, we're talking about the latest regenerative treatments available backed by real science. QC Kinetics treatments, they take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and they concentrate them right where you need the relief. Look, my man Mike, he's training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Oh, Patrick, his golf game is on fire again. Andrea, look, she's back in her garden again. All real QC Kinetics patients that are living their best life again. The sooner you start treatment, y'all, the sooner the inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down, the sooner you get the pain relief that you've been looking for. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatment. 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285. They got locations in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and in Cypress.
Basketball fans, looking for a spot to watch the big tournament? Join Clint and Ron in Vintage Park, broadcasting live Friday, March 27th from 2 to 6 at Oak and Iron Sports Social off of 249 in Louetta. Enjoy great drinks and a little Midtown vibe in the burbs. Oak and Iron Sports Social, your new game day headquarters. Join Clint and Rob.
Hurricane season is right around the corner. And for the first time in over a year, Base Power can install in weeks, not months. Thousands of Houstonians are switching to Base Power to get a home backup battery that automatically keeps your entire house running when the grid goes down. For a limited time, get $100 off with 610 while install slots are still open. BasePower.com/610. That's BasePowerCompany.com/610. That's BasePowerCompany.com/610.
Start your morning with H-Town Morning News. Local news from your neighborhood.
Governor Greg Abbott visiting Houston.
Plus, the latest local weather forecast updated throughout the morning.
It'll be hot, but not as hot as last week.
And the latest traffic conditions to help you plan your commute. Roads are closed and they give you some alternates to get around this. H-Town Morning News. Local news, weather, and traffic from your neighborhood newsroom. Weekdays from 7 a.m. till 10 a.m. right here on CW 39.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 346-200-6700. That's 346-200-6700.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Called third strike, top of the zone. O'Hoppe down looking for strikeouts for Hunter Brown. A leadoff walk doesn't hurt.
All right, there it is. Hunter Brown, 4 strikeouts, and he is doing his thing as he always does. But I will say, update Astros real quick. Hunter Brown, 2 innings, 4 strikeouts, 0-0 as the Astros head to the bottom of the second. We'll keep you abreast and updated on the scores throughout. This still is what I said right before he started this game. Is length is that the next step for him? And like this becomes kind of the issue with him. And I think as he grows, he'll figure things out. He's got 43 pitches in 2 innings.
Walked 2 batters.
Yeah, he's got 4 strikeouts, but he's got strikeouts also runs your pitch count up.
Yep.
But he's got 43 pitches in the first 2 innings, right? Like that is not a good scenario in terms of going late into the game. Yeah, and that's going to be the next step.
He needs a quick inning in the third or fourth. He needs a quick one, get back on track, and he'll be right there in it. But yeah, he's walked a couple of batters. Those were, I think both of them were full counts and a couple foul balls, so that ran his count up, and he just needs to have a quick inning on that next one of the next 2 needs to be a quick one.
He may strike out 9 or 10 today.
In 5?
Yeah, he might 5. Yeah,
well, he's pumping it. I think he's hit 98 a couple of times. A lot of movement on his off speed stuff, and
he looks good.
Looks good.
That's just the next step.
I tell you what, for a group that's been preached to be patient at the plate, we've seen Altuve saw 2 pitches, and grounded out, and then usually the poster child for being patient at the plate is is Isak Paredes. I saw him swing at 2 balls, and now you got Los Correa, and he swung at a couple of pitches that were suspect in the strike zone or not. So not real patient at the plate so far, Bob.
Yeah, and some of these pitches
Joe needs to speak his ass up here, man.
Some of these
they're not hearing the message.
Some of these pitches that they've missed, those look like prime to strike out Yainer Diaz.
Oh, there ain't no doubt. I mean,
they haven't laid off of.
There ain't no doubt.
One,
that was 100 at the knees, boy. No chance.
On the black outside corner. God,
I'm gonna tell you, both of these Soriano and Hunter Brown, both of them. I mean, they're high 90s. That was a 100 mile an hour pitch. They're bringing it, man. There's no doubt.
But just a little different. Like he's got one out here in the